Chapter 8 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carrie Sims. King Arthur's Knights. The Tales Were Told for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 8. How Sir Owen Won the Earldom of the Fountain. Now the young page Owen, who had saved King Arthur from midnight murder at the hand of the evil Sir Turquine, whom Lancelot slew, had tarried at the court of the king, and in prowess and knightly achievements was among the most famous of the knights of the Round Table. And always was he wishful to go on strange adventures, however far might be the country, or dangerous the ways thereto, or cruel and crafty the foes. One day King Arthur was at Caerleon upon Usk, and sat conversing with a few of his knights in the presence chamber. With him was Sir Owen and Sir Kay, and there was also Sir Conan and Sir Bedivere. The queen sat near them, while her handmaiden stood by the window at needlework. In a little while Arthur said that he would sleep until the horn sounded for dinner, for he had come from London late the night before, and had not had his full rest. "But," said he, "do you, my knights, continue your talk, and tell each other tales as before, and if you are hungry, Kay will give you collops of meat and horns of mead." So the king slept on his broad seat of green rushes, over which was spread a splendid covering of flame-coloured satin, and cushions of red satin were under his head. Kay ordered a page to bring meat and bread and mead, and when the four had eaten, Sir Conan was called upon to tell how he became possessed of a dark bay palfrey, as to which all envied him for its beauty, but concerning which he always put off telling the tale of how he had obtained it. "You must know," began Sir Conan, "that I was the son of my parents, and the confines of my father's barony in Lothian were too small for my aspiring and my daring. I thought there was no adventure in the world too great for my doing, and when I had fought all the knights who would meet me in my own country, and had slain all the trolls and wrought evil there, I equipped myself in the best armour, and set forth to seek greater adventures in deserts and wild regions. And I fared south for many weeks over desolate mountains and wild and terrible fastnesses of rock and moor, where only the robbers seemed to live, and the wild magic people of the green mounds, and where there was no sound but the song of the lark, the plunge of the beaver, and the otter in the river, the growl of the brown bear from the rock, and the howl of the wolf at night. And I fared through all these terrors unscathed. And one day I came to a high ridge, and saw stretching before me the fairest valley I had ever seen. The grass was green and smooth, the trees were soft and of an equal growth, and a river ran gently through the dale, with a path beside it. I followed the path all day until the evening, but met no one, until, as the afternoon was waning, I came suddenly upon a large and massive castle, which shone in the westering sun. And I approached the green before the gateway, and saw two youths with curling auburn hair, clad richly in garments of yellow satin, with frontlets of gold upon their forehead. And they had daggers with jewelled hilts, and these they were shooting at a mark. And on a bench a little way from them was a handsome man in the prime of life, of a proud look, clad in a rich mantle. I went forward and saluted him, and he returned my greeting with great courtesy. And, rising, he led me into the hall, which, however, was but poorly furnished. And I wondered that the knight and the youth should be so richly clothed, while the hall was scanty. 6 maidens came forward, and while 3 took my horse, the others unarmed me, and gave me water wherein to wash, and a dining robe to put on. And the 6 maidens were fairer than any I had ever seen. Then we sat down when the meat was ready, and though the food was good, it was simple, and the vessels and flagons upon the table were of silver, but very old and dented, as if they had been long in use. And no word was spoken until the meal was ended, and then the knight asked me my name, and whither I was going. I told him my name, and he told me his. And he was, he said, Sir Dewin of Castle Cower. And I told him that I was faring south seeking any great adventure, so that I might gain glory and renown. For, I said, I wish to find a knight who is stronger and more dexterous in arms than I. At that he looked upon me and smiled. If I did not fear to distress you so much, he said, I would show you what you seek. Tell me, I said, for I am eager to obtain this adventure. Sleep here tonight, said Sir Dewin, and in the morning rise early and take the road to the wood behind the castle. Follow the path till you come to a fountain in the glade. There you will see a large cup with a chain. Strike the cup with your lance, and you will have the adventure ye desire. And Sir Dewin smiled again, as if he thought the adventure was one which he deemed was beyond me, and I was angered and soon retired to my pallet. But I could not sleep, for I was eager to rise and meet this adventure, and to come back and mock Sir Dewin for his laughter. Before dawn I arose and equipped myself, and mounted my horse, and took my way to the wood, as Sir Dewin had told me. And the road was long and difficult, but at length I came to the glade and found the fountain. On a stone pillar beside it a chain was fastened, and at the end of the chain was a large cup. With my lance I struck the cup, And instantly there was a great peal of thunder, so that I trembled with fear. And instantly there came a great storm of rain and of hail. The hailstorms were so large and so hard that neither man nor beast could live through that storm, for they would have slain them, so fiercely did they beat. And the way that I escaped was this. I placed the beak of my shield over my head and neck of my horse, while I held the upper part over my own head. Thus did we withstand the storm, though the flanks of my horse were sore wounded. Then the sky cleared, the sun came out, and a flock of birds began to sing on a tree beside the fountain. And surely no one has heard such entrancing music before or since. So charmed was I with listening, that I noticed not at first a low rumbling, which seemed to come nearer and nearer. And suddenly I heard a voice approaching me, and I looked round just as a big knight in sky-blue armour rode swiftly up the valley. "O knight," cried he, "what ill have I done thee, that thou usest me so evilly? Knowest thou not that the storm which thou hast sent by evil magic hath slain my best flocks on the hills, and beaten to death all my men that were without shelter?" He came at me furiously. I put my lance in rest and spurred towards him, and we came together with so great an onset that I was carried far beyond the crupper of my horse. Then the knight, taking no further notice of me, passed the shaft of his lance through the bridle of my horse and so rode swiftly away. And it moved me to anger to think he despised me so much as not even to despoil me of my sword. Very depressed of spirit was I as I took my way back to the castle of Sir Dewin. And as I passed through the wood I came to a glade, in the midst of which was a green mound. And as I passed it I heard laughter, which seemed to come from the earth. And I heard a voice sneering and mocking me, and I guessed it was the voice of a troll or mound man whom I could not see, who lived in the hillock. And I wondered I did not go mad with shame of this derision. And I had not the spirit to go to try to break into the mound, lest he should work magic and more disaster upon me. So I left that glade, with the sound of his hoarse laughter ringing in my ears. I reached the castle of Sir Dewin, and well entertained was I, and rested for the remainder of that day. And full of courtesy was Sir Dewin and his household, for none of them referred to my encounter, and to the fact that I had come back without a horse. And when I rose the next day, there was a dark bay palfrey, ready saddled, waiting in the courtyard for me. That horse I still possess, though the sight of him ever brings back the memory of my defeat. Verily it seems strange to me that neither before nor since have I ever heard of any person besides myself who knew of this adventure, and that the subject of it should exist within the bounds of the lands of King Arthur without any other person lighting upon it. "It would be well indeed," said Sir Owen, "to go to try to discover that valley and that fountain." "Well indeed," said Kay sourly, for he had been ever jealous of Sir Owen, even when he had been but a page. "If thy mouth were not more ready to say more than thou ever carest to do." "Thou art worthy of punishment, Sir Kay," said Gwenevere sharply, "in that thou speakest thus of a man so tried in prowess and brave deeds as Owen." "Fair lady," said Sir Owen, laughing, "we take no heed of Kay's raw words. He ever growls like a surly dog." At that the king awoke, and asked whether it was not time for meat. And the horn was sounded, and men came in from the tilting ground and the playfield, and washed, and the king and all his household sat down to dinner. On the morrow before dawn, Sir Owen rose privily, and put on his armour, and took his horse, and rode out of the town, and for many days rode over mountains, until he saw the sea like a sheet of burnished lead lying on his left hand. Then he turned his horse's head away, and rode far through wild and distant places, into the heart of the land. And at length he arrived at the valley which Conan had described to him, whereat he rejoiced greatly. He descended to the path beside the river, and journeyed along it till he had came to the castle of Sir Dewin, as Conan had described. And the two youths were on the green before the gate wrestling together, and the tall knight of proud mien was standing by. To Owen it seemed that he was fiercer and prouder looking than Conan had described. Nevertheless he returned the salute of Sir Owen courteously, and led him into the castle. Sir Owen was entertained as well as Conan had been, though the hall seemed poorer, the food coarser, and the maiden seemed careworn, and not so fair as his friend had described. After the meal Sir Dewin asked Sir Owen who he was, and whither he wended, and Sir Owen replied, "I have heard of the Knight of the Fountain, and I would fight him and overcome him if I may." Whereat Sir Dewin looked at him with keen fierce eyes, and observed narrowly the build of Sir Owen's body. "Knowest thou aught of the prize if thou slayest the Knight of the Fountain?" asked Sir Dewin. "Naught know I of that," answered Sir Owen, "but I would seek the adventure, and whatever it will bring." At this the knight was silent, and seemed to brood for some moments, with dark and frowning brows. Then he laughed and said, "Take thou the path thou seest through the wood behind the castle. Follow that till thou comest to a glade wherein is a great mound. There ye will see a stone slab. Knock on that 3 times, and the troll man that dwells therein will tell thee thy further way. Sir Owen marked how evil was the smile with which Sir Dewin said these words, but Sir Owen thanked him, and then he was shown to his pallet, and all retired to rest. When he arose in the morning, Sir Owen found his horse already prepared, and, having put on his armour, he rode forth along the way which the knight had indicated to him. And he came at last to a glade wherein he saw the great mound, with grass growing all over it, as if it were a little hill. In the side he saw a stone slab as if it were a door, and he struck upon it with the butt of his lance. 3 times he struck, and at the 3rd blow he heard a voice, rough and loud, from somewhere above his head. "Get thee gone," cried the voice. "Darken not the door of my house, or 'twill be worst for thee." Sir Owen could not see who was speaking, for no one was visible. "I would ask thee the way to the fountain," he replied. "Tell me, and I will not trouble thee further, thou surly troll." "The fountain," cried the voice. "I will save thee thy journey, thou overbearing knight, as I have saved it for others as proud and as would be valiant, whom my master hath sent to me." With that, Sir Owen received so hard and fierce a blow upon his headpiece that he was hard put to it to keep his wits and his seat, and looking round he saw the troll, a fierce dark little man, on the very top of the mound, wielding a long thick bar of iron as thick as a weaver's beam. Sir Owen thrust at the troll with his lance, but the mound man seized it below the point of steel, and so strong was he that though Sir Owen drew him down from the top of the hillock, he could not loose it from the little man's hold. Meanwhile the troll was beating at Sir Owen with the staff of iron, which, for all its weight and size, he wielded as if it were no more than a stout cudgel, and a hard bestead was Sir Owen to shield himself from the smashing blows which rained upon him. At the 7th blow his shield was cracked across, and his shield arm was numbed. Suddenly he dashed his horse forward, and the little man, still holding the lance, was thrown backward upon the grassy slope of his own mound. Swiftly Sir Owen leaped from his horse and drew his sword, and while the troll was rising he dashed at him and wounded him. But next moment the troll was up, his dark narrow face terrible with rage, for the blood ran down the deerskin tunic which half covered him. And then the blows of his iron rod came thicker and faster, while he moved so swiftly round about the knight that Sir Owen, though he thrust quickly and fiercely, could not strike him again. Sir Owen was becoming dizzy and weak, and felt that not for long now could he bear up his dented and broken shield against the blows that must at length smash his arm. Suddenly the quick movements of the little troll ceased, and he staggered. Then he dropped the iron bar and swayed like a drunken man towards the knight. He fell on his knees before Sir Owen, put his head upon the ground, and clutched the knight's steel-clad foot as if to put it upon his neck. But he could do no more, and so lay panting and spent with exhaustion. And Sir Owen could not find it in himself to pierce him through with his sword, for the troll's subjection made pity come into his heart. "Ah, Sir Troll," said the knight, panting also, and very fain to rest, "a brave troll thou art, seeing thou hast used no magic, but hath fought me like a very man." "Chieftain," gasped the troll, "my heart is like to break, for thou hast tried me sore. Never yet hath a knight that sought the fountain withstood my rod as valiantly as thou hast, and thou hast put my strength all to naught." "But I do not know why thou didst try to slay me," said Sir Owen, "seeing that I did but ask thee to show me the way to the fountain." "I am a slave of him that overcometh me," answered the troll, "and I must do his bidding. Sir Dewin did conquer me by evil wizardry, and he sent thee to me with the 3 knocks on my door, whereby I knew he commanded me to slay thee." "Well, and what wilt thou do now, vigilant troll?" "I must hide me from the wrath of Sir Dewin," said the troll, "until my sore wound is healed. Then will I be thy slave, Sir Knight, and help thee in whatever adventure thou mayest wish." "Get thee gone then, good troll," said Sir Owen with a smile. "But first tell me my way to the fountain." Whereupon the troll showed him the way, and gave him certain directions, and then said, "Chieftain, thou wilt conquer in all thy fighting, and great honour and reward shall be thine. But beware thee of leaving the side of her that shall love thee, for more than a night and a day, or long woe shall find thee. And do thou take this, for it may find thee friends." And the troll, whose name was Deset, held towards him a blue stone upon a silver string. The stone burned with the dazzling blue of the lightning flash, when the light caught it. Sir Owen thanked him, put the string around his neck, and stood watching the troll as he limped, faint and wounded, into the mound that was his home. Then, picking up his lance, Sir Owen mounted his horse, and rode forward through the wood, thinking of this strange adventure. When he reached the fountain where a silver cup hung by a silver chain, he filled the cup with water, as the troll had bidden him, and threw it over a pillar of stone that was set beside the fountain. And instantly there came a clap of thunder, as if the earth would dash asunder, and after the thunder came the shower, and so fierce and heavy were the hailstones that they would surely have slain horse and rider, but that Sir Owen, as the troll had bidden him, had put his horse's 4 feet in the fountain, and kept his own hand therein, whereby the hailstones became thin rain before they touched him. Then the sky became bright, and the flock of birds descended on the tree and began to sing. But Sir Owen heeded them not, but mounted his horse, dressed his shield and lance, and prepared for the combat. There came a morning cry through the wood, and a sky-blue knight on a high-stepping destrier dashed through the trees towards Sir Owen, and came against him, lance in rest. Whereupon Sir Owen put spurs to his horse, and furiously rode against the knight. At the first onset each broke his lance, whereat they drew their swords and lashed at each other most fiercely. Sir Owen fainted, and then, quickly recovering, he smote the other so hard and stern a blow that the blade bit through the headpiece, skin and bone, until it wounded the brain itself. Then, with a great cry, the Blue Knight wheeled his horse and fled, with Sir Owen in pursuit. But the other knight's horse was fleeter, and Sir Owen could not overtake him, though he kept within a few yards. In a little while a great castle, resplendent with new stone, shone before them. The wounded knight thundered across the drawbridge, with Owen close behind him. But when the Blue Knight gained the street beyond, the portcullis was let fall with a flash. Sir Owen fell from his horse, and looking round he found that the horse had been cut in twain by the gate. So that Sir Owen found himself, with the forepart of a dead horse, in a prison between two gates, while the hinder part of the horse was outside. And Sir Owen saw that his death must be very near, for already he saw one of the soldiers who was guarding the gate run after the knight to the castle, as if for orders to slay him. Looking through the inner gate, he saw a narrow street facing him, with booths and little houses on each side, and coming towards him he had beheld a maiden, small but beautiful, with black curling hair and a circlet of gold upon her forehead. And she was of high rank, for she wore a dress of yellow satin, and on her feet were shoes of speckled leather. She stopped when but a few steps from the gate, where the soldier stood watching Sir Owen, and he saw that her eyes were bent fixedly upon the blue stone which lay on the knight's breast, and he saw that, in the darkness of his prison, it shone with a fierce blue flame. He looked up and saw the maiden's eyes bent on his, and he seemed to hear the voice of the maiden speaking to him, as clearly as if she stood beside him. In these words she spoke: "Take the stone which is on thy breast, and hold it tightly in the palm of one hand, and as thou concealst it, so will it conceal thee. Thus wilt thou be able to pass unseen between the bars of the portcullis, and I will wait for thee on the horse block yonder, and thou wilt be able to see me, though I cannot see thee. Therefore, come and place thy hand on my shoulder, and I shall know that thou art come, and then thou must accompany me to the place where I shall hide thee." He saw the maiden turn away and go up the street, and Sir Owen did as the voice had bidden him. And looking down he saw nothing of himself, although he could see the soldiers looking in, and he saw the surprise and then the horror on their faces, as they realized that they had seen him spirited away before their eyes. Sir Owen passed between them and rejoined the maiden as she had bidden him. He went with her, still invisible, and she led him to a small house, and in it was a large and beautiful chamber, all painted with gorgeous colours and well furnished. And there she gave him food, and he rested securely until late in the afternoon. Then, as he looked out of the window upon the wall of the castle, which towered dark and high above him, he heard a clamour and sounds of a mourning coming from it. He asked the maiden the cause of it. "They are administering extreme unction to the Lord Cadoc, who owns the castle, for he hath been wounded." "And who art thou, that thou shouldest save me, who am a stranger?" he asked of the maiden. "My name is Elined," said the maiden, "and since thou bearest the blue stone of the little folk, I must aid thee all I can." At the time she would tell him no more, but shortly left him to his rest, saying she would come to attend upon him again at the dawning. In the silence and darkness of the night Sir Owen awoke by reason of a woeful outcry and lamenting, and then he knew that Earl Cadoc, the Knight of the Fountain, was dead from the wound he had given him. Soon after dawn he arose and clothed himself, and looking out of the window he saw the streets filled with a great host of people in black, and the weeping and the mourning were pitiful to hear. Knights with their armour craped rode in great companies before. Then came the men at arms, with weapons reversed. Then the ladies of the household, and after these the priests came, and in their midst was the bier. And over it was a veil of white linen, and wax tapers burning beside and around it. And of the gentlemen who supported the bier on their shoulders, none was lower in rank than a powerful baron, owning broad lands and great companies of retainers. Last of all there came a lady walking behind the bier, and though her face was stained with the many tears she had shed, and was pale with sorrow, Sir Owen thought he had never seen so beautiful a lady, or one so gentle and kind of mien. Deeply he sorrowed because he had caused the death of her lord, inasmuch as it had given her such grief. Her hair, yellow and long and curled, hung dishevelled about her shoulders, and her dress of rich yellow satin was torn, and across it was a wide sash of black velvet, and it was a marvel that she could see how to walk, for the tears filled her eyes. Sir Owen could not take his gaze from her, and love and pity for her filled his mind. When the procession had passed out of the town, the maiden Elined came into the room, and Sir Owen asked her eagerly who was the lady he had seen. "Heaven is my witness," replied Elined, "but she is the fairest and sweetest and the most noble of women. She is my beloved mistress, and her name is Carol, and she is Countess of the Fountain, the widow of him thou didst slay yesterday." "I sorrow for that," said Owen, "for I have seen her grief, but verily she is the woman that I love best, and if my hand hath wounded her grievously, my arm would more willingly protect her." "Indeed, thou art brave and bold, sir knight," said the maiden, "and much may you win if you are as faithful in your service and devotion to her as you have been in the service of your king, the great Arthur." And when it had passed midday, Elined said to Sir Owen, "You must keep this chamber while I go and woo for thee. Stir not out into the city, lest ill befall thee." Elined went to the castle and found all was in confusion, with mourning and lamentation. Her mistress she found sitting listlessly looking from the window, with pale sorrow on her face, and to Elined's greeting she would not respond. "It astounds me," said Elined at length, "to find you grieving yourself up to unavailing sorrow in this way." "It astounds me also," said the countess reproachfully, "that in my time of trouble and affliction, you, whom I have enriched and favoured beyond all my handmaidens, should desert me. If I did not love thee, I should order thee to be executed." "It was for thy advantage that I was absent," said Elined. "I reproached not thy grief when thy lord lay dying, but now you have yourself to think of. Yet you seem more willing to live with the dead than to take heed what may happen to yourself in a few hours. I would have thee remember that a live dog is better than a dead lion." "Hence from my sight, unfeeling girl," cried the countess in anger. "There is no one in the world to compare with my dead lord in beauty, in strength, and in prowess. Get thee gone." Without a word Elined turned and went from the room, but she had not gone far before she heard the countess coughing behind her, and on looking back her mistress beckoned to her. "You are indeed hard-hearted, Elined," said she, "to think to leave me in my grief and in my need of good counsel. I will overlook thy cruelty if, as you say, you have been absent for my advantage. What mean you by that?" "This is my meaning," said Elined. "Thou knowest that without a man of knightly prowess and bravery, thou canst not hope to guard the fountain and keep these wide dominions in the power of thyself. Thou art the prey and booty of any bold bandit lord that chooses to make war upon thee, and to capture and wed thee. And dost thou forget the wiles and treachery of thy old lover whom thou hast flouted, Sir Dewin of Castle Cower? Hath he not sworn to take thee and thy kingdom sooner or later, by fair means or by foul? Therefore it behoves thee at once to find a noble and generous knight, courtly and worshipful, who will guard thee and love thee, and hold down the turbulent lords, thy vassals and thy neighbours." "Hard will such a task be," sighed the countess, "for the Earl Cadoc was a man among men." "Yet I will wager to find thee such another, even excelling him in knightly prowess, in beauty of person, and for love and devotion to thee more than his equal," replied Elined, who remembered that the dead earl had not been over tender to his gentle countess on many occasions. "And where couldst thou find this paragon?" said the countess, flushing a little at the reminder of her late lord's neglect. "At the court of King Arthur," replied Elined, "for there are to be found the peerless knights of the world, men of their knightly words, and devoted to love and war." "If it be that I must think of wedding again so soon," sighed the countess, "go then to King Arthur and find me such a knight. But let him be gentle as well as brave, with fine and courtly manners, a man indeed who I can really love." Elined went and kissed the flushing cheek of her mistress. "Trust me for that," she said gently. "I would do that as much for myself as for thee, my dear Carol. For did it not often go to my heart to see thee pine for gentle speech and affection, and sorrow at the harsh words thou didst suffer? I will set forth at once to Carleon, and him that I bring shall be worthy of thee, and all others that may come and woo thee, do thou keep at arm's length until I return." Elined departed from the castle, but she did not go beyond the town. It was in her mind to lie hidden for as long a time as it would take her to go to Carleon and return therefrom. Meanwhile, going about disguised, she would be able to see what the many lords were doing who would essay to woo the countess, seeing that, lovely and rich as she was, she would be a splendid prize. And things happened as she had foreseen. Every day there came into town one cavalcade or more, with some baron or earl in flashing armour at the head of his vassals, come to try his fortune and to win the lovely Countess of the Fountain, and to possess her wide dominions. Daily the countess was compelled to receive fresh comers in audience, and while with deft excuses she kept each at arm's length, they crowded her audience chamber, proud and insolent, humble or crafty, eyeing each other with high looks, each prepared to slay his rival if the need arose. At last there came an earl who, as he had come up the street at the head of the large company of knights, seemed to shine like the sun, for his armour was all of gold, and jewels were about his neck, and on his girdle and his wrists. Every toss of his destriera's head dazzled the eyes with a fountain of flashing lights given off by the jewels which adorned the cloth of gold about his head. This knight called himself the Earl of Drood, but Elined was in the crowd of gaping townspeople that saw him enter, and she knew him for the old insolent lover of her mistress, whom the countess had ever despised, Sir Dewin of Castle Cower. Sir Dewin disguised himself so that the countess did not know him. She received him in the audience, and though she was startled by the magnificence of his dress, and a little moved by the gentleness of his manner, she felt that she had feared and distrusted him. The next day he craved to see her again, and then said, "Fair and noble lady, so deeply doth thy beauty move me, that I am eager to put to the test swiftly to the question, whether I or some happier knight among these noble gentlemen shall obtain thy hand. Therefore I crave permission of thee to proclaim a joust between all these knights that sue for thee, and the winner among them all shall be he that thou shalt wed." "Sir," said the countess with great dignity, "it is not for thee to order here, but for me. I wish nothing to be done for the space of 9 days, and then will I make my choice." At which Sir Dewin, though full of rage, must needs seem content. And the countess hoped that, in the space she had named, Elined would have returned with the knight of her choice, and she herself could choose him for her lord, if she thought he was the man whom she could most trust and love. But Sir Dewin wrought upon many of the suitors who were of his mind, and they resolved that, will she, nill she, the countess must needs abide by a contest between all her wooers to be holden on the 10th day. And on the 10th day all the knights, barons, and earls met together in full armour in a broad green jousting place beneath the windows of the countess, and having made the rules of the contest, and committed them to the seneschal of the countess, they prepared to prove which among them all was the knight of most prowess. Then there was fierce hurtling to and fro of knight against knight, and lances splintered, horses reared, knights fell wounded or dead, and were dragged away. And for long, among the 99 knights that were jousted, none of the crowds who looked on could see which were they who were gaining the day. From her window the countess watched with a sorrowing and dreading heart, for Elined had not yet returned, and therefore the countess must be the prize of one of the suitors who had pestered her, and none of whom she cared for. Then, when the dust of the jousting had a little cleared, and the knights had withdrawn to the sides of the lists, to breathe and rest awhile, it was seen that 12 remained of the 99. The countess, looking from her window, knew them all from the devices on their shields, and none of them were men she favoured. Some she knew were evil men, yet, as knights, were powerful in jousting, and she dreaded which of them should be the victor, to be her lord and master. Then the knights hurtled together again, and as one after the other was unhorsed by stronger opponents and went from the field, she went pale with fear and anxiety. At last there were but 2, and these were Sir Dewin, whom she knew of as the Earl of Drood, and the other was a knight in blue armour, with a shield on which was painted a hillock or mound, and she knew him to be the man named Sir Daunt, or the Knight of the Mound, a man of fierce temper, quarrelsome and cruel. The countess could have swooned with terror, for she knew that now she was doomed to an unhappy life, whichever of these knights prevailed. For though the Earl of Drood was soft and gentle in speech and manner, she feared that this but covered a wicked heart. She could hardly bear to look as she heard these 2, the last of all the 99, crash together in the midst of the jousting ground, and she heard the cries of the onlookers. "The Blue Knight's the better man! How he heaves with his sword! Ah, the Golden Knight is down!" And, looking from her window, the countess saw the earl was lying wounded, and the Knight of the Mount stood over him. Then the earl surrendered and was carried off the field. The great shouts that saluted the victor made the countess turn faint and sick with dread, so that she fell back among her handmaidens in a swoon. But, quickly recovering, she stood up, resolved to meet her fate with proud dignity. In a few moments the door opened, and the arras was pushed aside, and the groom of the chambers announced with a shout, "The Knight of the Mound, victorious in the joust, craves leave to greet our lady the countess." The lady bowed assent, trembling in every limb. Then the groom stepped aside, and into the chamber came a comely gentleman, clad in purple tunic, rich with chains and jewelled belt. But it was not the knight whom the countess had expected, but a stranger, with a courtly and gentle manner and a winning smile. Then from behind him came Elined, full of smiles, with a look of triumph in her eyes. "My lady," she said, bowing low, "this is the knight, Sir Owen of Wales, from the court of King Arthur, whom I have brought to protect you and wed you. He hath just proved himself the doughtiest among 100. The terror of the countess was changed instantly to joy, and she put forth her hand, and Sir Owen bent and kissed it, and she led him to the window seat, and commanded Elined to sit with them. And they spoke full joyously together, for the countess was much taken with the noble and gentle bearing of Sir Owen, and admired him because he had proved himself the best man of all her wooers. In a few days she sent for bishops and priests, and her nuptials with Sir Owen were celebrated with such feasting that all the country was full of merriment and joy. and the men of the earldom came and did homage to Owen, and he became the Earl of the Fountain. In a little while thereafter Sir Owen told his lady that it was he who had chased the soul from the body of her former lord. But the countess was not vexed by the knowledge, for Sir Owen loved her greatly, and with all tenderness and honour, and never had the countess been so happy with Earl Cadoc as she was with Owen. Thereafter Earl Owen defended the fountain with lance and sword against all who ventured to challenge him in his earldom. And the knights who were thus conquered he held to ransom, and the money he thus obtained he divided equally among his barons and knights. Never had they had so generous a lord, nor one of such prowess and knightly worth. And all his subjects loved Earl Owen passing well. Thus for 3 years in all happiness and quiet did Owen and the countess dwell. Sir Dewin of Castle Cower had not power to hurt them, nor did any other evil light upon them. But at the end of this space, towards the close of a summer's day, Sir Owen, by the magic whereby it was made known to him, knew that there was a knight who challenged him at the fountain. So, putting on his sky blue armour, he went forth and found the knight. They rushed together, and the strange knight was overthrown. But others who were with him took him away, and Sir Owen waited. But none other challenge was made, and in the twilight he retired, resolved to attend next day in case any others desired to challenge him. In the morning the same knight came forth from the company of knights which was among the trees about the fountain. And so fiercely did Sir Owen assail him, that the head of his lance broke the helmet of the stranger and pierced the flesh to the bone. Again his companions carried him off. Then other knights came forth and had to do with Sir Owen, but all were overthrown. At length came one having over himself and his horse a rich satin robe of honour, and Sir Owen knew that he must be a man of great dignity, big of body, and of knightly prowess. They fought together that evening, and half through the day, but neither could obtain the mastery. And about noon they took still longer lances and fought more stubbornly. At length they came so furiously together that the girths of their horses were broken, and both were borne to the ground. They rose up speedily, and drew their swords and resumed the combat, and all those that witnessed it felt they had never seen such a battle of heroes before. And suddenly, with a blow fiercely stung and swiftly keen, Sir Owen cut the fastenings of the strange knight's helm, so that his headpiece came off. With a cry Sir Owen dropped his weapon, for he knew that this was Sir Gawaine, his cousin. "My lord Gawaine," he said, "the robe of honour that covered thee prevented my knowing it was thee with whom I fought. Take my sword and my arms, for I yield me to thee." "Nay, Sir Owen," said Gawaine, "take thou mine, for I am at thy mercy." Then came forward King Arthur, and Sir Owen knew him and kneeled before him and kissed his hand, and then embraced him, and there was much joy between all the knights and Owen, for all had feared that he had been slain, and the king in despair had come upon this adventure to learn tidings of him. Then they all proceeded to the castle of the countess, and a great banquet was prepared, with joustings and hawking parties and games. They stayed 3 months in great happiness and diversion. At last, when King Arthur prepared to depart, he went to the countess and besought her to permit Owen to go with him for the space of 3 months, that he might renew his friendship at the court at Caerleon. And though it made the countess sorrowful to lose the man she loved best in all the world, she consented, and Owen promised to return even before the time appointed. So King Arthur returned to Caerleon with Sir Owen, and there was much feasting and diversion to welcome him. And his kindred and friends tried to make Owen forget the countess and his earldom, but they could not. For she was the lady he loved best in the world, and he would liefer be with her, to guard and cherish her, than in any other place on the surface of the earth. One night, as the court sat after dinner over the mead cups, a juggler came into the hall and performed many tricks, and there was much laughter and gaiety at his merry quips and jests. And he craved that he might search the hands of each lord and lady present, so that he could tell them if they would be happy in love. He began with Sir Kay, and so along the board, uttering merry thoughts on all, but speaking with serious and solemn looks, until he came to Sir Owen, and he looked very long and earnestly at the marks on the knight's palm, and then said in a croaking voice, "A night and a day, a night and a day, thou'lt grieve for thy love for ever and aye." None knew what that might mean, and they marvelled to see how pale went the face of Sir Owen. For he had suddenly remembered the words of Decet the trollman, who had said before, "Beware thee of leaving the side of her that shall love thee for more than a night and a day, or long woe shall find thee." Instantly Sir Owen rose from the board and went out. Going to his own abode, he made preparations, and at dawn he arose and mounted his horse, and set forth swiftly to go to the dominions of the countess. Great was his fear that some evil had befallen her, in consequence of his leaving her unprotected from the evil powers of Sir Dewin. He rode hard and fast northwards through the wild and desolate mountains, until he saw the sea like burnished lead lying on his left hand. Then he turned his horse's head away, and rode far into the deep heart of the land. But though he knew the way passing well, he could not find the road now, and wandered up and down the lonely moorlands and the dark forest rides, baffled and wearied, heartsick and full of dread. Thus he wandered, for ever seeking the way, and trying this one and that, until all his apparel was worn out, and his body was wasted away and his hair was grown long. and at length, from misery and hopelessness, he grew so weak that he thought that he must die. Then he descended slowly from the mountains, and thought to find a hermit, to whom he might tell all his misery before he died. But he could not find any harbourage, and so he crawled to a brook in a park, and sat there wondering why this evil fate had visited upon him, and grieving that now his beloved countess must be in wretchedness and sorrow by reason of his forgetting, and that never more could he hope to see her, and tell her how grieved he had been to cause her such pain. Then in a little while he swooned over the heat of the sun, from hunger and weakness, and lay half in and half out of the brook. It befell that a widowed lady, to whom the brook and the land belonged, came walking in the fields with her maids, and one of them saw the figure of Sir Owen, and half fearful, she went up to him and found him faintly breathing. The widow lady had him taken into the farmstead of one of her tenants, and there he was tended carefully until he came again to his senses, and with the good care, meat, drink, and medicaments, he soon began to thrive again. He asked the man of the house who it was that had brought him there. "It was Our Lady of the Moors," said the man sadly, "and though she is herself in sore straits and narrowly bestead by a cruel and oppressive earl, who would rob her of these last few acres, yet she hath ever a tender heart for those in greater distress than herself." "It grieves me," said Sir Owen, "that the lady is oppressed by that felon earl. He should be hindered, and that sternly." "Ay," said the man, "he would cease his wrongful dealing if she would wed him, but she cannot abide the evil face of him." Ever and anon the Lady of the Moors sent one of her maidens to learn how the stranger was progressing, and the maiden came one day when Sir Owen was quite recovered, and she was greatly astounded to see how comely a man he was, and how straight and tall and knightly was his mien. As they sat talking, there came the jingle and the clatter of arms, and, looking forth, Sir Owen saw a large company of knights and men at arms pass down the road. And he inquired of the maiden who these were. "That is the Earl Arfog and his company," she said sadly, "and he goeth, as is his wont, to visit my mistress, and to insult her, and to treat her unmannerly, and to threaten that he will drive her from the one remaining roof tree she possesses. And so he will and his knights sit eating and drinking till night, and great will my lady's sorrow that she hath no one to protect her." They talked of other things for a while, and then said Sir Owen: "Hath thy mistress a suit of armour and a destrier in her possession?" "She hath indeed, the best in the world," said the maiden, "for they belong to her late husband, the Lord of the Moors." "Wilt thou go and get them for me for a loan?" he asked. "I will," said the maiden, and wondered what he would do with them. Before the day was past there came a beautiful black steed, upon which was a beechen saddle, and a suit of armour, both for man and horse. And Owen armed himself, and when it was dark he went forth and stationed himself under a great oak, where none could see him. When the earl, elated with insolence and wine, came back that way, shouting and rolling in his saddle, Owen marked him as he rode. He dashed out at him, and so fiercely swift was he, and so heavy were his blows, that he had beaten to earth those who were beside the earl, and the earl he had dragged from the saddle and laid him across his crupper, before the earl's companions were aware of what was done. As the countess sat in the hall, sadly thinking how soon the craven earl would thrust her out of her home, there came the beat of hoofs. The great door of the manor swung open, and a tall knight in black armour strode in, thrusting another knight before him. "I am the stranger whom ye rescued from death, my lady," said Sir Owen, bowing, "and this is the rascally enemy, the Earl Arfog." "Look you, churl in armour," said Owen, shaking the other till every piece of steel upon him rattled, "if you do not instantly crave pardon humbly of this lady, and restore unto her everything that you have robbed of her, I swear to you by the name of the great Arthur, I will shear your head from your shoulders." In great terror the earl, who, since he oppressed women, was an abject coward, sank upon his knees and promised to restore all he had ever taken from the lady, as a ransom for his life, and for his freedom he would give her many rich farms and manors, and hostages as surety. 2 more days Sir Owen stayed at the manor, to see that these things were duly performed, and then he took his departure. "I would that you could stay with us," said the lady, who was sweet and gentle, with kindly eyes and a soft voice. "Lady, I may not," said Sir Owen. "I seek my dear wife in her dominions, and have been seeking them these many months, but I fear me some evil necromancy hath been reared against me, so that I may not find her again, and she must be in much sorrow and misery in my absence. And if I never see my lady in life again, yet must I seek her until I die." "What is the name of your lady, and of her dominions?" asked the lady. "She is the Lady Carol, Countess of the Fountain," answered Sir Owen. "Do you know aught of her, and in which direction her hands lie?" The lady caused inquiries to be made, and her foresters said that the lady's lands of the fountain lay 15 leagues beyond the mountains, and that his way lay through the Wisht Wood, the Dead Valley, and the hill of the Tower of Stone, and only a knight of great valour could hope to win through these places, which were the haunt of warlocks, wizards, and trolls, and full of magic both black and white. Joyously Sir Owen mounted his horse, glad to learn that now he might hope to find his countess again, and the Lady of the Moors wished him God speed, and looked after him long and earnestly till he disappeared into a forest. He journeyed 3 days through the wished wood, and many were the dreadful things he saw and heard there, and great eyes, green and black and yellow, peered at him from the bushes as he sat over his fire at night. But he clasped the blue stone which the troll Decet had given him, and naught could hurt him. On the 4th day he descended into the Dead Valley, and here he was like to die, for the air was so thick and filled with the poison of witches who haunted there at night, that if he had not ridden fiercely and fast through its deathly vapours, he could not have reached the slopes of the hill of the Tower of Stone, where the air was pure and blew out of a clean sky. Long and toilsome and exceedingly steep was the way up the side of the mountain, and many times Sir Owen thought he would have to sink down for sheer weariness, and it was dark night before he reached level ground, and he could not see where he was or what place he was in. But having said his prayers, fed his horse, and eaten from the scrip which the Lady of the Moors had made for him, he lay down beside a thick bush and slept soundly. Many were the terrible sounds that came from far below, where fierce witches and warlocks battled and tore each other in the Dead Valley. But Sir Owen was so overcome that he awoke not. And just as the morning broke, a great serpent issued from a rock near where he lay, and crept towards him to slay him. Sir Owen still lay asleep, and the huge creature reared its head to strike. But at that moment a great brown bear, that had sat near Sir Owen through the night, leaped forward with a fierce growl and gripped the serpent by the head, and the serpent hissed and writhed. With the noise of the struggle Sir Owen awoke, and marvelled to see the two animals closed in deadly combat. He drew his sword and slew the serpent, and having wiped his weapon, he went to his horse and led it forward. But the bear followed him and played about him, as if it was a greyhound that he had reared. And Sir Owen stopped and said, "This is a marvel, Sir Bear, that you would follow me gambling, because I slew the serpent. Are ye so grateful then, or is it that ye have been captive unto men, and are fain to see one in this desolate waste?" The bear gambled as if pleased to hear him speak, and went on a little way and looked back as if to see that the knight was following. And when Sir Owen would go another way, the bear stamped his foot, so at length with a laugh Sir Owen said that he would follow the way he wished. Wild was that place and rocky, full of great boulders and with deep pits obscured by bushes. Full irksome was it to pass through, for besides the slipperiness of the way, the sun shone pitilessly down, and its heat was returned by the hard rocks, and there was no water. If the bear had not led him, Sir Owen would have missed his footing many times, and been hurled down one of the many chasms that yawned everywhere. At length Sir Owen became faint with hunger, and he dismounted and tethered his horse to a leafless thorn. Then he went and lay in the shadow of an enormous rock that reared up like a huge tower, and the bear looked at him for a little while, and then disappeared. Sir Owen wondered sadly whether he would ever win through the perils that encompassed him, and see again the lady whom he loved best in all the world. And weak with famine, he doubted whether he should not leave his bones to bleach beside the great rock. Then he looked and saw the bear coming towards him, and it carried a roebuck, freshly slain, which it brought and laid at Sir Owen's feet. The knight sprang up with a glad cry, and struck fire with his flint, and the bear brought dried sticks, and soon a fire was blazing, and juicy collops were spluttering on the skewers before the fire. When Sir Owen had finished eating, the bear seemed to wish him to follow him, and the bear led him to a brook in a little green patch, and there the knight quenched his thirst. By now it was twilight again, and Sir Owen made up the fire and prepared himself to slumber, and the bear lay down beside him and blinked at the fire like a great dog. The knight saw the sun far in the west dip beneath a cloud, and a cold wind blew across the waste. And then he heard a sigh from somewhere behind him, and then another, and again a third, and the sound seemed to come from within the towering stone. "If thou art a mortal, speak to me, but if thou art some evil thing of this waste, avaunt thee." A voice, soft and sad, replied, "A mortal I am indeed, but soon I shall be dead, and as cold as the stone in which I am imprisoned, unless one man help me." The stone was so thick that the voices of both were muffled, so that neither recognized the other. Sir Owen asked who it was that spoke to him. "I am Elined, handmaiden of the Lady of the Fountain," was the reply. "Alas, alas!" cried Sir Owen. "Then if thou art in so sore a pass, thou who wouldst guard my lady till thy death, surely my dear lady is in a worse pass. I am Owen, who won her in the jousts, and by evil fortune left her for more than a night and a day, and never have I been able to find my way back to my beloved lady. Tell me, damsel, what evil hath befallen her, and how may I avenge it instantly?" "Glad I am, Sir Owen," cried the maiden joyfully, "to hear thou art still in life, and that thou wert not faithless, as the evil Sir Dewin said thou wert. 'Twas his evil magic that changed the landscape as thou didst ride, and so hid the way from thee. Naught evil hath my lady suffered yet, nor never will now if thou canst save me this night. But he hath changed my brother, Decet of the Mound, into some monstrous shape, and me he hath chained within this stone. Yet for 77 days my magic kept him from doing further ill to my lady and me, and that space ends this midnight. Therefore am I glad that the good fate hath led thee here. Now go thee and hide until Sir Dewin and his two evil sons come, and when they would make a fire whereon to burn me, do thou cut them down and burn them, for so shall all their evil power be stayed.' Much as Sir Owen wished to ask how his countess had fared through the time of his absence, he stole away, after he had stamped out his fire. Towards midnight there came a great roaring wind, and a shower of hailstones, and thunder and lightning, and he saw three great black shapes descend from the sky. And he knew that these were the evil wizard knights, Sir Dewin and his two sons. They alighted upon the hill and near the Tower of Stone, and took the shapes of men. Instantly they began to gather wood and to make a huge heap, and Sir Dewin made witch fire, and began to light the pile. Then Sir Owen crept up in the dark, and the bear went with him. And as the wizard bent to light the fire, Sir Owen raised his sword and chopped off the wizard's head, so that it hopped into the fire. The bear had gone behind the two sons and now clawed them together, and though they struggled fiercely to get loose, the bear hugged them so tightly that they could not move, and Sir Owen slew them both with his sword. Then together they heaped the three evil warlocks on the fire and saw them burn. And when the last of them was consumed in the fierce heat of the fire, Sir Owen felt a hand seize his, and turning, he marvelled to see Decet the Mound Man smiling into his face. 'Good luck hath been thy guide, Sir Knight,' said the troll, 'and thou hast released me from the evil dumb state into which the wizard did change me. But all the happiness that hath been thine and shall be thine again, thou owest to thy constancy and thy devotion to the lady thou lovest best.' 'Glad am I, good troll, to see thee again,' said Sir Owen, 'and glad shall I be to see my dear lady again. Now let us release her faithful handmaiden, thy sister.' With the master words which moved the living rock, the troll caused the stone to open, and Elined stepped forth, exceeding glad to see Sir Owen and her brother again, and to feel the free air upon her cheeks. When it was morning they went on their way with great gladness, and when they reached the city of the fountain the countess could not speak for joy, and all her sadness fled, and in an hour her happiness was greater than her misery had been for all the months of her sorrow. The bells throughout the city were set ringing, and there was public rejoicing through the length and breadth of the land, for all were glad exceedingly that their dear lady was happy, and that their lord was come to his own again. Never again did Sir Owen leave his lady while she lived. Elined was advanced to the place of chief lady of the household, while Decet was made head huntsman, because he loved the forest, and knew the ways of every bird and beast that lived therein. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Carrie Sims of Word Podcast. That's WURD Podcast.
Chapter 9 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls, by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 9 of Sir Lancelot and the Fair Maid of Astolat. It befell on a time that King Arthur made proclamation of a great joust and tournament, which should be holden at Camelot 15 days after the feast of the Assumption. The noise of it went forth throughout all the king's dominions, and knights and barons and earls and kings made haste to get them ready to go thither. Sir Lancelot had but lately been sore wounded, and told the king that he could not hope to be at the joust, for fear that his wound might break forth afresh. The king was much aggrieved thereat, and would fain have made proclamation to put off the joust, but that many knights were already set forth from distant places, and great would be the disappointment. Therefore, on the day that the king was to journey from London to Camelot, he set forth with a heavy heart. For though he knew there would be many a brave onfall and stout bickering, yet, as Sir Lancelot had become the most valiant knight in all the island of Britain, the king had greatly desired that the knight should show how he excelled all the doughty warriors that would come from all parts. When all the knights had gone from the king's palace in London, Sir Lancelot pined in the great hall. The chatter of the ladies and the tricks of the pages became irksome to him, and he began to think how gay must be the company of knights of the Round Table as they rode through the leafy country ways towards Camelot, with the great Arthur at their head. "I will see the king's leech," he said to himself, "and bid him give me some medicament that shall strengthen my wound, for I cannot abide that I stay here like some toothless old hound while his fellows are gone to the hunting." So Sir Lancelot betook him to the lodge of Morgan Todd, the king's physician, but found that he too had gone with the king. When Sir Lancelot was turning away, sore aggrieved and angry, the man that had opened the door to him cried, "Be not vexed, Sir Lancelot, for I wot well you would rather go with the king than nurse the wound of thine. Come down then, and let me advise thee." Sir Lancelot, thinking this would be the chief disciple or pupil of Morgan Todd, dismounted and followed the man that had spoken, who was old and thin and gnarled, with beady black eyes. When he examined Sir Lancelot's wound, the old man smiled strangely and said: "If ye but take common care of thy wound, 'twill not break out again. But your heart was ever bigger than your wit, Sir Knight. Thou wilt do more than any other knight, and in thy strength ye may well maim yourself." "Then may I go to Camelot to the jousting?" asked Sir Lancelot. "Aye, ye may go," said the leech, "but hearken, stay not on the way at Astolat. If ye do so, ye shall leave so great a wound there on one that will not harm thee, that the ill shall cause thee woe out of all measure." "Keep thy counsel, good leech," said Lancelot with a laugh. "I hurt none that desire not my hurt. And for the rest, I will take the adventure that God will send me." Sir Lancelot set out forthwith, thinking naught of what the leech had said. By eventide he came to Astolat, and looking about for a lodging, he suddenly remembered the words of the leech. "I will beg lodging outside the town," he said, smiling gravely. "So I do not stay in the town, I might escape the ill which the old croaker spoke of." He saw the manor house of a baron beside the way, and begged a lodging there for the night, which was freely and most courteously granted unto him. The baron was an old man, of reverend aspect, named Sir Bernard, and he welcomed Sir Lancelot warmly, though he knew him not. At meat they were all very merry, and with Sir Bernard were his 2 sons, handsome youths, but lately made knights. There was also a young damsel, named Elaine the Fair, the daughter of Sir Bernard. But Sir Lancelot, though he saw how sweet and gentle she was, noted her not overmuch. Neither she nor Sir Lavaine, the younger son, could bear to take their eyes from the face of Sir Lancelot, for there was so magnificent yet gentle an air about that great knight, that they deemed he must be some very brave and noble warrior. Sir Lancelot told them it was in his mind to go to the jousts at Camelot. Laughingly he turned to Sir Bernard and said: "Fair sir, I would pray you lend me a shield that may not be greatly known, for mine has too much been seen by warriors." "Sir," replied the old baron, "I will gladly give you what you desire, for I am sure you are one of the likeliest knights of the world. This, my eldest son, Sir Tyr, whom you see yet hath the pallor of sickness, was hurt on the day on which the great Sir Tristram of Lyonesse gave him knighthood, and as he cannot now ride, he shall have his shield." "Sir, I thank you," replied Sir Lancelot, "for showing me such friendship." "And I would crave a service of you," went on Sir Bernard. "My younger son here, Sir Lavaine, is eager to go out with some knight of proved valour and prowess, and as my heart goeth unto you and believeth thee to be a knight of great nobility, I beseech that you let him ride with you tomorrow." "I shall be pleased indeed to have the young knight ride with me," replied Sir Lancelot. "Would it please you, sir," asked Sir Bernard, "to tell us your name?" "Not at this time, sir," replied Lancelot. "But if God give me grace at the jousts, and I win honour there, I will of a surety return and tell you." Sir Lancelot, with his nobleness and courtesy, and his tales of fair ladies and brave knights, so won upon them all that it was late ere they each departed to their beds. The maiden Elaine thought she had never seen or heard a knight so full of gentleness, yet withal so martial of mien, as this stranger who would not tell his name. In the morning Sir Lancelot made himself ready to depart, and the maid Elaine lingered long about her brother, and would never say that she had really buckled the last strap of his armour. Then, when at length she could keep them no longer, she came up to Sir Lancelot, with a face all pale and red by turns, yet striving to laugh away her fear. "Sir," she said, "I wish you noble deeds at the joust, and much fame. Sir, I have never had a knight wear favour of mine. Therefore, lord, will you wear a token of mine in your helm for good fortune?" Lancelot looked down into the lovely face and smiled. "Fair damsel," he said gently, "if I granted you that, I should do more for you than ever I have done for any dame or damsel living." At that she thought he refused, and the tears sprang like jewels into her blue eyes, and she turned away. Sir Lancelot was grieved to think his refusal hurt one that seemed so sweet and gentle. Then he remembered that he desired to go to the jousts disguised, and he bethought himself that if he wore a lady's token on his helm, no one would recognize him, for all knew that never would he consent to wear such things in joust or tournament, as was the custom of many knights. "Stay, fair damsel," he said kindly. "I will grant you to wear a token of yours upon my helm. Therefore, bring it to me." Instantly the face of Elaine shone with joy and pride, as she looked up quickly at the great steel-clad figure on the horse beside her. Then, quickly running, she brought what she had had in her mind he should wear. "See," she said, giving it into his hand, "it is a sleeve of mine, of scarlet samite, embroidered with great pearls." "I will wear it at the jousts, fair maiden," said he, "for the sake of the kindness you and yours have shown me. And will you keep the shield which is mine own against the time when I shall return? For I will take thy brother's."
"I will keep it in my own room," said Elaine, "and will see that it doth not tarnish."
Then Sir Lancelot and young Sir Lavaine rode forth, each bearing a white shield, as if both were young knights who had not yet done some deed, in memory whereof they could blazon a device upon their shields. So they rode to Camelot, where they found the narrow streets of the little town packed with the press of knights, dukes, earls, and barons come to take part in the jousts. Sir Lancelot gave them lodgings with a rich burgess, and so privily and closely did they keep the house that none knew they were there. On the day of the jousts, the trumpet began to blow in the field where they should be held. King Arthur sat on a great scaffold which was raised at one end, to judge who did the best in the jousting. So great was the press of folk, both noble and common, earl and chief, that many did marvel to think that the realm of Britain held so many people. The knights held themselves in two parties, and went to either end of the lists. Some called themselves the band of Arthur, and would fight all comers, and among them were Sir Palomides, Sir Con of Ireland, Sir Sagramore, Sir Kay the Seneschal, Sir Griflet, Sir Mordred, Sir Galanon, and Sir Saffray, all knights of the Round Table. On the other side were the King of Northgalis, the Knight of Swordlands, Sir Galahalt the Proud, and other knights of the north. These were the smaller party, yet were they very valiant knights. Sir Lancelot made him ready with the others, and fashioned the red sleeve upon his helm. But it was in his mind to see which party fared the worst before he would choose his part, for ever Sir Lancelot liked a task which was not easy. So he rode forth with Sir Lavaine into a little wood upon a knoll, whence they could look into the lists and see the knights hurtle and crash together. Soon they saw the knights of King Arthur's band come against the northern knights, and many of the latter were smitten down. Then he saw how the King of Northgalis and the King of Swordlands with a few knights made a bold and brave stand against the many knights of King Arthur's Round Table. "See," said Sir Lancelot to Sir Lavaine, "how that company of knights hold out against that great press. They are like brave boars in the midst of the hounds." "Ye say truth," said Sir Lavaine, "they are indeed brave souls." "Now," said Sir Lancelot, "if you will help me a little, you will see that great company can go back more quickly than they came forward." "Sir, spare not," said the young knight, "and I will do what I may." Sir Lancelot spurred forward into the lists, and so fierce was his onslaught and so hard was his blow that with one spear he overthrew Sir Sagramore, Sir Kay, Sir Griflet, and Sir Saffray, and with another spear he smote down 5 others. Thereupon the northern knights were much comforted, and greeted the strange knight full courteously, though they wondered that he had but a white shield. Then the band of Arthur's knights took counsel, and gathered together Sir Bors, Sir Ector de Maris, Sir Lionel, Sir Blamor, and 5 others. These were all mighty knights, and all were great fighters and close kin to Sir Lancelot. They resolved to rebuke the 2 stranger knights with white shields whom they knew not, and chiefly him with the lady's sleeve upon his helm did they seek to bring to the dust. Again the knights hurled mightily together, and Sir Bors, Sir Ector, and Sir Lionel drove at Sir Lancelot, and so great was their force that they smote Sir Lancelot's horse to the ground. By ill hap, the spear of Sir Bors pierced through his cousin's shield into his side, and the head of the lance broke off and remained in the wound. Then Sir Lavaine, seeing his friend prone, did mightily assault Sir Mordred, who was on the other side, and hurled him to the ground, and, bringing Sir Mordred's horse to Sir Lancelot, he helped him to mount. Sir Lancelot was exceeding wroth, and took a great strong spear and smote Sir Bors, both horse and knight, to the ground, and likewise he served Sir Ector and Sir Lionel and 4 other knights. The others retreated, for they feared his great strength. "I marvel who is that knight that hath the red sleeve in his helm," said King Arthur to Sir Gawaine, who sat with him. "Sir," said the other, "he will be known ere he depart." When the king caused the trumpet to sound at the end of the day's jousting, the heralds cried that the prize was to go to the knight with the red sleeve. But when the northern knights came to Sir Lancelot and would have him go to the king and take the prize, he said: "Fair lords, let me depart, I pray you, for I have bought my victory with my life, and now I would rather have quiet than all the wealth of the world." Forthwith he galloped away with Sir Lavaine, until they came to a great forest, and then Sir Lancelot groaned and said he could go no further, and forthwith he fell from his horse in a great swoon. Sir Lavaine went to find water in the wood, and had to go far ere he found it. But presently he saw a clearing, and there was a little hermitage, and a stream running by. Sir Lavaine called the hermit, who was a man full reverend and noble of aspect, and told him how his friend lay in a deathly swoon. In a little while they had brought Sir Lancelot to the hermitage, where the hermit took out the head of the spear, and bound up the wound, and gave the knight a strong cordial. Anon he was refreshed, and came to his senses again. At the lodging of the king in Camelot, men spoke of the jousts, and wondered who might be the knight who had won the prize, and who had been injured as the northern knights had reported. Though King Arthur had it in his mind that it had been Sir Lancelot, he hoped it was not, for it grieved him much to think that Sir Lancelot was so badly wounded. Next day the court journeyed towards London, and rested for the night at Astolat, and, the town being full, it chanced that Sir Gawaine went to the manor of Sir Bernard, which lay just outside the city. When he had dined, the old knight Sir Bernard began to speak to him, and to ask him who had done the best at the jousts at Camelot. Ever since he had arrived, Sir Gawaine had seen how the fair girl, the daughter of the knight who had attended upon him, was pale and thoughtful, and now she looked white and red by turns as he began to speak. "There were 2 knights," said Sir Gawaine, "who each bore a white shield, and one had a red sleeve upon his helmet." Sir Gawaine saw how the damsel clasped her hands together, and her face lit up with a great light, and her eyes were bright and proud. "And I swear that never saw I so valiant and stout a knight as he," said Sir Gawaine. "For I dare swear that he beat down 20 knights of the Round Table, and his fellow also did well."
"Now blessed be of God," said the fair maid of Astolat with a great cry of joy, "that the good knight sped so well, for he is the one man in the world whom I have ever loved, and truly he shall be the last man that ever after I shall love."
"Then you do not know his name?" asked Sir Gawaine.
"Nay, I know it not," said Elaine, "nor whence he came, but I know that I love him and none other." Then they told Sir Gawaine how they had first had knowledge of the strange knight, and the damsel said that he had left her his shield in place of the white one he had taken, so that none should know him. Sir Gawaine begged that she would fetch it from her chamber. Elaine brought it, and drew it from the case of leather in which she had wrapped it, and said, "See, there is no spot of rust upon it, for I cleaned it with my own hands every day."
"Alas," said Sir Gawaine when he saw the device upon the shield, "now my heart is full heavier than it hath ever been."
"Why? Oh, why?"
cried Elaine, and stood pale and breathless. "Is the knight that owneth that shield your love?" asked Gawaine.
"Yes, truly," said the maiden, "I love him." And then sadly she said, "But would that he should tell me that I was also his love."
"However that be," said Sir Gawaine, "you should know that you love the noblest knight in all the world, the most honorable and one of the most worth."
"So thought me ever," said the maid of Astolat, proudly smiling, "for never have I seen a knight that I could love but that one."
"And never hath he borne token or sign of any lady or gentlewoman before he bore thine," said Sir Gawaine. At these words the maid Elaine could have swooned for very joy, for she deemed that Sir Lancelot had borne her token for love of her. Therefore she was cast more deeply in love with him than ever. "But I dread me," went on Sir Gawaine, "for fear we may never see him in this life again."
"Alas! Alas!"
cried Elaine, throwing herself at the feet of the knight and clutching his arm tightly, while she gazed with terror into his face.
"How may this be? Oh, say not that he is his—"
She could not say the word, but Sir Gawaine made answer. "I say not so, but wit ye well that he is grievously wounded."
"Alas!" cried Elaine, "where is his hurt? Where is he? Oh, I will go to him instantly."
She rose, wildly wringing her slender hands. "Truly," said Sir Gawaine, who, though a great warrior, was a slow talker, and had no thought of the sorrow of the poor maid, "the man that hurt him was one that would least have hurt him had he known. And when he shall know it, there will be the most sorrow he hath ever had."
"Ah, but say," cried Elaine, "where doth my lord lie wounded?"
"Truly," replied Gawaine, "no man knoweth where he may lie, for he went off at a great gallop, and though I and others of King Arthur's knights did seek him within 6 or 7 miles of Camelot, we did not come upon him."
"Now, dear father," said the maid Elaine, and the tears welled from her eyes, "I require you give me leave to ride and seek him that I love, or else I know well I shall go out of my mind, for I may never rest until I learn of him, and find him and my brother Sir Lavaine." So the maid Elaine made her ready, weeping sorely, and her father bade 2 men-at-arms go with her to guard and guide her on her quest. When she came to Camelot, for 2 days was her seeking in vain, and hardly could she eat or sleep for her trouble. It happened on the 3rd day, as she crossed a plain, she saw a knight with 2 horses, riding as if he exercised them, and by his gestures she recognized him at length, and it was her brother. She spurred her horse eagerly and rode towards Sir Lavaine, crying with a loud voice, "Lavaine, Lavaine, tell me how is my lord Sir Lancelot?" Her brother came forward, rejoicing to see her, but he asked how she had learned that the stranger knight was Sir Lancelot, and she told him. "My lord hath never told me who he was," said Lavaine, "but the holy hermit who hath harboured him knew him and told me. And for days my lord has been wandering and distraught with his fever, but now he is better." "It pleases me greatly to hear that," said Elaine.
When Sir Lavaine took her into the room where lay Sir Lancelot, so sick and pale in his bed she could not speak, but suddenly fell into a swoon. And when she came to her senses again, she sighed and said: "My lord Sir Lancelot, alas, why are ye in so sad a plight?" Therewith she almost swooned again. But Sir Lancelot prayed Sir Lavaine to take her up and bring her to him. And she came to herself again, and Sir Lancelot kissed her and said: "Fair maid, why fare ye thus? It hurts me to see your sorrow, for this hurt of mine is of little account to cause you to grieve in this wise. If ye come to minister to me, why, truly ye are most welcome, and ye shall quickly heal me, by the grace of God, and make me whole again."
"I would gladly serve you till you are well again," said the maid.
"I thank you, fair Elaine," replied the knight, "but I marvel how ye knew my name."
"It was by Sir Gawaine, fair lord," said the damsel, "for he lodged at my father's house and saw your shield."
Sir Lancelot's heart was heavy at these words, for he foreboded sorrow from his adventure. Afterwards, the maid Elaine never went from Sir Lancelot, but watched him day and night, and gave such comfort to him that never woman did more kindly nurse a wounded man than she. Sir Lancelot was full courteous and kindly in his turn, never giving more trouble than he could avoid. Both were of good cheer and merry together, for Sir Lancelot deemed not as yet that the maid loved him deeply, and the maid was glad to be with him and to do him all the service that she could. Then, in a little while, came Sir Bors, the knight who had wounded Sir Lancelot, who was also his cousin, and Sir Bors lamented sorely that his had been the arm that had given his kinsman so sore a wound. But Sir Lancelot prayed him not to grieve, and said: "I have that which I deserved, for in my pride I was nigh slain, for I had given thee my cousin warning of my being there. I had not been hurt. Therefore let us leave off speaking thereof, and find some remedy so that I may soon be whole." "Fair cousin," said Sir Bors as he leaned on the bed, speaking in a low voice, "there is one nigh thee, or I am much in error, that will not know whether to be glad or sorry when thou shalt be hale enough to ride away." "What dost thou mean?" asked Sir Lancelot.
"Is this she that is so busy about thee? Is she the lady that men call the Lily Maid of Astolat?"
"She is," replied Sir Lancelot, "and kindlier nurse hath never man found."
"It is easy to see she loveth her task," said Sir Bors, and he was full of pity and kindness for the fair meek maid, "seeing that she loveth thee."
"Nay, man, nay, that cannot be," said Sir Lancelot, half angry and half denying. "She hath come to me because I was sick, and because I wore her token in my helm, that's all."
"Wise art thou in all knightly prowess, Sir Lancelot," said Sir Bors, "and full courteous and kindly art thou to all ladies and damsels. But I fear thou knowest not the heart of this fair maid, for it hath been easy for me to see by her looks this way, how she is jealous of my talking to thee, and I know from her diligence about thee that she loveth thee with all her heart."
"If that be so, then by heaven I sorrow it is so," said Sir Lancelot heavily, "and I must send her from me forthwith."
"Why shouldst thou do that, fair cousin?" said Sir Bors. "She is a passing fair damsel and well taught, and I would thou couldst love her in return. But as to that, I may not nor dare not counsel thee, for I know that love blows where it listeth, and will be forced by none."
"It repenteth me sorely," said Sir Lancelot, and he was heavy in his spirit thereafter, and was eager to get whole again and to go away. In 4 or 5 days he made a plot with Sir Bors that he should rise and clothe himself in his armour and get upon his horse, and in this way show to the hermit and to the maid Elaine that indeed and in truth he was strong enough to ride forth. Therefore they made excuses, and sent both the hermit and the maid away into the forest to gather herbs. Sir Lancelot rose from his bed, and Sir Bors helped him to put on his armour and to mount his horse. And so eager was the knight to feel that he was hale again that he put his lance in rest and spurred his horse, and so furiously did he ride across the mead as if he rode at a night, that of a sudden his wound broke out again, and he swooned and fell from his horse to the ground. Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine made great sorrow and dole as they raised him and carried him back to the hermitage. It befell that Elaine, who had not gone far, heard their cries and came running swiftly, and seeing Sir Lancelot borne between them pale as with death, she cried and wept, and kneeled beside him and put her arms about his neck, and kissed him many times, and called to him to wake him.
"O traitors that ye are!" she cried to her brother and to Sir Bors, "why have ye let him go from his bed? Oh, if ye have slain him, I will denounce you for his murderers."
Therewith came the holy hermit, and was right wroth, and they put Sir Lancelot to bed again, and the hermit stanched the wound, and gave the knight a cordial, so that he awoke out of his swoon. "Why have ye put your life in jeopardy thus?" asked the hermit. "For that I was weary of being here," said Sir Lancelot, "and I would ride forth again." "Ah, Sir Lancelot," said the hermit, "your heart and your courage will never be done till your last day. But now ye must do as I command, and stay till I say ye are hale again." Soon after this Sir Bors departed, and the hermit promised that if he came back in a month, Sir Lancelot would be ready to depart with him. Thus Sir Lancelot stayed in the hermitage, and ever did the fair maid Elaine labour with diligence day and night to heal and comfort him, and to keep the time from wearying him. And never was child meeker to her parent, nor wife kinder to her husband, nor mother sweeter and more tender to her child than Elaine was to Sir Lancelot. The knight sorrowed that this was so, and he ever bore himself courteous, but not familiar in speech, for it grieved him that he had no love in his heart for her, however deep might be her love for him. When the month was over, Sir Bors returned, and found Sir Lancelot walking about the forest, hale and strong again, and eager to be riding. In a day they all made them ready to depart from the hermit, and to go to King Arthur's court, which was then in London. The Lily Maid went with them, sad that all her loving care was now ending, but glad to see the noble air with which Sir Lancelot bestrode his horse, and thankful that sometimes, as they rode upon their way, he turned to her smiling gravely, and spoke of the bright sunlight, the birds and the trees they saw, and the company and travellers they passed. Then they came to Astolat, and Sir Bernard gave them all great welcome, and they were well feasted and well lodged. On the morrow, when they should depart, the maid Elaine was pale and very quiet, until Sir Lancelot came into the hall to say farewell. Then the maid, bringing her father and her two brothers with her, went up to Sir Lancelot and said: "My lord, now I see that ye will depart. But oh, do thou have mercy upon me, for I must say that which damsels and gentlewomen are not used to say." Sir Lancelot, with a grave, sad face, looked at her, and knew what she would say, and in very heaviness of spirit replied: "Lady, it grieves me that I have unwittingly put such grief upon you."
"Oh, most fair and gracious knight, suffer me not to die for love of you," cried Elaine, and looked most piteously and wanly upon him. "Oh, I would have none but you to be my husband."
"Fair damsel," replied Sir Lancelot, "heavy is my grief to refuse you, but I have not turned my mind to marriage."
"Alas," said Elaine, and smiled sadly, "then there is no more to be said."
"Fair maid, I would that ye would seek some knight more worthy of you," said Sir Lancelot. "When I am gone, do you set your heart upon some friend or kinsman, and for all the kindness ye have shown me, I will settle upon you 1,000 pounds yearly."
"Oh, of all this," said the Lily Maid, "I will have none. For if you will not love me, wit ye well, Sir Lancelot, my happy days are done."
"Say it not, fair maid," said the knight, "for many years and much love should be yours." But with a cry Elaine fell to the ground in a swoon, and her gentlewomen bore her into her chamber and sorrowed over her. In great heaviness Sir Lancelot would depart, and went to his horse to mount it, and Sir Lavaine went with him. "What would you do?" asked Sir Lancelot of him. "What should I do," said Sir Lavaine, "but follow you, unless you drive me from you?" "I cannot do that, so come with me," said Sir Lancelot. Then Sir Bernard came unto the knight, and said, lifting his grey head and wrinkled and reverend face to Sir Lancelot as he bestrode his horse: "Sir, I think my daughter Elaine will die for your sake, for ever was she quiet, but strong in mood, and of a very fond heart." "It must not be," said Sir Lancelot, "but do thou cheer her, and when I am gone she will forget me. Never did I do or say aught but what a good knight should, and never made as if I cared for her. But I am right sorry to cause her distress, for she is a full fair maid, good and gentle, and sweet of voice and mood." "Father," said Sir Lavaine, "my sister Elaine doeth as I do. For since I first saw my lord Lancelot, I could never depart from him, nor never will I if I may follow him." Night and day did the fair maid Elaine sorrow in silence, so that she never slept, ate, or drank. At the end of 10 days, her ghostly father bade her leave such grief and change her thoughts.
"Nay," she said, "I may not, and I would not if I could. And I do no sin to love the most peerless knight in all the world, the most gentle and courteous of men, and the greatest in all nobility. Therefore, as I know I may not live, do thou shrive me, good father, for I must needs pass out of this world."
Then she confessed her sins and was shriven, and anon she called her father and her brother, Sir Tirre, and begged that they should do as she desired as to her burial, and they promised. In a little while she died, and a letter was put into her cold hand, and she was placed in a fair bed, with all the richest clothes she had about her. Then they carried her on the bed in a chariot, slowly, with many prayers and with much weeping, to the Thames, and there they put her and the bed in a barge. Over all the bed and the barge, except her fair face, was placed a cloak of black samite, and an old and faithful servant of the house stepped into the barge to guide it. They let it go from them with great grief, and the aged man steered it down the river towards London, where was the court of Arthur. It happened that, as the king and his queen were going from a window of the palace which looked upon the Thames, they saw the black barge, and marvelled what it might mean. The king made the barge to be held fast, and took the queen's hand, and with many knights went down to the water's edge, and there they saw a fair gentlewoman lying on a rich bed, and she lay as if she slept. The king took the letter gently from the fair hand which held it, and went into his court, and ordered all his knights to assemble, and then opened the letter and read what was written. The words were these: Most noble knight, my lord Sir Lancelot du Lake, now hath death come to me, seeing that you would not give me your love. Yet do thou do this little thing I ask, now that I am dead, for I ask thee to pray for my soul, and to bury me, and think of me sometimes. Pray for my soul, and think of me, as thou art a knight peerless and most gentle. Sir Lancelot heard it word by word, and went pale as ashes, so that men marvelled to see his sorrow. When it was finished, he said: My lord King Arthur, wit ye well that I am right heavy for the death of this fair damsel. God knoweth that I was never causer of her death by my will, as her brother Sir Lavaine here will avouch for me. She was both fair and good, and exceeding kind to me when I was wounded, but she loved me out of all measure, and of that I was sore heavy. He might have loved her, said the queen, weeping for sorrow at the hapless fate of one so fair and fond. Madam, said Sir Lancelot, I could not be constrained to love her, but I sorrow for her death exceedingly. True it is, said the king, that love is freer and never will be forced, for all the prayers that may be said to it. But thou wilt of thy worship bury this fair maid, Sir Lancelot? That will I do, said the knight, and in all richness and solemnity. Thus was it done, and all the knights of the Round Table sorrowfully followed the body of the fair Elaine to the grave. On her tomb, in letters of gold both thick and deep, were set these words: Here lieth the body of Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat, who died of a passing great love. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights, the tales retold for boys and girls, by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 10. How the three good knights achieved the Holy Grail. Now the time drew nigh, which had been foretold by Merlin, before he had been snared by a greater wizardry than his, and buried alive beneath the great stone in the forest of Bosilion. He had prophesied that, with the coming of King Arthur, the island of Britain should grow in strength and fame, and her knights should be more valiant and more pure in word and deed than the knights of any other land, but that in a little while they would become proud, and finding that none could withstand them, they would use their strength evilly. To the court of King Arthur, as he sat in London, came tidings of how his barons warred with each other in remoter parts of his dominions, seizing the strong castles of each other, putting one another to death, and forsaking the ways of the Holy Church of Christ, and turning to the idolatry of the old British pagans, some of whom still lurked and performed their evil rites in the desolate and secret places of the forests and the hills. The heart of the king was heavy as he sat thinking, and he wondered why this evil was entering into the hearts of his knights and barons. He resolved to take good counsel, and therefore commanded his clerk to come to him, and bade him write down all his thoughts. Then he gave the letter to a trusty knight, named Sir Brewis, and bade him take it to the Archbishop of Britain, where he sat, an old and feeble man, in his great cathedral of St. Asaph, far on the verge of the Western Sea. He was the king's kinsman, and already known for his great sanctity as St. David. In a month the knight brought back the answer, which was in these words: The time draws nigh for the trial and testing of Britain. 3 good knights shall come to you, and you must pray that their spirit shall spread like fire in the hearts of all your knights. You shall have all my prayers, dear kinsmen, and I bid you say to all your knights, watch and pray. A few days later, when the king sat in hall before the great fire, for it was passing cold and the wintry wind snarled at the windows, the great door was flung open, and into the hall came 3 men bearing a wounded knight in armour upon his shield. When they had set him down, the knights that were with the king knew him for Sir Kay, the seneschal. And Sir Kay looked sourly about him, and bade those that carried him take him to his pallet, and fetch a leech, and not stand gaping like fools. "How now?" said Sir Gawaine. "Who hath tumbled thee, Sir Kay?" "A fool whose head I will raise from his shoulders when I am hale again," snapped Sir Kay as he was borne away to his bed. Then into the hall came a troll, and after the troll came a knight dressed all in white armour, who going towards the king knelt at his feet. "Sir," the knight said, "I would that ye make me a knight." "Of what lineage have ye come?" asked the king. "I am the only son left to my mother," replied the knight, "and she is the widow of Earl Evroc of the Wolds." "Ah," said the king, and frowned. Was he one of those turbulent lords of the north that now slay and war as if they were kin to the pagans, and threaten to bring ruin into my kingdom? "Nay, lord," said the young knight, "my father hath been dead these 20 years." "Then what is your name? What have ye done to deserve knighthood?" asked the king, who was angry at the hurt his old friend and foster brother Kay had received. "Sir, I am Perceval, who slew the dragon knight, and I am not yet made a knight." All those that stood there cried out in joy, and King Arthur raised the young knight from his knees and kissed him on both cheeks. "Fair young warrior, I knew thee not," said the king, "and I repent me my churlish speech. We all have heard your great deeds, and much have I longed to see ye, and many reproaches gave I to Sir Kay, whose churlish manner thrust you from my hall." "Sir," said Perceval, when he had clasped the hands of the knights, all of whom were eager to know him, "I vowed that I would not come to you until that I had avenged the blow which Sir Kay had given to my good friend Tod, who is my squire, and good fortune brought Sir Kay to me, or perhaps it was the will of heaven. For as I came riding hitherwards this morning, I saw in the snow where a hawk had torn a thrush, and the blood lay on the whiteness of the ground. I stopped and gazed upon it, for I thought of the white life of Christ, who gave his blood to save us all. Then I wondered whether the blood that he had shed upon the cruel cross would ever be so pitiful a thing in men's minds, that this dear Britain of ours would be rid of the evil which seems to be creeping into it, and in place thereof would turn as white as the sheets of snow that now lay over all the fields and ways. As I thought thus, I sank deeper and deeper into my thoughts. Suddenly I felt one strike me on the arm with the flat of his sword. I turned and saw a knight, who asked me why I gaped like a moon calf at the torn bird. I told him it was my pleasure so to do. He asked if it was my pleasure to have to do with him, but I said I would liefer pursue my thoughts again. Nevertheless, he would not let me in quiet, and I drew my sword and beat him in my anger to the ground. When my squire unlaced his helm, he knew him for Sir Kay, and told some passing men to bear him unto the court. So I have punished him both for the insult to my friend and squire, and to myself." Men marvelled at the quiet speech and gentle looks and manners of one whose fame for great deeds was in all men's mouths. And Sir Gawaine said, "Of a truth, young chieftain, it had served Sir Kay right if he had slain him, and he should thank thee for sparing him." The other knights agreed that Sir Kay had done most unknightly in thus picking a quarrel with one who had not offended, and he had merited defeat. Thereupon King Arthur knighted Perceval, and they made him great cheer and welcome, and the king knew in his heart that this was one of the 3 good knights whom St. David had spoken of, and he wondered who were the other 2. It chanced that 7 nights before, the good Sir Bors had fared forth from the court of Arthur to seek knightly adventures, and his spirit was joyful as he rode, for he felt that some great adventure was to come to him, howbeit he knew not why he felt this was to be. Northward he fared through the land, and the snow had not yet fallen, but so mild was the season that men's thoughts had stirred towards spring. For many days he journeyed, and the ways were more lonely, the country more desolate, the rocky hills more bare. He wondered why it was that the land seemed so forsaken, as if the folk had long since left the fields to become solitary wastes. At length it befell that one evening he could find no place wherein to shelter for the night. There was no hermit's cell, nor castle, nor knight's hold through all the way by which he had come that day. Towards twilight he came upon a wide moor, and the cold moon peered at him over the distant mountains. Far in the midst of the waste he saw a great pile, as of a castle, and pricked his horse towards it. It was indeed a castle, but its walls were broken and mossy, as if long years had passed since it housed fire and gay company. He rode over the drawbridge into the great courtyard, and the echo of his horse's hoofbeats was the only sound that greeted him. He sought the upper chambers, and found in one a rough bed of fern leaves, and having supped from the scrip he carried with him, he composed himself to sleep, glad that at least a roof and thick walls shielded him from the freezing cold which now swept over the land. Forthwith he slept, but at midnight he awoke and found it was deeply dark, and looking to the arrow slit in the wall he sought some friendly star. As he looked, a great red light burst through, and with that there came, thrusting fiercely, a great spear like a long flame, which darted at him, and then stayed just before him. The point of it burned blue and dazzling. As he lay marvelling, the spear went back a space. Then he grasped his sword that lay beside him, but before he could defend himself, the flaming spear dashed forward again, and smote him in the shoulder. Then the spear went back, and the chamber was deep dark again, and for very pain Sir Bors lay and groaned. Nor could he sleep more that night. When it was dawn he arose, thinking to ride forth, but when he went down into the courtyard to saddle his horse in the stable, he marvelled to see that where there had been an open ruined gateway the night before, was now a great black oaken door, spiked and bolted. For a long time he essayed by every means to get himself out of that castle, but he could not find a way. Yet never did he hear or see aught that showed that any one lived there. Many times he went throughout the place, but never found aught but ruin and emptiness, and the dust and darkness of long neglect everywhere. When 3 days had gone, Sir Bors was faint with the pain of his wound and the hunger with which he suffered. Then, as he sat beside his horse in its stall, he suddenly heard the clank of armour, and going forth into the courtyard saw a knight all armed, with his shield on his shoulder and his sword naked in his hand. Without a word the stranger darted at him, and hardly did Sir Bors have time to dress his shield, and then they lashed mightily at each other, and thrust and hewed sorely. Thus for half the day they fought, and so fiercely that soon Sir Bors had many wounds, so that blood oozed from the joints of his armour. But the other knight seemed to be unharmed, and never seemed to breathe heavily. Then Sir Bors became extremely wroth, and beat so fiercely upon the other that he pressed him always backward, until the stranger was nigh to the door of a chamber which opened into the courtyard, and suddenly he dashed backwards into the chamber and shut the door. Nor would he come forth, for all that Sir Bors called him coward and recreant. Nor would he answer one word, nor had he said one word since Sir Bors had seen him. After some time Sir Bors resolved to go back and rest himself beside his horse, for his great wounds burned him sorely. But as he turned, suddenly, without a sound, the stranger knight dashed forth and struck a felon blow at the good knight's neck. But Sir Bors was aware of him in time, and defended himself full well. So fiercely did Sir Bors lay on, that soon the other was beaten to his knees, and then the good knight rushed at him to hurl him headlong and to slay him. Suddenly the other knight seemed to fall together as if dead, but the armour sounded hollow as it fell, and Sir Bors marvelled. Swiftly he hacked the fastenings of the helm, and tore it from the neck armour. Then a great fear seized and shook him. The armour was empty. He knew then that he had fought with a demon. He crossed himself and prayed, and weak with deadly fear and his wounds, he went into the stall and sat beside his horse, and marvelled how he could win with life from the fell power that seemed to hold him prisoner. Suddenly from a dark cavernous hole in the dungeons came a great boar, with curving tusks keen as sword blades, and rushed at Sir Bors full fiercely. Hardly did the knight defend himself from the strength and the fierce rushes of the great beast. The boar with its long tusks tore the shield from the grasp of Sir Bors, and slashed his shield arm sorely. And then Sir Bors was wroth, and with a very fierce blow he smote off the boar's head. Immediately thereupon, with the pain of his many wounds and the weakness of his famine, Sir Bors fainted, and lay upon the frozen snow as one dead. For long he stayed thus ere he revived, and then he arose and dragged himself into the stall, where lay his horse, half dead with hunger, before an empty manger. All that night Sir Bors lay in a sad pass, for he thought that now he would never see dawn again in life. He prayed and commended his soul to God, and confessed his sins, and prepared himself for death as behoved a good knight, and thereafter he slept sweetly. At dawn he awoke exceeding hungry, and looking forth into the court, he had it in his mind to carve meat from the dead boar. But he was astounded beyond measure to find that it was not there. In its place was a great trencher of steaming hot collops of meat and toasted bread, with hot milk in great plenty. Sir Bors ran towards the food, and so ravenous was his hunger that he would have devoured it instantly. But he bethought him before he had placed any of it to his lips, and dropping it he crossed himself and ran back into the stall, and tried not to look forth. He knew that the food was placed there by some fell fiend or demon to tempt him, and if he ate of that unholy food, his soul would be forever lost. Anon sweet voices sounded in the courtyard as if to attract him forth, and the smell of the hot food was wafted strongly into the stable. The fiends themselves could not enter, for there was a horseshoe hung in the proper way upon the lintel of the door, and moreover Sir Bors had stuck his sword point in the ground, and the holy sign of the cross prevented the evil things from crossing the threshold. All that day did Sir Bors lie half dying, while the fiends tempted him, but the knight was too strong and manful of soul to yield, and would liefer die than become the slave of the powers of the netherworld. Then in the twilight he commended his soul to God, for he felt near to death. When he had finished his prayer, he heard great and horrible cries in the court as of rage and disappointment. Then came an old man at the door of the stable, white of hair and very reverend, and he came and put his hand upon Sir Bors' head, and spoke mildly, and said, "Good and faithful knight, sorely tried have ye been, and now you shall have no more adventures here. Full worshipfully have ye done, and better shall ye do hereafter. And now your wounds shall be healed, and ye shall have good cheer until to-morrow." Therewithin there was all manner of sweetness and savour in the place, and Sir Bors saw, as in a mist, a shining vessel borne by a wondrous maiden. He knew that this was the Holy Grail, and he bowed his head, and forthwith he was whole of his wounds. On the morrow he departed after a night's sweet sleep, and rode to Arthur's court, and told of his adventures. The king and queen and all the fellowship of the Round Table were passing glad to see Sir Bors whole and well, and they made much of him, for they felt that he would do things of great renown. Then at the feast of Pentecost went all the court to the minster to hear their service. And when they returned to the palace, the king ordered that dinner should be prepared in the hall of the Round Table, for this was one of the days when he was wont to assemble all his knights at a great feast of knighthood. While they waited for the horn to sound, warning them that the meal was ready, one came running to the king, saying that a thing of marvel had happened. And Arthur went to the hall of the Round Table with his knights, and there in the seats about the great circular board they found letters of gold written, which said, "Here should sit Sir Bedivere, or here should sit Sir Gawaine, and thus was the name of a knight written in every seat. In the siege or seat perilous, where twice or thrice a reckless knight had dared to sit, but only to be struck dead by a sudden flashing blow of mystery, there were written the words, "In the 404th and 50th year after the passion of our Lord, shall he that shall fill this seat come among ye." All the knights marvelled, and looked each at the other. "It seemeth to me," said Lancelot, "that this is the very day on which this seat shall be filled by him for whom it is appointed, for this is the 454th winter since Christ died on the rood." It was seen that on each side of the Siege Perilous was written on the right one the name of Sir Perceval, and on the left one the name of Sir Bors. Then the horn was sounded to dinner, and each knight took the seat appointed for him, and young knights served them. All the sieges round the table were filled except the Siege Perilous. Men ate and drank soberly, for they felt that an adventure strange and marvellous should happen that day, and so indeed it befell. For when they had eaten, and the priest was saying in a great silence the grace after meat, suddenly a shrill wind sounded without, and all the doors and windows shut fast. Men looked at each other in the twilight thus caused, and many a face was white with fear. Then the door opened, and an old and reverend man entered, white of beard and head, and clothed also in white. And Sir Bors knew him for the same who had come to him at the castle of fiends. By the right hand the ancient man brought a young knight, clad in red armour, with a sword at his side, but with no shield. "Peace be with you, fair lords," said the old man. Then turning to the king, he said, "Sir, I bring here a young knight, the which is of king's lineage, whereby the marvels of this court shall be accomplished, and the trial of this thy kingdom shall be brought to a happy end, if that may be. And the name of him is Galahad." "Sir," said the king, "ye be right welcome, and the young knight with you." The old man made the young knight unarm him, and he was in a coat of red sendal, and bare a mantle that was furred with ermine. Then was the young man led by the reverend man to the Siege Perilous, and sat him thereon. And men marvelled to see that the death stroke did not flash like lightning and slay him. "Sir," said the old man to him, "wit ye well that this is your seat, for you are he that shall surely achieve the Holy Grail, and such of these your fellows as are pure in heart and humble shall achieve it with you." "Sir," said the king, "if it may be that ye know, will ye tell us what my knights must do to achieve the holy vessel, and thus bring peace into my kingdom in place of war? For many of those that are kings and barons under me are warring with each other, and threaten to rend this island of Britain, and some are forsaking Christ, and are turning to the evil faith, and cruel worship of the pagan gods of Britain. And it goeth to my heart to know this, and I have much dread." "Sir King," said the old white man, "none may tell you what shall be the end of this quest of the Holy Grail, but I can tell you and these your knights what they must do to save this land from the ruin which doth threaten it. Ye know that the holy vessel was that wherein Christ ate the lamb on the Thursday before he was hung upon the cross. And Joseph of Arimathea did bring it here to Britain, and here hath it been for more than 450 winters. And while ye and your kingdom did love Christ and did do his word, the Sangreal stayed within your borders. But now ye war with each other, and are evil livers and full of pride and mastery, and if ye do not repent and stay your dishonour, then shall the holy vessel pass from Britain, and ruin and death and civil war shall stalk through the land and leave it desolate." Having spoken thus, the old man went from the hall, and none stayed him. For too many there were who knew that they had been the evil livers at whom his words had pointed. Then uprose Sir Gawaine, who was a faithful knight and true man to his king, though a proud one and a hasty. He was filled with sorrow for the ruin that threatened his fair land. "Now I do here avow," he said, "that to-morrow without fail I shall set forth, and I shall labour with all the strength of my body and my soul to go in quest of the Holy Grail, so that if I be fit to see it and to bring it hither, this dear land may be saved from woe." So hot were his words that many of the better knights rose also, and raising their right hands did make a like avowal. And those that cared not for the quest felt that they must seem to do as the others did, and so made avowal also, though in their hearts they thought more of pride and earthly power. "Gawaine, Gawaine!" cried the king, and the great tears stood in his eyes. "I know ye do right to avow this, and to cause these others to avow also. But a great dread is upon me, for I have great doubt that this my fellowship shall never meet again." "Fear not," said Lancelot, "for bethink ye, my lord, in no better adventure can we find death than in this quest, and of death we are all sure." On the morrow the knights armed themselves and bade farewell to King Arthur and his queen, and there was much weeping and great sorrow. And as the knights rode through the streets of Camelot, the crowd stood and wept, both rich and poor. All were full of dread to see so many brave knights depart that never more would return. Having passed through the gates of the town, every knight took the way that he liked best. Now Sir Galahad was without a shield, and he rode 4 days without adventure. At evensong on the 4th day he came to an abbey of white monks, and there was given great cheer. He found 2 other knights of the Round Table at that abbey, the one King Bagdemagus, and the other Sir Ulfin. And the 3 had supper together, and made great cheer one of the other, and spoke of the adventures each would desire to have. "There is within this abbey, as men tell me, a shield," said King Bagdemagus, "which no man may bear about his neck, but he is injured or slain within 3 days. Yet to-morrow I will adventure to win it." In the morning, therefore, after they had heard mass, King Bagdemagus asked the abbot to show him where was the shield. Then was he led to the high altar in the church, and behind it was hung a shield which glowed with shining whiteness, and in the middle thereof was a red cross, which seemed to quiver as if it were living. "Sir," said the abbot, "this shield ought not to hang about any knight's neck, unless he be one of the 3 best knights of the world, and I counsel you to beware." "No matter," said King Bagdemagus, "I will essay it, for though I am not Sir Lancelot, yet I am a good knight enough." This he said in his pride, and took the shield, and put the strap about his neck, and bade good-bye to the other twain, and so went forth with his squire. They had not ridden but 2 miles or more, when at the opening to a wood Sir Bagdemagus saw a knight in white armour on a horse, riding up and down, as if to do battle with any that should venture to go into the forest drive. When the white knight saw him, he called out, "Who art thou? Thou bearest the shield of a knight peerless, but not the armour." "Who am I?" replied King Bagdemagus scornfully. "I am he that shall give a good account of myself with thee." With that he levelled his lance and ran furiously upon the knight. But the other stood still, and when the spear head was nigh his shield, he lightly turned it aside, and as Sir Bagdemagus swept by, the knight with a quick fierce stroke of his sword smote him so hard that the blade bit through the mail even to the shoulder bone, whereby Sir Bagdemagus fell to the ground in a swoon. The white knight called the squire to him and said, "Bear ye this shield to the young knight Sir Galahad, who is at the White Abbey. Greet him from me, and say that it is for him to wear this shield, and none other. And tell him I shall meet him ere long, if God wills, and that we shall fare together to that which is appointed for us." The squire did as he was bidden, and told Sir Galahad of the white knight's words. Sir Galahad asked him what was the device upon the shield of the white knight, and he answered, "A red heart." Then said the young knight, "It shall be even as he saith." Sir Galahad mounted his horse and rode alone ever northward, for he knew that the Holy Grail was hidden in a castle somewhere in the north, among the warring barons. Many days he rode without adventure, until on a day he came to an old venerable wood, dark and thick and close, where the moss hung like thick beards from the hoary branches. There, in a laund or glade in the midmost part of the forest, he found an old and white dame kneeling before a green cross beside the path, weeping piteously as she prayed and beat her breast. "What ails ye, lady?" asked Sir Galahad. "Ah, good knight," said the old dame, and as she rose it was well seen she was of gentle birth, "I weep for that I have lived to see the day when sons of mine shall slay each other. I have 3 sons, and all are of the worshipful company of the Round Table, but 2 are wasteful livers, and have taken from me all that whereby I lived. And ever hath my youngest boy, Sir Hewlin, withstood their evil ways, wherefore they hated him. And yesterday did Sir Nulloth and Sir Dew, my elder sons, return, and did quarrel with my dear lad Hewlin. And now I fear they go about to slay him. Oh, if that they kill him, who is the prop and comfort of my old age, I shall surely die." "Sad it is, lady," said Sir Galahad, and mournful was his mind, "to think that in this dear land of Britain there should be knights that are given to such thoughts of evil as to slay their own kin. Lead me to them, I pray ye." He set the dame upon his saddle before him, and she led the way through the forest. When they had gone but a mile, she started, and stopped the horse, and then they heard the sound of clashing steel. Sadly did that poor lady shriek and cry, "Ah, they slay him now, my dear son, my dear boy!" Swiftly Sir Galahad made his horse to leap forward, and in a little while they came upon a great meadow, where 2 knights on foot were together fighting another single knight with swords. Forthwith Sir Galahad cried with a loud and stern voice, "Hold! Put up your swords, ye evil brothers that would slay each other." All turned at the cry. Then, seeing his mother, the young knight Sir Hewlin threw down his sword, and leaping from Sir Galahad's horse, the reverend lady tottered to her youngest son and threw herself upon his breast, and he clasped his mother in his arms. But the 2 evil brothers laughed scornfully at Sir Galahad. "Who art thou, thou knight in red?" they cried. "Thinkest thou to frighten us with thy big words?" Quickly they mounted their horses and ran upon Sir Galahad together. But the lance of one he received upon his shield, and the weapon snapped in twain. And that of the other he thrust aside, and as the knight thundered by, he brought down his sword with so fierce and wrathful a stroke that the head of the knight flew from his shoulders. Seeing this, the other, who was Sir Nulloth, made haste to throw himself from his horse, and came and kneeled before Sir Galahad, praying mercy. "I know who ye are," he said. "You are Sir Galahad, the stainless knight, who shall prevail in all thy deeds, and whom no weapon may wound until ye have fulfilled your high destiny. And I will do faithfully any behest ye may lay upon me." "I will then," said Sir Galahad sternly, "that thou makest peace with thy mother and thy brother here instantly, that thou seekest naught of them till thy dying day, which shall not be far from thee, and that thou goest this day and place thyself in the service of Sir Bedivere or Sir Uriens upon the coasts, and help to thrust forth the hateful pagan from the land." The knight swore to do all this, and after he had made his peace with his kindred, he set forth to do Sir Galahad's bidding. And it was as the stainless knight had foretold, for in 7 days Sir Nulloth had found death, bravely fighting the pagan pirates. Sir Galahad went forward sore of heart to think that such evil was in the land and in men's minds, that any could be found to wish the death of a brother and to care naught for the sorrow of an old mother. Thus for many months Sir Galahad rode about the land, seeking out the knights who, with their bands of soldiers, fought to wrest from each other land and castle. And ever he strove to make peace between them, and to show them how, while they fought with each other, Christian against Christian, the pagan hordes were let unhindered into the land, ravening, burning, and slaying. Some of the battling knights did forsake their evil ways, and went to Sir Bedivere and Sir Uriens, with whom they strove to push back the fierce pagans into their long black ships. But many others, so lost to honour and knightliness were they, performed not their promises, and continued to fight each with the other. So fierce indeed was the fighting through all the land that the peasants forsook the fields and hid themselves, and the pagans from the northern wilderness came over the walls and wandered, killing and burning and robbing. And thus in many parts the crops were not sown or reaped, the wheat stood unharvested and wild, and the grass and weeds grew tall on the very hearths of the poor peasants and husbandmen. The heart of Sir Galahad grew sick, seeing the evil which was come into the land, and he feared that soon the Holy Grail would be taken from the island of Britain, and that then ruin would stalk through the length and breadth of the realm. Once, at the dawning, Sir Galahad looked from the door of a little hermitage where he had passed the night, and was aware of a great company of men coming over the moor. They were all horsed, and were going towards the sea, which was on the right hand, where steep and fearful cliffs fell sheer to the thundering surf beneath. And in their midst he saw they held captive a full noble knight, who seemed wounded, and whose armour was all broken and cracked, as if he had fought valiantly before he had been overcome. Him they were going to hurl headlong down the cliffs. Sir Galahad began to arm himself full hastily to meet them, but as he dressed his armour he was aware of a knight coming swiftly from a little wood that lay towards the sea edge. Then was the heart of Sir Galahad exceedingly joyful when he saw that the knight was all in white armour, and that on his shield was the device of a heart, for he knew that this was Sir Perceval. Sir Perceval spurred towards the band of knights, and in a loud voice called on them to release their captive. "Who art thou?" they cried. "I am a knight of the Pendragon of these islands, King Arthur," answered Perceval, "and thy captive is my friend, Sir Bors of Brittany." "Ha, ha!" the others laughed, and spurred furiously towards him. "Slay him!" they shouted. "We own no Arthur here. We are our own lords." With spears in rest, 7 of the knights thundered against Sir Perceval. But by this time Sir Galahad was upon his horse, and making no outcry, he spurred upon the others. 3 knights he dashed to the ground with one lance thrust, but then the spear broke. Therewith he drew his sword, and smote in the thick of them so furiously on the left and on the right that they could not abide him, but fled from about Sir Bors, who, wresting a sword from one of them, rode after the 7 that were fighting Sir Perceval. So valiantly and hardily did the 3 knights lay about them that in a little while their enemies had fled, leaving more than half their number slain. Then did the 3 knights make great cheer and welcome of each other, and told each their adventures, and promised that now they were together they would never more part till death should summon them. So together they fared thereafter many months, doing noble deeds, and seeking earnestly to bring men's hearts to turn to friendship and union, so that united the lords of the northern lands should turn upon the pagans and destroy them utterly. It befell that on a morn they came to a castle on a great cliff that was in the marches of Scotland, and they heard a horn sound in that castle, and much shouting. On the walls thereof were men of a savage aspect, peering and looking down at them, and those men had fair hair, with steel helms, which had great horns or wings upon them. On their tall bodies were leather jerkins, with gold chains and many ornaments. Then Sir Galahad and his friends were aware that on the topmost pinnacle of the castle was a banner floating and flapping in the morning wind. Black was that banner, and in the midst part thereof was a golden raven, with beaks open as if it croaked, and its wings were wide thrown, as if it flew over a field of slain men. They knew that this was a horde of pagans who had wrested this castle from its rightful lord, and that full fierce would be the battle. Then from a hole or cave beneath a tree near by came a maiden, richly dressed, but sad and pitiable of face and thin of form, as if from long pining. "Fair lords," said she, "for God his love turn again, if ye may, or else here ye will come unto your death." "Nay," said Sir Galahad, "we will not turn again, for he shall help us in whose service we be entered in. Who are ye, fair damsel, in such painful guise?" "Fair lords, I am Iseult," said the maiden, and the tears filled her eyes. "My father is Earl Hernox, the lord of this castle, and whether he be dead by torture at the hands of his hateful enemies and these fiends, or whether he be still alive against a time when they have more leisure to torture him, I know not. But 3 nights ago came certain knights with a horde of these evil pagans, and stormed this castle, and for all my dear father's valiant deeds, and the prowess of my 3 dear brothers, they overcame our people, and my 3 brothers I saw slain before my eyes. When they rushed upon my father, my nurse dragged me away, and we fled hither. But I cannot go away, not knowing whether my father is dead. And if he be dead, I care not whether the pagan fiends catch and slay me." "Fair maiden," said Sir Galahad, "be of good heart, for your father may yet be delivered unto you." "Ha, fair lord, I know not how that may be," said the maiden. Then glancing at the castle, she saw the portcullis yawn, and some 10 knights rush forth, with pagans besides on foot. Whereat she clasped her hands in terror. "Now God be with ye, fair lords," she cried. "You have my prayers, and may Heaven grant ye victory, but dread is on me for your deaths, brave knights." Full wrathful were the 3 good knights to hear the girl's sad tale, and hard was their rage to hear that Christian knights had leagued themselves with the heathen Saxons, so as to get their aid in a private quarrel with the Earl Hernux. Therefore, very joyously did Galahad and Perceval leap forward, lances in rest, against the traitorous knights that rushed towards them from the castle. Marvellous indeed was it to see the deeds of these 3 stainless knights that day, for when their lances were broken, they drew their swords, and their wrath, their fierceness, and their valour none could withstand. While Sir Bors smote with deadly blows the pagans that swarmed about him, Sir Galahad and Sir Perceval dealt death among the traitorous knights, so that not one was left alive. And seeing this, the fair-haired, fierce pagans lost heart. Turning, they wished to flee into the castle and pull down the portcullis. But swiftly on their heels dashed the 3 brave knights, and the pagans, never stopping, heard the hoofs of their horses thunder over the drawbridge close behind them. The horde of Saxons took flight into the hall, and there they stood and got breath. But the knights, leaping from their horses, rushed in on foot, and back to back they met the onslaught of the yelling heathens. Very fierce was the anger in the hearts of the 3 knights, so that they stayed not their hands even when the pirates gave way and fled from the dreadful place of slaughter. But the knights pursued them wheresoever they tried to hide, and hither and thither about the castle they ran, and in and out the chambers, up and down the stairs, until for very weariness they had perforce to cease. Then when they beheld the great multitude of pagans they had slain, they were sobered and sad, thinking themselves great sinners. "Certes," said Sir Bors, "I ween that God willed that we should slay so many, for they must have done great evil." "They are indeed foul pagans," said Sir Galahad, "and have done great wrong and cruelty in their time to women and little children through this fair land of Britain. But I doubt we have been mad this little while to slay so many mothers' sons as these." Then from out a secret chamber came a priest, white with great age, and with a countenance that shone marvellously bright. And when he saw how many were slain in that hall, he was abashed. Sir Galahad put off his helm, and the 2 knights with him, and all 3 kneeled down and confessed the madness of their sin, which had slain even those that craved for quarter. "Ye have done more than ye wist, brave knights," said the priest, when he had absolved them. "For the evil knights that led these pagan thieves had plotted to gain this castle because of the great and holy treasures that are hidden here. And by a prophecy I know that ye are the 3 good knights, peerless among all, who should achieve this deed. Therefore, when ye have ordered these slain to be removed, and when the hall shall be garnished, and your harness shall be cleaned of the signs of battle, ye shall see that which hath been ordained for ye." When all had been done as they had commanded, and the place well cleansed and fresh rushes laid along the floor, the 3 knights sat on a bench, and the Earl Hernux and the maid Iseult with them, and there was much cheer and rejoicing between them all. Then the old priest called the earl and his daughter from the room, and left the 3 knights together. Suddenly, as they sat talking, the doors were shut and the windows were darkened, and a great wind arose with a sad sound, wailing and piping. Then the darkness suddenly went away, and they saw a great light shining in the midmost part of the hall, so bright and strong that hardly could their eyes suffer it. Soon through the light they could see a table of silver, whereon was a wide dish, also of silver, marvellously and delicately wrought. Then the doors opened, and they saw angels entering, and two bare candles of wax, and the third held a towel, and in the hand of the fourth was a spear, which bled marvellously from the point thereof. Going to the table, the angel set the candles and the towel upon it, and the spear was placed beside the shining vessel. Of a sudden the knights were aware that there sat one beside the table, who was marvellously old and white, and he was dressed in the habit of a bishop, and his face was very winning, and a great brightness flowed from it. On the breast of his robe were words in the Latin tongue, which said, "Lo, I am Joseph, the first bishop of Christendom, who did take our Lord's body down from the cruel rood." The three marvelled greatly, for that bishop had been dead more than 400 years. Seeing their looks of perplexity, the bishop smiled sweetly upon them, and said, "Marvel not, O knights, for though I am now a spirit, I know thy weakness, and have come to aid thee." Then the bishop took up the shining vessel from the table, and came to Galahad, and the knight kneeled down and took of the food that was within the holy dish. And after that the other two received it. Of marvellous savour was the food, and like none that they had ever eaten or thought of at any time before. Then the bishop said to Galahad, "Son, knowest thou what is this vessel I hold in my hands?" "Nay, holy man, I know not," replied Galahad. "It is the holy vessel, which men call the Sangreal, out of which our Lord ate the lamb at the feast before he was betrayed to that death upon the rood, whereby he redeemed the world, if men would but choose his gentle law." "It is what we have most desired to see, holy father," said Sir Galahad. "And it is what, alas, no others in this realm shall ever see," said the bishop, and his countenance, which before had been sweet and gentle, now saddened and was dark. "For this night it shall depart from this land of Logris, so that it shall never more be seen here." "Alas!" cried Galahad and Perceval, "that is great sorrow to hear. O holy bishop and spirit, say not that it means that this land shall be rent in ruin and given up to heathendom again." "It must be so," said the bishop sadly. "Christ is not served in gentleness, nor is his law worshipped in this land, where men slay their brothers, rob their kindred, and make treaties with the pagans. And its knights are turned to evil livers, desiring mastery and proud power. Therefore hath Christ sent me to disinherit this land of this holy thing, with which he hath honoured it since that time when I brought it here 455 winters ago." Hearing these words of doom, Sir Galahad and Sir Perceval wept full piteously for the fate of their country. When they had mourned greatly, they asked if there was no hope of turning the land from its evil ways. "There is none," said the bishop sorrowfully. "Have ye three not tried manfully these last 2 years since ye have sought that which ye now see? And all thy labours, thy battling, thy griefs, have they availed aught? No, it is the will of God that in due time this land and this people shall be put into the melting pot. And when the season appointed shall come, sorrow and death, rebellion and treachery shall stalk through the land, and naught shall stand of its present kingdoms. The pagans shall blot out the holy memory of God and Christ, and shall turn the fanes of prayer into the lairs of wolves, and owls shall rest where hymns of praise have been sung. And no wars of goodly knights may hinder these things of dreadful doom. But I have this message for ye two, Galahad and Perceval, that inasmuch as ye have seen this which you have craved to see, and have lived purely and unspotted from pride or evil, thy souls shall go with me when I shall depart. But you, my son," he said, looking at Sir Bors, "still find in your heart the love of kin and a longing for battle, and so you shall remain to fight for Christ while yet you are alive." Suddenly a fierce light came where they sat, so that Sir Bors kneeled as one blinded for a time. When it had passed, he looked and saw where Sir Galahad and Sir Perceval still kneeled, with their hands lifted as if in prayer. But there was naught to see of the holy vessel or the spear, nor was Joseph there. Then, going to the two knights, he found that they were dead. Sir Bors knew then that their souls had gone with Joseph and the holy vessel, and had been borne to the heaven for which their pure and humble hearts had yearned while yet they lived. And Sir Bors made great sorrow for his two fellows, and knew that never more would he be as joyful or as careless as he had been. With right heavy mood he craved of Earl Hernox to have a grave dug deep in the living rock whereon the castle was builded. This the earl gladly did, and very solemnly the two good knights were buried, and long did Sir Bors mourn over the grave. In a little while thereafter Sir Bors armed himself and departed, and after many adventures rode southwards till he came to Camelot. And there he told the king and such knights as there were, how the two stainless knights had achieved the Holy Grail, and how their souls had been taken up with the sacred vessel. All the court mourned for the two knights, and the king commanded a history to be written of what Sir Bors had told. It was so done, and the book, richly adorned with many-coloured letters, was kept in the great treasure chest in the castle of Sarum. Ever after Sir Bors was a silent man, for he could not forget the holy and terrible sight he had seen. Of the doom which was coming in due time upon the dear and fair land of Britain, as was prophesied by Saint Joseph, he told no man, but kept the words fast locked in his heart. End of chapter 10. Recording by John Trevithick.
Chapter 11 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls by Henry Gilbert, Chapter 11, of the plots of Sir Mordred and how Sir Lancelot saved the Queen. After the quest of the Sangreal was completed, and all the knights that were left alive had returned to the court of King Arthur, there was great joy among the people, and the king and Queen Guinevere were passing glad of the remnant that had come home again. Especially did the queen make much of Sir Lancelot and of Sir Bors his cousin, for they were the two most noble and courteous knights of the Round Table, and none thought of them but as men peerless and beyond compare. Sir Mordred, who was the king's nephew, was jealous of the two knights, and went about privily among such knights as were his familiars, and spoke sneering words concerning Sir Lancelot and the Queen and Sir Bors. Once Sir Mordred said such words in the hearing of his brother Sir Gawaine, but that knight so heavily and wrathfully took him to task that Sir Mordred knew that Sir Gawaine envied not the two knights, and could never be brought to think other than friendly thoughts of them. Therefore Sir Mordred hated the two knights more than ever. Of a slight frame was Mordred, but tall, with dark hair, sallow face, and deep-set grey eyes, beside a thin, long nose. Few loved him, for he was never cheery nor very friendly, and ever seemed to sneer with his thin lips and his cold, wolfish eyes. In a little while strange dark rumours began to go about the court, and it was whispered that so proud had Sir Lancelot become of his fame and prowess, that he harboured evil thoughts against the king, and that he aimed to make a kingdom for himself out of the countries that lay about his own lands of Joyous Gard in the northern marches. Then fresh rumours went about, and these were the most evil of all. It was said that he sought to slay the king, and wished to make Guinevere his own queen, and with her he would rule over all Britain. First men laughed and passed the rumours with a shrug and a gesture of scorn, but when they were repeated again and again, some began to half believe them. Many said that there must be some truth therein, for Sir Lancelot was ever wending his way to the north country, and fought there many battles, and overcame many knights. But others said this was because many ladies and damsels who had lost lands and homes, and been evilly oppressed by the warring barons in those parts, had heard of his great fame for knightly deeds and noble manners, and came beseeching him to be their champion against those who had robbed them. Others said that it was but natural that when he was at the court he should speak much to the queen, for he had from the first vowed himself to be her knight, and many deeds of daring and prowess had he done for her. Yet others there were who believed that what rumor said might be true, and others who were good and noble knights sorrowed to think that such evil thoughts should be spread about by some treacherous tongues. When men came to ask who had set these evil tongues to wag, it was always found that a certain mean knight named Sir Pinel had first spoken wrong of Launcelot and Sir Bors and the queen. And men noticed that it was not long before the queen began to look coldly at Sir Pinel, and then they knew that his rumors had reached her ears. "What profit doth Sir Pinel think to gain from those false tales of her?" said Sir Brastias one day, as he and Sir Gareth came from the hawking together. "For none ever reckoned him as a knight of any merit, and all good men will now think less of him." "I fear me," said Sir Gareth, "that there is more beneath it than what we wot of. Sir Pinel is a bosom friend of Sir Mordred's. Often I have seen their heads together in places apart, and though he is my brother, Sir Mordred is one I cannot love." "What fear you, Gareth?" asked Sir Brastias. "I fear not that he may do," said Gareth, "but I think he hates Sir Launcelot, and he hates Gawain also, the chief of our party, because he hath roundly told Mordred that he is a traitor, and that he will not be drawn from his firm friendship with Sir Launcelot and his kinsmen. I think Sir Mordred would do much to cause some ill to Gawain or Sir Launcelot, so long as his own evil body was not hurt." "Sad it is," said Brastias full gloomily, "to think a man of such great kin should harbour hatred and murder against the chief of his kin, and that such should be, methinks, betokens that evil is about to fall upon our famous brotherhood of the Round Table, and on this dear land of Britain." Now it befell that the poor queen had heard, through her maidens, of the rumours concerning herself and Sir Launcelot, and taking counsel of no one, she bethought how she could prove to the remnant of the Round Table that she was free of any plots against the king or the fair kingdom of Britain. She resolved that she would invite the knights to a privy dinner, and when they had eaten, she would throw herself upon their knightly pity and honour, telling them how the evil rumours wronged and hurt her bitterly, and she doubted not that thus their manly sympathy and worship of her, their queen, would by her words cast out the evil effects of the slanderous tales. Therefore, at that dinner she had Sir Gawain and his brethren, that is to say, Sir Gareth, Sir Agravaine, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Mordred. Also there were the kin of Sir Launcelot, to wit, Sir Bors, Sir Blamor, Sir Bleoberis, Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Lionel. But Sir Launcelot had gone into the Scottish marches to do battle with a notable robber and oppressor there. There were other knights making in all the number of 24, and these were all the remnant of the 150 that had gone forth in the quest of the Sangreal. Among the guests were Sir Pinel and his cousin Sir Mador. Now Sir Gawain had a custom of eating apples, which he used daily at dinner and at supper. He loved all manner of fruit, and in especial a certain brown or russet apple, which was called apple coch. Every one knew of this fondness of Sir Gawain's, and whoever dined or feasted him took care to provide such apples for his pleasure. The queen had known this, and among the fruit for the table she had ordered such apples to be placed. Now Sir Mordred, as Sir Gareth had suspected, hated Sir Gawain with a deep hatred, and therefore he had, by crafty dealing, taken all the russet apples from the dish except one, and into this he had thrust a deadly poison. He guessed that, as everyone knew of Sir Gawain's fondness for that sort of fruit, no one would take it, but would leave it for Sir Gawain, who would eat it and die thereof. When the feast was near an end, and men laughed and jested together, the dish of fruit was handed round, and Sir Pinel, the mean knight, noticed that there was but one of the apples which Sir Gawain loved, and to spite that knight, whom he hated, he took that apple ere the dish went to Sir Gawain. Sir Mordred saw him take it, yet would not cry out to warn his fellow traitor, for this would have revealed himself. He saw Sir Pinel's teeth sink into the brown apple, and Sir Pinel's sneering look as he glanced across at Sir Gawain, who was searching vainly in the dish for his favourite fruit. Then Sir Mordred saw Sir Pinel's face go red, and then deadly white, and as the poison gripped him, Sir Pinel rose shrieking from the table, crying out that some enemy had poisoned him. Then he sank writhing to the ground, shrieking and moaning, clutching at the ground and at the legs of the chairs. Suddenly, with a great groan, he lay still and was dead. every knight leaped from the table, ashamed, full of rage and fear, nigh out of their wits but dumb. They looked at each other, and then at the dead Sir Pinel, and all their eyes kept from the face of the queen, where she sat on the high seat with 2 of her ladies beside her. The reason they could not speak was that they knew the queen had heard of the evil tales which Sir Pinel had spread about her, and that she must have hated him bitterly. And she had made this feast, and had invited him thereto, and now he was dead at the board, by means of deadly poison placed in the food which she had set before him. Then, for very shame, some began to leave the chamber, and others could not bear to look upon the queen, who sat with a face that went now pale, now red. She had seen what happened, and who it was had been slain, and she had read the suspicion in men's gestures. Then the voice of Sir Mador rang out, and checked men from going from the room, and drew all eyes to where he stood, a tall and burly man, red and angry of face and fierce of eyes. "Look!" he cried, and held between his fingers and high above his head the apple which Sir Pinel had bitten. "This is the thing whereof my kinsman Sir Pinel hath lost his life. The matter shall not end here, for I have lost a noble knight of my blood, and I will be revenged to the uttermost." Then turning, he savagely looked at the queen, and with fierce rolling eyes he roared out, "Thou art the murderess! Thou, the queen! Hear me, knights and chieftains! I charge the queen with the murder of my kinsman, Sir Pinel, and justice upon her will I have." Everyone in the hall stood still as if they were of stone. None could gainsay him, none could utter a word on behalf of the queen, for all had suspicion that she had slain Sir Pinel for his slanders of her. Then suddenly the queen rose, white and trembling. "My lords and knights, I did not cause it," she cried in a broken voice. "I am innocent. I know not how it came." And therewith she fell down in a swoon. Sir Mordred's pale face smiled with a bitter sneer. He knew not then whether what had happened would help his evil plots or no, but he resolved to say naught, and so went out with all the other silent knights, whilst the ladies of the queen took her up lamenting, and bore her to her chamber. With the noise and the sorrow that was in the court, King Arthur came and craved to know what was the matter. But none of the silent knights would speak until he met Sir Gawaine, who replied and said, "Sir, the queen did invite us to a privy feast with her, and one of the knights did eat of the fruit on the table, and he is dead by poison. Therefore I dread lest the queen will be shamed for this." King Arthur was passing heavy at the hearing of these words, and went unto the queen to comfort her. On the next day, when the king sat in hall with his 2 court judges, as was his wont daily, to hear any causes or charges which might be brought before him, all men stood with gloomy faces, and there was no laughing and jesting talk, as was usual at this time. Sir Mador came forward and charged the queen of murder, and required that justice should be done upon her. The king heard him with a sad face and in silence. Then he said, "Fair lords and noble knights, heavy is my grief for this, and rather would I give my life for my queen at this moment than that my tongue should frame so evil a charge against my dear wife and your noble queen. But I am here to see that law is done, as justly to the highest as to the lowest. I doubt not that God will soon clear her of this seeming evil." "I know not how that may be," said Sir Mador angrily, "for the evil deed is clear to any man's eyes." "I deem this deed was never done by my queen, nor by her desire," said the king sternly, "but by some traitor that would do her evil and wishes to see her die. But as I am her judge, I may not be her champion and fight against you for her fair fame. I doubt not, however, that some good knight will take this charge upon himself, and put his body in jeopardy for my queen. For if this be not done, dost thou know what is the penalty?" "She must be burnt," said Mador sullenly, "but she hath done the deed, and will merit the doom." "Cease, hasty man," said King Arthur sternly. "It goeth to my heart to hear ye pronounce the doom thou wouldst visit upon that fair lady. Fear not, Sir Mador, she shall find some good knight to do combat for her. Therefore do thou name thy day of battle." "But hark ye, lord," said Sir Mador, "there is none of the 24 knights that were bidden to this dinner that hath not suspicion of the queen for this deed. Therefore no knight can take this charge upon him in her behalf. What say ye, my lords?" He turned to the silent, moody men about the dais. The knights looked troubled, and were dumb for some moments. But at last Sir Gawaine said: "We cannot excuse the queen, for she gave the feast, and either the poison came by her will or by her servants." But most of the knights were silent, and Sir Bors and his kindred were very sorrowful. King Arthur was heavy at the words of Sir Gawaine. "Now, king," cried Sir Mador triumphantly, "I require ye, as ye be a righteous king, give me a day that I may have justice." "That will I do," said the king, "as I must do that am a just king. I give you this day 15 days, that ye be ready armed on horseback in the meadow beside the wall at London. And if it so fall out that there be a knight to encounter with you, then God speed the right, and if there be no knight to take arms for my queen, then must she suffer by fire." So sorrowful were the king's words that many knights had much ado to keep from weeping. "And meanwhile," said Sir Mador, "I do require that ye keep the queen in close ward in prison, lest any try a rescue, and thus defeat the justice that is my due." Though it went to the king's heart to have to order this, he gave the queen into the keeping of Sir Kay, who kept her in her chamber, guarded by 3 knights, to the great grief of her women and all the court. Then the queen sent for Sir Bors, and when he was come, she threw herself on her knees full piteously before him, and wept sorely, and begged that he would save her from this dreadful death. "For by my confession unto heaven," she cried, "I know not of this wicked deed, how it was brought about, and will ye not take this combat upon ye for my sake? For I am sure if your kinsman, Sir Launcelot, was here, he would not suffer this evil suspicion to lie against me, for he hath ever been my most faithful knight, but now I am without friend in this great pass." "Madam," replied Sir Bors, "what can I do? For if I take this charge upon me for your sake, men will say I was your aider in this crime that they charge upon you. And I see not how I may fight for you except by endangering my own life without saving yours. But I tell ye, madam, what I will do. I will hasten with all speed to the north, trusting in God to get news of Sir Launcelot, so that I may tell him and bring him here within the time appointed." "Ah, good Sir Bors," cried the queen, and clasped his hands, "do ye do that, for I know that Sir Launcelot will never believe me guilty of so great a crime. And I will pray hourly that ye find him, and bring him to me in time, so that my poor body be not unjustly given to the dreadful flames." Forthwith Sir Bors armed himself, and with 2 squires set forth instantly, and sent his men in different ways, so that among the 3 they should not fail to hear where in the northern marches a knight so famous as Sir Launcelot might be found. No rest did the good Sir Bors give to himself, but swiftly did he ride hither and thither, questioning all knights whom he met, and inquiring of every hermitage and abbey and at every harbourage. Finally, when 11 days had passed of the 15, he found Sir Launcelot lying wounded at a broken abbey, from which, in a fierce fight, he had but 2 days before thrust out a band of pagans who would have murdered the nuns and robbed the church of its holy relics. Full wroth was Sir Launcelot when, having lovingly greeted each other, Sir Bors told him all that had passed with the queen. "The foul traitors!" he cried, and getting fiercely from the pallet on which he lay, he strode up and down the chamber, clenching his hands and gnashing his teeth. "Do any dare to suspect her? Do any think in cold blood to see that peerless lady bound to the stake, the flames devouring her noble person? That men should think such things, and move not a hand in noble wrath, shows how evil are the days in which we live." Then he rushed from the room, wounded as he was, and full of a cold wrath. He ordered his arms to be brought and his horse to be saddled, and to the gentle persuasions of the nuns he said he must be gone, for he must stay a wrong that, if suffered, would sink the kingdom in unquenchable shame and ruin. Then, with Sir Bors, he rode southwards, full fiercely, and never resting to eat, but taking food as he rode. At night he would not doff his armour, but slept beside his horse, and seldom spoke, but was consumed as by a great fire of anger. and on the 14th day they rode into London. "Go beg the queen to see me," he said to Sir Bors. Sir Bors went, and Sir Launcelot strode into an hostelry to wash from himself the stains of travel, and to don a fitting robe in which to appear before the queen. Now it had befallen, while Sir Bors had been absent from the court seeking for Sir Launcelot, that Sir Mordred and Sir Agravaine had made a plot with each other against him and against Sir Launcelot, and they caused it to be noised in all the court that Sir Bors had gone to seek Sir Launcelot, and that Sir Bors was privy to the plots which Sir Launcelot and the queen had made to wrest the kingdom from King Arthur, and to reign together in his stead. They said that Sir Bors had gone to warn Sir Launcelot that the time was ripe to strike. Wherefore many knights were greatly displeased to hear this news. But some would not believe it, and said that Sir Bors had gone to tell Sir Launcelot of the jeopardy in which the queen's life was placed, and to ask him to do battle for her. "But," said some, "if he do not find Sir Launcelot, it is his intention to do combat for the queen himself, and that is great wrong in Sir Bors, for he was with us at the feast, and none but she could have caused that poison." Daily the party which inclined to Sir Mordred and Sir Agravaine gained power, and some were for going to tell the king of the evil designs which Sir Launcelot and Sir Bors and the queen had against his person and the kingdom. But Sir Mordred said, "No, the time is not yet ripe. Wait a while." The guard that was set about the queen's chamber was doubled, and all were knights that were well willers to the plots of Sir Mordred and Sir Agravaine. When therefore Sir Bors came and asked to see the queen, they let him go to her, but Sir Agravaine hid himself and listened to all that passed between Sir Bors and the queen. Then he went and told the others that Sir Launcelot was waiting to speak to the queen, and he counselled that they should let him come, and then, when he came forth again, as he would be unarmed, they could fall upon him and capture him, and take him before the king, and charge him with his treason and his plots. And with the consent of Sir Mordred, this was so agreed, and he advised that most of them should hide from before the door, so that Sir Launcelot should not think the guard was strong. "For," said Sir Mordred, "if he sees there is no great watch kept, he may strive to free the queen, and when we take him it will be blacker against him." When therefore Sir Bors came forth from his audience with the queen, he found but one knight at the door, and that was Sir Petipace of Winchelsea, a young man. Sir Bors wondered why the guard of 10 or 12 that had been there before was now gone, and he was uneasy in his mind. Going to Sir Launcelot, he told him that the queen would see him at once. "But," added Sir Bors, "ye shall not go this night by my counsel, nor should you go before there are more of our kinsmen near us to aid us in case of need." "Why?" said Sir Launcelot. "Sir," said Sir Bors, "I misdoubt me of Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. There was a great watch before the door of the queen's room when I entered, but when I came hence there was but one, and I mistrust them that stood there, for all were of Sir Mordred's evil company, and peradventure they lay some snare for you, and I dread me sore of treachery." "Have ye no doubt," said Sir Launcelot, "for I shall go and come again and make no tarrying."
"Sir," replied his cousin, "that me sore repenteth. But if you will, I will go and seek some of our kinsmen to meet us near by, and do you not go until I have found them."
"Nay, I will not stay," said Sir Launcelot, "and I marvel me much why ye say this, for they dare do naught against me."
"God speed you well," said Sir Bors, "if that is your will, and send you safe and sound again."
Sir Launcelot departed, taking his sword underneath his arm, while Sir Bors went forth to find some of their kin. He learned, however, that many of them had gone forth with the king to punish a bandit lord in the forest of the Weald, and would not return before the morrow, when the combat should be held for the queen. Sir Launcelot came to the door of the queen's prison, and found Sir Petipace there, and demanded to be let in to see the queen. "We thought you were in the north, Sir Launcelot," said the young knight with a laugh, "and surely it will pleasure our lady queen to see you." He unlocked the door of the queen's antechamber, and told her waiting women that Sir Launcelot would see the queen, and in a few moments Sir Launcelot was let in. The sorrowing queen told him all that had happened, and how, and he was wroth to think that anyone should suspect her of so great a crime. He promised that on the day appointed he would fight for her with all his strength, as a true knight should, and God would defend the right. Suddenly, as they spoke together, there came loud voices crying outside the chamber door, "Traitor knight, Sir Lancelot du Lake, now art thou taken in thy treachery." Sir Lancelot knew that the voices were those of Sir Agravaine, who had ever been envious of him, and of Sir Mordred, whom no one loved. He went quickly to the door and barred it with the beam, and bade the terrified queen not to be alarmed. He asked her whether there was any armour in the room, which he could put on to defend himself. "I have none," she said, weeping sorely, "wherefore I dread me sore that evil will come to you, my true and valiant knight. For I hear by their noise there be many strong knights, wherefore ye are like to be slain soon, and then shall I surely burn." "Alas," said Sir Lancelot, "in all my life was I never in such a pass to be slain for lack of my armour." "Traitor knight," cried those that were hammering at the door with the handles of their swords, "come out at once and skulk there no more, for know ye well thou art so beset thou shalt not escape." Sir Lancelot went to the queen, and kneeling to her took her hand and kissed it, saying, "Madam, I beseech you to pray for my soul if I be slain. I have been your true knight with all my power up to this time, and now I will not fail you if I may. But if I be slain, I am assured that my kinsman Sir Bors, and all the others of my kin, will not suffer you to go to the fire." Then Sir Lancelot, leaving the weeping queen, wrapped his mantle around his left arm as if it were a shield, and prepared to sell his life dearly. By this time the knights outside had got a bench from the hall, and using it as a battering ram, were dashing it against the door to beat it in. "Leave your noise, fair lords," rang out the voice of Lancelot, "and I will open the door to ye, and then ye may do to me what ye will." "Do it then," they cried, "and we will give you your life until we take thee to King Arthur to be judged for your treason." Sir Lancelot unbarred the door and held it open a little way, so that one knight only might enter at a time. One entered, a big slow man named Sir Colgreve, and swiftly Sir Lancelot slammed the door and fastened it to keep the others out. Sir Colgreve turned and struck at Sir Lancelot, but the latter put the stroke lightly aside with his sword, and gave so swift and keen a blow upon the other's helm that Sir Colgreve fell down dead. Then, while the others hammered and yelled outside the door, Sir Lancelot swiftly took off the armour of the dead knight, and with the help of the queen and her waiting women was armed in it. Again the knights outside had begun to dash at the door to beat it down. Sir Lancelot, when he was armed, strode to it and cried out, "Let be your noise, and go away, for ye shall not prison me this night. And I promise ye by my knighthood that I will appear tomorrow before the king, and then such of ye as dare may accuse me of treason, and I will then prove that I am a true man and no traitor."
"Fie on thee, false traitor!" cried Sir Agravaine and Sir Mordred. "But we will have thee this night and slay thee."
"Then, sirs," replied Sir Lancelot, "if ye will not take my counsel, look well to yourselves." With that, Sir Lancelot threw the door open suddenly, and while the others struggled and tripped over the bench between them, he had run two of them through. Then, in that narrow antechamber, there was as fierce a fight as ever brave knight might wish to see. Sir Mordred, from behind, urged on the others with evil words, telling them to slay Sir Lancelot, while he launched at that knight all manner of foul names. Fiercely did Sir Lancelot fight, for he was full of rage, and as in the narrow place in which he stood no more than two could come at him at once, he could not be overwhelmed by their numbers. There were 10 of them, and so full of force were his blows, and so skilful his thrusts, that in a little while 7 lay slain, 2 were badly wounded, and the last, who was Sir Mordred, barely escaped with his life, and bore a deep wound with him. Sir Lancelot, sorely wounded, returned to the queen and said, "Madam, I know not what is this treason with which they charge me, but I doubt not it will go ill with me, for I have killed many of the kin of the king and of Sir Gawaine this night, and I misdoubt me that the king himself will be my foe also. Nevertheless, I will save you, if it is in my power, from the danger that threatens you." "Go ye, Sir Lancelot," the queen besought him, "ere the men-at-arms come, which are so many ye may never hope to escape them. I dread me sorely that much ill will come of this, and of the evil plots which our enemies weave about us." Then kneeling, Sir Lancelot kissed the queen's hand and went from the prison, and the people who had assembled outside at the noise of the fighting wondered to see only one knight issue forth, his armour dented and broken, and dabbled here and there with the blood of his wounds. Sir Launcelot took his way to the lodging of Sir Bors, who showed his great gladness to see him again, and when he had been unarmed and his wounds staunched and bound, Sir Launcelot told him what had befallen him. "And now I beseech you," said Sir Launcelot, "be of good heart in whatever great need we stand, for now I fear war must come of it all. But what is the treason they would charge me with I know not, yet I dread it meaneth much evil plotting against me and the peace of this fair kingdom."
"Sir," said Sir Bors, "your enemies, and those that envy your great fame, have spread many evil reports about you. They say that you plot to slay the king, and to take Queen Guinevere to wife, to reign over this kingdom with you." With that, Sir Launcelot was so astounded that for some moments he could not speak. Then he said, "By my confession unto heaven, this is as foul a plot against me as ever fiend could fashion. And it showeth how far they will go to pull me down and dishonour me. And doth the king know of these evil rumours?" "I know not," replied Sir Bors, "but I doubt not that Sir Mordred will not rest his horse till he hath found the king and poisoned his mind against thee." "Had I known of this," said Sir Launcelot, "I would have brought the queen away with me and put her in a safe place, for now I know that her enemies and mine will not rest until she and I be slain." But Sir Bors counselled him not to attempt a rescue then, for day was breaking, the town was awake, and the court would be full of the armed retainers of the slain knights. Then, while Sir Launcelot rested himself, Sir Bors went out to the lodgings of such of his kinsmen as might not be gone with the king, and he found that now all had returned to London with the king, that Sir Mordred had met them on their way, and had told King Arthur of the fight, and had, moreover, charged Sir Launcelot and the queen with conspiring together to gain the crown. Sad indeed was Sir Bors to hear this, but going about the town he got together the kinsmen of Sir Launcelot and such of his friends as would cast in their lot with him in so weighty and terrible a thing as civil war. By 7 of the clock he had got together good and valiant knights to the number of 80, all horsed and armed. Then he told them to betake themselves to a privy place in a wood beyond the city walls to the north, and there in a little while came Sir Launcelot with Sir Bors and held counsel with them. He told them all that had befallen him in the fight with the 12 knights, and they in their turn related how Sir Mordred had met them and had told his evil tales against the queen and Launcelot, and how for long the king was too wroth and too sad to listen. But afterwards, when Sir Mordred told how Sir Pinel, who had spoken of these things, had been poisoned at the feast given by the queen, King Arthur had wept, and then was very stern and quiet, and said no word more. "Now, my lords," said Sir Launcelot, when they had done speaking, "ye know well how evil are these plots, how baseless are these foul rumours against me. But now they have been launched against me, and I have slain men on account of them. I fear we shall be hard put to it to get peace again. Those men were set on to betray me, and I doubt not mine enemies will have the queen burnt, to revenge themselves upon her and upon me. Therefore, fair lords, what counsel do ye give?" "Sir," said Sir Bors, when they had spoken together a little, "we think there is but one thing to be done first, that ye nightly rescue the queen, if your enemies force the king to put her to the stake. For if she be burnt, then it would be to your shame, seeing that you vowed yourself her true knight when she came, a young fair bride, to our king 20 years agone. And in whatsoever way ye would rescue her, ye may count upon us to our last breath." With a great shout, all the other knights raised their right hands in the air and cried, "Yea! Yea!" Then, by the advice of Sir Launcelot, they kept hidden in the little wood, while one went into the city to learn what was being done, and in what manner the queen was to be treated. Meanwhile, in the hall of the palace of King Arthur, men sat or stood with anxious looks, glancing in silence at the king as he walked up and down apart, with a stern look on his face. Then Sir Mador strode forward and said, "Lord, I do require you to perform your promise to me, to wit, that the queen be brought to the stake, unless one be found to do combat on her behalf." "What I have promised I will fulfill," said the king, and men sorrowed to see how heavy of anguish were his looks, and full of sorrow his words. "Lord King,"
said Sir Mordred. "We have shamefully suffered much wrong at the hands of Sir Lancelot. I appeal to thee that he be seized, so that the kin of those whom he slew this last night may have vengeance upon him." Then came Sir Gawaine forward quickly, and his face was dark with anger, and his words hot. "Lord," he cried, "listen not to such tales, for I doubt not it was only by evil plots that Sir Lancelot was forced to slay those whom he slew, for I trust not Sir Mordred." "So God us help," said Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris, "we too will not be known to be of the same mind as our brother Sir Mordred." "Then will I do as I deem it best to gain what I deem right," replied Sir Mordred. "I believe thou wilt do it in thine own hidden ways," said Sir Gawaine, and looked fiercely at his brother. "For in all unhappiness and evil thou art to be found, if men but seek in the darkest place and look for the most secret foe."
"I appeal to you, lord," said Sir Mordred to the king, "to proclaim Sir Lancelot a false traitor to you and to your realm."
"And I," said Sir Gawaine, "will bid ye remember, Lord King, that if ye will make war between us and Sir Lancelot, there will be many kings and great lords hold with him. And I would ask you, how many times hath Sir Lancelot done noble deeds on our behalf, and proved himself the best knight of us all? Did he not rescue 20 of us from the dungeons of Sir Turquine? Hath he not avenged shame upon the king and the queen and the fame of the Round Table many a time? Methinketh, my uncle, that such kind deeds should be well remembered." "Think ye," said the king, "that I am not loath to begin so evil and terrible a thing as civil war? Man, it rendeth my heart to think it. And I tell thee, Sir Mordred, I will not begin it, except I have proofs of what ye charge upon Sir Lancelot. And as he is the best knight of ye all, and the most valiant, I will not judge him before I hear him. If I know him well, he will come hither and challenge the knight to combat that doth bring these charges against him, and in that will I trust, for God shall surely defend the right. Therefore let a messenger be sent to Sir Lancelot, requiring him by his knighthood to appear before me here, and make answer to the charges thou hast against him." This was not as Sir Mordred desired, for he did not doubt that if Sir Lancelot came he would have little trouble to persuade the king that he was innocent. When the messenger was gone, therefore, Sir Mordred sent a servant after him, who slew him in a wood and hid his body under a bush. Meanwhile Sir Mordred counselled Sir Mador to repeat his demand that the king should cause the queen to be led to the stake, since no knight had come forward and offered to fight for her. For a time the king put him off, hoping that as soon as Sir Lancelot received his commands he would come instantly. Very anxiously did the king look to the door, hoping to see the tall form of his best knight come towering through the hall. Instead thereof came the crafty servant of Sir Mordred, throwing himself at the feet of the king.
"Gracious lord,"
cried he, panting as if from swift running,
"I have even now come from the place where Sir Lancelot and his friends are hiding. I am one of their servants, but I hate their treason against ye, and therefore I am come to tell you of this greatest treason of all. They have slain your messenger, my lord, him that came requiring Sir Lancelot to appear before thee. Sir Lancelot ran upon him when he gave his message, and slew him, saying, 'Thus do I answer the saucy words of him who shall not much longer be king.'" The king looked at the face of the messenger long and sadly. The pain which the king suffered would have softened any ordinary heart, but the murderer was a hard and callous wretch, and his brazen eyes outlooked the king. "Then is Sir Lancelot changed indeed," said the king, and walked away with bowed head and moist eyes. Sir Mador pushed forward again, repeating his demand. "Have it as ye will," said the king heavily, and went quickly into his private chamber. "Alas," said Sir Gawaine and Sir Gareth, "now is the whole realm falling to ruin, and the noble fellowship of the Round Table shall be scattered in civil war." Soon a page came to Sir Gawaine, telling him that the king would speak to him. "Gawaine," said the king, when the knight went to him,
I have been too easy with this knight, Sir Launcelot. He hath slain 11 knights of the Round Table, and my messenger. The pride and ambition of that man shall have a check. His great fame for valiant deeds hath made him mad, until it would seem that nothing but this realm will content him. Now therefore, as justice demands, and Sir Mador requires, do ye lead the queen to the fire. She shall have the law, as is right. Afterwards we will see Sir Launcelot, and know ye, he shall have a hard and shameful death. Heaven forbid, said Sir Gawaine, that ever I should see either of these things, for I will believe not these reports of Sir Launcelot. How now, said the king, truly ye have little cause to love him. This night last past he slew Sir Agravaine, your brother, and several of your kindred with him, and also Sir Gawaine. Remember how he slew but lately 2 sons of yours in battle against the oppressing lords of the borders. My lord, said Sir Gawaine, I know these things, and for their deaths I have grieved, but I warned them all, and as they sought their deaths wilfully, I will not avenge them, nor think worse of Sir Launcelot. Nevertheless, said the king, I pray you will make ready with your brothers, Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, to take the queen to the fire, there to have her judgment and receive her death. Nay, most noble lord, replied the knight sadly, that will I never do. I will never stand by to see so noble a queen meet so shameful a death. Then, said the king sadly, suffer your brothers Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris to be there. They are younger than I, replied Sir Gawaine, and they may not say you nay. The king commanded the 2 brothers of Sir Gawaine to come to him, and told them what he desired of them. Sir, said Sir Gareth, it is in your power to command us to lead the queen to her shameful end, but wit you well it is sore against our will. We will go as ye bid, but it shall be in peaceable guise, for we tell you straightway we will not oppose a rescue should any so desire. Alas, said Sir Gawaine, and wept, that ever I should live to see this woeful day. Then the 2 knights went to the queen, and sorrowfully bade her prepare for her death. Very pale was the queen, but very quiet. For now that this was come, which she had dreaded night and day, she would bear herself proudly like a queen, innocent as she knew she was of any crime. Her ladies dressed her in her meanest garments. A priest, her confessor, was brought to her, and she was shriven of her sins. Then arose a weeping and a wailing and a wringing of hands among the lords and ladies. Between the knights and the men-at-arms she was led through the streets to the lists beyond the wall. Lamentation, cries of horror, and the shrieks and sighs of women arose from the multitude which lined each side of the narrow streets. Many were the prayers that rose from white lips, praying God to send a miracle to rescue so sweet a lady from so dreadful a doom. The city apprentices, with stout sticks in their hands, stood in bands, and in their stout young hearts was a great rage. It was in their minds to dash upon the guard of armoured knights, to attempt a rescue, but they knew how vain their sticks would be against the keen blades of swords. So stricken with horror were all those that looked on, that they noticed not how, when the queen and her guard issued from the gates of the palace, a man in the coarse dress of a peasant, who was standing in the crowd, strode swiftly away down a narrow lane. There he vaulted with an unpeasant-like deftness upon a good steed that stood in the charge of a young lad, and striking spurs in the horse's flanks, he dashed away madly along the streets and through the northern gate into the fields. Amidst the sorrowing people, with women crying and men muttering and looking darkly at the knights about her, the queen was led to the tilting ground beyond the northern wall, and in the midst thereof was a stake. To this she was fastened with a rope, and faggots of wood were piled about her feet up to her knees. Near her stood the priest of her household, trying to cheer her with comforting words. But the queen, pale and without tears, seemed to be dazed, as if she did not hear him. 100 knights ranged themselves behind the queen, some on horseback, but the most on foot. Many of them had followed the example of Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, and stood without arms. But Sir Mador was on his horse, fully armed and prepared for combat. Others of his kindred rode beside him. Then Sir Gaheris called upon the herald to proclaim what the king had commanded. "In the name of the king," cried the herald, "the queen hath been found guilty of the death of a knight by treason and poison, and his kinsmen have demanded due judgment upon her. But if any knight shall take upon himself to do battle for her, let him appear instantly. If none do appear, then shall she suffer the death by burning, as the law doth appoint." The herald ceased. The people in the seats, craning this way and that, looked eagerly up and down the lists to see if any knight came. They saw Sir Mador in the forefront of the troop of mounted knights glance about him, but no armed man moved forward to do battle for the innocence of the queen. Then he looked to where she stood, pale and still, and men saw him smile faintly, as if his cruel heart already rejoiced to think that she would surely burn. A great stillness was on the multitude of people. The eyes of all the citizens of London were bent upon that long, wide space of sand within the lists. Many, blurred by tears, could not bear to look at the white figure in the midst of the faggots. Men and women held their breath. They saw Sir Mador look towards Sir Gaheris, as if to ask him why he delayed giving the signal for the executioner to go forward to do his duty. Sir Gaheris stood looking down the lists toward the great entrance. His brother, Sir Gareth, was beside him, and in the hearts of both were prayers which asked that something might happen to prevent them doing this dreadful deed upon their fair queen. "I do call upon you, Sir Gaheris, to fulfill the law." Sir Mador's harsh voice rang out in the silence, startling all. With the sound, Sir Gaheris threw up his hands in a gesture of despair. He turned to the executioner, who stood beside a cauldron of fire, and pointed to the queen. Horror held the great multitude in silence, and all eyes watched the man put his torch in the fire and then carry it blazing towards the faggots. Suddenly, the men heard a strange throbbing sound, as if from a distance. Then quickly it changed into the fierce beat of horses' hoofs, and before many could realize what it meant, through the great gate at the end of the lists dashed knights in armor, on horses whose foam-flecked trappings showed at what a speed they had come. At the head of them rode a great knight, and as men caught the device upon his shield, a great roar of gladness burst from the throats of the people, while women sobbed for joy. "Sir Lancelot! Sir Lancelot to the rescue!" was the cry. As the knights entered, Sir Mador's quick command sounded, and the knights about him ran forward and surrounded the queen. They had barely reached the place when, with a great crashing sound, the party of Sir Lancelot was upon them. Many of Sir Mador's people were at once thrown headlong to the ground by the force of the shock, but the others fought fiercely. This way and that the battle swayed, Sir Mador trying to thrust the others from the fire, and Sir Lancelot's kinsmen striving to reach the queen. All was in confusion. The knights on foot were mingled with those on horseback, and many were cut down who did not bear arms. Full of a mad wrath was Sir Lancelot, as he raged among the knights that stood about the faggots, nor could any withstand him. So blind was he in his fury that he knew not whom he slew, except that they were men who stood between him and the queen. So, by great mischance, at this rushing and hurtling, he slew 2 knights, and knew not that they were unarmed, and that they were of those he loved most. One was Sir Gareth, whom he had himself knighted, and the other was Sir Gaheris. In very truth, Sir Lancelot knew them not, and afterwards they were found dead where the corpses lay thickest. Short but very fierce was that battle, for none could long withstand the fury of Sir Lancelot and his kinsmen. Many were slain on both sides. Sir Mador had his head sheared from his shoulders by a stroke of Sir Lancelot's sword, and the remnant of his party fled. Then Sir Lancelot rode to the queen, cut her bonds, and lifted her upon his horse full tenderly. Her eyes streamed with tears as she returned thanks to God for her deliverance, and hardly could she tell her gratitude to Sir Lancelot. Thus, with the continued praises of the people in his ears, Sir Lancelot fared forth amidst his kinsmen, and taking the road northwards, he rode with the queen to his own castle of Joyous Gard. "For," said he, "I will keep the queen in safety until I know that the king is assured of our innocence of any treason against him. But I doubt our enemies have poisoned his mind, for never else would he have suffered her to go to the stake." But therein was Sir Lancelot in great error, as in much grief and remorse he came later to see. For if instantly he had taken the queen to the king, and had dared his enemies to prove his treason and the queen's, they would have been instantly discountenanced, and King Arthur would have known and loved him as he had ever done, for a true knight and a peerless one. Nevertheless, Sir Launcelot would ever have had the hatred of Sir Gawain, which was caused by his slaying, though unwittingly, the two good knights Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, whereof came great bale and sorrow. End of chapter 11. Recording by Tamara Schwartz, Newberg, Oregon. Chapter 12 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights, The Tales Retold for Boys and Girls, by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 12 of Sir Gawain's Hatred and the War with Sir Launcelot. King Arthur, in the hall of his palace in London, walked quickly up and down, thinking in great grief of the death of his queen. A group of pages stood quietly in the shadow by the door, and 2 or 3 knights gazed silently at the moody king. Suddenly there came the sound of running footsteps. A man dashed into the hall and threw himself at the feet of the king. It was a squire of Sir Mordred's, and he craved leave to speak. "Say on," said the king.
"My lord," said the man, "Sir Launcelot hath rescued the queen from the fire, and hath slain some 30 of your knights. And he and his kin have taken the queen among them away to some hiding place."
King Arthur stood for a little while, dumb for pure sorrow. Then turning away, he wrung his hands and cried with a voice whose sadness pierced every heart, "Alas, that I ever bear a crown! For now is the fairest fellowship of knights that ever the world held scattered and broken."
"Further, my lord," went on the man, as others came into the hall, "Sir Launcelot hath slain the brethren of Sir Gawain, and they are Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth."
The king looked from the man to the knights that now surrounded him, as if that which he heard was past all belief. "Is this truth?" he asked them, and all were moved at the sorrow on his face and in his voice. "Yea, lord," said they. "Then, fair fellows," he said very heavily, "I charge you that no man tell Sir Gawain of the death of his 2 brothers, for I am sure that when he heareth that his loved younger brother, Sir Gareth, is slain, he will nigh go out of his mind for sorrow and anger." The king strode up and down the chamber, wringing his hands in the grief he could not utter. "Why, oh, why did he slay them?" he cried out at length. "He himself knighted Sir Gareth when he went to fight the oppressor of the Lady Lions, and Sir Gareth loved him above all others." "That is truth," said some of the knights, and could not keep from tears to see the king's grief. "But they were slain in the hurtling together of the knights, as Sir Launcelot dashed in the thick of the press. He wist not whom he smote, so blind was his rage to get to the queen at the stake." "Alas, alas," said the king, "the death of them will cause the greatest woeful war that ever was in this fair realm. I see ruin before us all. Rent and ruined shall we be, and all peace for ever at an end." Though the king had forbidden any of his knights to tell Sir Gawain of the death of his 2 brothers, Sir Mordred called his squire aside, and bade him go and let Sir Gawain know all that had happened.
"Do you see to it," he told the man, "that thou dost inflame his mind against Sir Launcelot."
The knave went to Sir Gawain, and found him walking on the terrace of the palace, overlooking the broad, quiet Thames, where the small trading ships sailed up and down the river, on their ways to and from Gaul and the ports of the Kentish coast.
"Sir,"
said the squire, doffing his cap and bowing,
"great and woeful deeds have been toward this day. The queen hath been rescued by Sir Launcelot and his kin, and some 30 knights were slain in the melee about the stake."
"Heaven defend my brethren,"
said Sir Gawaine, for they went unarmed. But as for Sir Lancelot, I guessed he would try a rescue, and I had deemed him no man of knightly worship if he had not. But tell me, how are my brethren? Where be they?"
"Alas, sir," said the man, "they be slain."
The grim face of Sir Gawaine went pale, and with an iron hand he seized the shoulder of the squire and shook him in his rage. "Have a care, thou limb of Mordred's, if thou speakest lies," he said. "I would not have them dead for all this realm and its riches. Where is my young brother, Sir Gareth?"
"Sir, I tell ye truth," said the man, "for I know how heavy would be your anger if I lied in this. Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris are slain, and all good knights are mourning them, and in especial the king our master."
Sir Gawaine took a step backwards, and his face went pale, and then it darkened with rage. "Tell me who slew them," he thundered.
"Sir," replied the man, "Sir Lancelot slew them both."
"False knave!" cried Sir Gawaine. "I knew thou didst lie." He struck the man a great buffet on the head, so that he fell half dazed to the ground. "Ha, ha, thou lying tale-bearer!" laughed Sir Gawaine, half relieved of his fears, yet still half doubtful. "To tell me that Sir Lancelot slew them? Why, man, knowest thou of whom thou pratest? Sir Lancelot to slay my dear young brother Gareth? Why, man, Gareth loved Sir Lancelot as he loved me, not more than he loved me, but near as much, and Sir Lancelot was ever proud of him. 'Twas he that knighted my young brother Gareth, brave and hardy, noble of mind and goodly of look. He would have stood with Lancelot against the king himself, so greatly he loved him. And thou foul mouth, thou tellest me that Lancelot hath slain him? Begone from my sight, thou split tongue."
"Nevertheless, Sir Gawaine," said the man, rising, "Sir Lancelot slew them both in his rage, as he would, saving your presence, have slain you had you stood between him and the queen at the stake."
At these words, stubbornly spoken in spite of the furious looks of Sir Gawaine, the knight realized that the man was speaking the truth. His look was fixed on the face of the knave, and rage and grief filled his eyes as he grasped the fact that his beloved brother was really slain. Then the blood surged into his face, and he dashed away. Men started to see the wild figure of Sir Gawaine rushing through the passages, his eyes bloodshot, his face white. At length he dashed into the presence of the king. Arthur stood sorrowing amidst his knights, but Sir Gawaine rushed through them and faced the king. "Ha, King Arthur!" he cried, half breathless, but in a great wild voice. "My good brother Sir Gareth is slain, and also Sir Gaheris. I cannot bear the thought of them slain. It cannot be true. I cannot believe it." "Nay, nor can any think upon it," said the king, "and keep from weeping." "Aye," said Sir Gawaine in a terrible voice. "There shall be weeping, I trow, and that ere long. Sir, I will go see my dead brothers. I would kiss them ere they be laid in earth." "Nay, that may not be," said the king gently. "I knew how great would be thy sorrow, and that sight of them would drive thee mad, and I have caused them to be interred instantly." "Tell me," said Gawaine, and men marveled to see the wild look in his eyes and to hear the fierce voice, "is it truth that Sir Lancelot slew them both?" "It is thus told me," said the king, "that in his fury Sir Lancelot knew not whom he smote." "But, man," thundered Sir Gawaine, "they bare no arms against him. Their hearts were with him, and young Gareth loved him as if Lancelot was his own brother." I know it," replied King Arthur. "But men say they were mingled in the thick press of the fight, and Lancelot knew not friend from foe, but struck down all that stood between him and the queen."
For a space Sir Gawain was silent, and men looked upon him with awe and compassion. His mane of hair, grizzled and wild, was thrown back upon his shoulders, and his eyes flamed with a glowing light as of fire. Suddenly he stepped up to the king, and lifting his right hand, said, in a voice that trembled with rage, "My lord, my king, and my uncle, wit you well that now I make oath by my knighthood, that from this day I will seek Sir Launcelot, and never rest till he be slain or he slay me. Therefore, my lord king, and you, my fellow knights and lords, I require you all to prepare yourselves for war. For, know you, though I ravage this land and all the lands of Christendom, I will not rest me nor slake my revenge until I come up to Launcelot and drive my sword into his evil heart." With that Sir Gawain strode from the room, and for a space all men were silent, so fierce and full of hatred had been his words. "I see well," said the king, "that the death of these twain knights will cause the deadliest war that hath ever raged, and never shall we have rest until Gawain do slay Launcelot or is slain by him. O Launcelot, Launcelot, my peerless knight, that ever thou shouldst be the cause of the ruin of this my fair kingdom!" None that heard the king could keep from tears, and many felt that in this quarrel the king's heart was not set, except for the sake of Sir Gawain, his nephew, and all his kin. Then there were made great preparations in London, and all the lands south of Trent, with sharpening of swords and spears, making of harness, and beating of smiths' hammers on anvils. Men's minds were in sore distress, and the faces of the citizens were long and white with dismay. Daily the quarrel caused other quarrels. Many a group of knights came to high words, some taking the side of Launcelot and the queen, and others that of the king and Sir Gawain. Often they came to blows, and one or other of their number would be left writhing and groaning on the ground. Families broke up in bad blood by reason of it, for the sons would avow their intent to go and enlist with Launcelot, while the fathers, in high anger at such disloyalty to Arthur, would send their tall sons away, bidding them never to look upon their faces again. Women sorrowed and wept, for whichever side they took, it meant that one or other of their dear ones was opposed to them, and would go to battle, fighting against those of their own kin and of their own hearths. Towards midsummer the host was ready, and took the road to the north. The quarrel had been noised abroad throughout Britain, and many kings, dukes, and barons came to the help of Arthur, so that his army was a great multitude. Yet many others had gone to Launcelot, where he lay in his castle of Joyous Gard, not far from Carlisle. Thither, in the month of July, when the husbandmen were looking to their ripening fields and thinking of harvest, King Arthur and Sir Gawain drew with their army and laid a siege against the castle of Joyous Gard, and against the walled town which it protected. But for all their engines of war, catapults which threw great stones, and ramming irons which battered the walls, they could not make a way into the place, and so lay about it until harvest time. One day, as Queen Guinevere stood at the window of the castle, she looked down at the tents of the besieging host, and her gaze lingered on the purple tent of King Arthur, with the banner of the red dragon on the pole above it. As she looked, she saw her husband issue from the tent and begin to walk up and down, alone, in a place apart. Very moody did he seem as he strode to and fro with bent head. Sometimes he looked towards Joyous Gard, and then his face had a sad expression upon it, which went to the queen's heart. She went to Sir Launcelot and said, "Sir Launcelot, I would that this dreadful war were done, and that thou wert again friends and in peace with my dear lord. Something tells me that he sorrows to be at enmity with thee. Thou wert his most famous knight, and brought most worship to the fellowship of the Round Table. Wilt thou not try to speak to my lord? Tell him how evil were the false reports of the conspiracy against him, and that we are innocent of any treason against him and this dear land." "Lady," said Sir Launcelot, "on my knighthood I will try to accord with my lord.
If our enemies have not quite poisoned his thoughts of us, he may listen and believe." Thereupon Sir Launcelot caused his trumpeter to sound from the walls, and asked that King Arthur would hold a parley with him. This was done, and Sir Pentred, a knight of King Arthur's, took the message to the king. In a little while King Arthur, with Sir Gawaine and a company of his counselors and knights, came beneath the walls, and the trumpeters blew a truce, and the bowmen ceased from letting fly their arrows, and the men-at-arms from throwing spears. Then Sir Launcelot came down to a narrow window in the gate tower, and cried out to the king, "Most noble king, I think that neither of us may get honor from this war. Cannot we make an end of it?" "Aye," cried Sir Gawaine, his face red with anger, and shaking his mailed fist at Launcelot. "Come thou forth, thou traitor, and we will make an end of thee." "Come forth," said the king, "and I will meet thee on the field. Thou hast slain 30 of my good knights, taken my queen from me, and plunged this realm in ruin." "Nay, lord, it was not I that caused this war," said Sir Launcelot. "I had been but a base knight to have suffered the noble lady, my queen, to be burned at the stake, and it passes me, my lord king, how thou couldst ever think to suffer her to be burned." "She was charged with poisoning a knight who slandered her," said the king. "I must see justice done on high and low, and though it grieved me to condemn her, I could do naught else. Moreover, if Sir Pinel spoke true, both you and she were conspiring to slay me, and to rule this kingdom in my stead." "A foul lie! A black calumny!" cried Sir Launcelot fiercely. "And I would answer for it with the strength which God might give me on any 6 of your knights that may say I am so black a traitor. I tell you, my lord king, and I swear it on my knighthood, and may death strike me now if I lie, that neither I nor the queen have ever had evil thoughts against your person, nor had designs upon your crown." At so solemn an oath men stood still and waited, for few doubted in those days that if a man who took so great an oath was speaking falsely, fire from heaven would instantly descend and consume him. The moments passed, and nothing happened, and men breathed again. Sir Launcelot looked at the face of King Arthur, and saw by the light upon it that the king believed him, and Sir Launcelot rejoiced in his heart. He saw the king turn to Sir Gawaine with a questioning air, as if he would ask what more his nephew wanted. But next moment, with a harsh laugh, Sir Gawaine spoke. "Hark ye, Sir Launcelot, thou mayest swear to heaven as to some things, and there are those that may be moved by thy round oaths. But this I charge upon thee, thou false proud knight, that thou didst slay 2 unarmed men, men that loved thee and worshipped thee. Forsooth, thou boastful braggart and mouthing hero, thou wilt not dare to deny it." Sad was the face and voice of Sir Launcelot as he made reply. "I cannot hope to find excuse from you," he said, "for I cannot and never will forgive myself. I would as lief have slain my nephew Sir Bors as slay young Sir Gareth whom I loved, and Gaheris his brother. Sorrow is on me for that. I was mad in my rage, and did not see them, only I knew that many knights stood between me and the queen, and I slew all that seemed to bar my passage." "Thou liest, false recreant knight!" cried Sir Gawaine, whose grief by now had made him mad with the lust for revenge. "Thou slewest them in thy pride to despite me and the king, because we had permitted the queen to go to the stake. Thou coward and traitor! Therefore wit thee well, Sir Launcelot, I will not quit this quest until I feel my sword thrusting into thy evil heart." "Sorrow is on me," said Sir Launcelot, "to know that thou dost so hatefully pursue me. If thou didst not, I think my lord the king would give me his good grace again, and receive back his queen, and believe us innocent." "I believe it well, false recreant knight!" cried Sir Gawaine, full of rage to know that the king verily wished to have peace. But know ye that while I live, my good uncle will make war upon thee, and at last we will have thee in spite of thy castle walls and thy skill in battle, and then I will have thy head." "I trust ye for that," said Sir Launcelot, "for I see that thy hatred hath crazed thee, so if ye may get me, I shall expect no mercy." Then, seeing how useless it was to keep up the parley any longer, Sir Launcelot withdrew. Next day spies brought in word to Sir Launcelot that, at the council of his chief men, the king had said he would take back his queen and make peace with Sir Launcelot, but that Sir Gawaine had fiercely told him that if he did not keep up the war until Sir Launcelot was taken or slain, he and all the kin of Lot would break away from the realm and their allegiance. Indeed, it was rumored that Sir Gawaine would have made the king prisoner had he not yielded, and so powerful was Sir Gawaine and the lords that followed him, that none could have been strong enough to withstand them. Sir Gawaine, yearning by reason of his hatred to get Sir Launcelot out of his castle to fight with him, now sent knights to cry out shame upon him under his walls. Thus they marched up and down, calling out insulting names and charging him with dishonorable deeds, until at length the very men-at-arms that kept watch upon Sir Launcelot's walls reddened for shame, and hurled down spears and stones at the foul mouths. Sir Bors, Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Lionel, they also heard the words, and going to the other knights of Sir Launcelot, took counsel with them, and decided that this could no longer be suffered. Together they went to Sir Launcelot and said to him, "Wit ye well, my lord, that we feel great scorn of the evil words which Sir Gawaine spoke unto you, when that ye parleyed with him, and also of these shameful names which men call upon ye for all the citizens to hear. Wherefore we charge you and beseech you, if ye will to keep our service, hold us no longer behind these walls, but let us out in the name of heaven and your fair name, and have at these rascals." "Fair friends," replied Sir Launcelot, "I am full loath to fight against my dear lord, King Arthur." "But if ye will not," said Sir Lionel, his brother, "all men will say ye fear to stir from these walls, and hearing the shameful words they cry, will say that there must be truth in them if ye seek not to silence them." They spoke long with Sir Launcelot, and at length he was persuaded, and he sent a message to the king telling him that he would come out and do battle, but that, for the love he bore the king, he prayed he would not expose his person in the fight. But Sir Gawaine returned answer that this was the king's quarrel, and that the king would fight against a traitor knight with all his power. On the morrow, at 9 in the morning, King Arthur drew forth his host, and Sir Launcelot brought forth his array. When they stood facing each other, Sir Launcelot addressed his men, and charged all his knights to save King Arthur from death or wounds, and for the sake of their old friendship with Sir Gawaine, to avoid battle with him also. Then, with a great hurtling and crashing, the knights ran together, and much people were there slain. The knights of Sir Launcelot did great damage among the king's people, for they were fierce knights, and burned to revenge themselves for the evil names they had heard. Sir Gawaine raged like a lion through the field, seeking Sir Launcelot, and many knights did he slay or overthrow. Once, indeed, King Arthur, dashing through the fight, came upon Sir Launcelot. "Now, Sir Launcelot," he cried, "defend thee, for thou art the causer of this civil war." At these words he struck at Sir Launcelot with his sword, but Sir Launcelot took no means to defend himself, and put down his own sword and shield, as if he could not put up arms against his king. At this the king was abashed, and put down his sword, and looked sorrowfully upon Sir Launcelot. Then the surging tide of battle poured between them and separated them, until it happened that Sir Bors saw King Arthur at a little distance. With a spear the knight rushed at the king, and so fierce was his stroke and hearty his blow that the king was stricken to the ground. Whereupon Sir Bors leapt from his horse and drew his sword and ran towards the king. But someone called upon him, and looking up he saw Sir Launcelot riding swiftly towards him. Sir Bors held the king down upon the ground by the nose-piece of his helm, and in his other hand he held his naked sword. Looking up to Sir Launcelot, he cried in a fierce voice, "Cousin, shall I make an end of this war? 'Twere easy done." He meant that, if the king were slain,
Sir Gawain would lose half his forces, and could not hope to keep up the war against Sir Launcelot single-handed. "Nay, nay," said Sir Launcelot, "on peril of thy head touch not the king. Let him rise, man. I will not see that most noble king, who made me knight and once loved me, either slain or shamed." Sir Launcelot, leaping from his horse, went and raised the king, and held the stirrup of his horse while the king mounted again. "My lord Arthur," said Launcelot, looking up at the king, "I would in the name of heaven that ye cause this war to cease, for none of us shall get honour by it. And though I forbear to strike you, and I try to avoid my former brothers and friends of the Round Table, they do continually seek to slay me, and will not avoid me." King Arthur looked upon Launcelot, and thought how nobly courteous was he more than any other knight. The tears burst from the king's eyes, and he could not speak, and sorrowfully he rode away and would fight no more, but commanded the trumpets to cease battle. Whereupon Sir Launcelot also drew off his forces, and the dead were buried, and the wounded were tended. Next morning the battle was joined again. Very fiercely fought the king's party, for Sir Gawain had commanded that no quarter should be given, and that whoever slew a knight of Sir Launcelot's should have his helm filled with gold. Sir Gawain himself raged like a lion about the field, his spear in rest. He sought for Sir Launcelot, but that knight always avoided him, and great was Gawain's rage and scorn. At length Sir Bors saw Sir Gawain from afar, and spurred across the field towards him. "Ha, Sir Bors!" cried the other mockingly. "If ye will find that cowardly cousin of thine, and bring him here to face me, I will love thee."
"'Twere well I should not take thy words seriously," mocked Sir Bors in his turn, "for if I were to bring him to thee, thou wert sure repent it. Never yet hath he failed to give thee thy fall, for all thy pride and fierceness."
This was truth. Often in the jousting of earlier days, when Sir Launcelot had come in disguise and had been compelled to fight Sir Gawain, the latter had had the worst. But Sir Launcelot, loving his old brother in arms as he did, had in later years avoided the assault with Sir Gawain. Yet the greater prowess and skill of Sir Launcelot were doubted by none. Sir Gawain raged greatly at the words of Sir Bors, for he knew they were true, though he had wished they were not.
"Thy vaunting of thy recreant kinsman's might will not avail thee," he cried furiously. "Defend thyself." "I came to have to do with thee," replied Sir Bors fiercely. "Yesterday thou didst slay my cousin Lionel. Today, if God wills it, thou thyself shall have a fall."
Then they set spurs to their horses and met together so furiously that the lance of either bore a great hole in the other's armour, and both were borne backwards off their horses, sorely wounded. Their friends came and took them up and tended them, but for many days neither of the knights could move from their beds. When the knights of Sir Launcelot saw that Sir Bors was grievously wounded, they were wroth with their leader. Going to him, they charged him with injuring his own cause. "You will not exert yourself to slay these braggart foes of yours," they said to him. "What does it profit us that you avoid slaying knights, because, though they are now your bitter foes, they were once brothers of the Round Table? Do they avoid ye, and seek not to slay you and us, your kindred and friends? Sir Lionel is dead, and he is your brother, and Sir Galk, Sir Griffith, Sir Saffrey, and Sir Conan, all good and mighty knights, are wounded sorely. Ye were ever courteous and kindly, Sir Launcelot," they ended, "but have a care lest now your courtesy ruin not your cause and us." Seeing by these words that he was like to chill the hearts of his friends if he continued to avoid slaying his enemies, Sir Launcelot sorrowfully promised that henceforth he would not stay his hand. After that he avoided none that came against him, though for very sorrow he could have wept when some knight, with whom in happier times he had drunk wine and jested at the board in Camelot, rushed at him with shrewd strokes to slay him. As the fight went on, the lust of battle grew in Sir Launcelot's heart, and manfully he fought, and with all his strength and skill he lay about him. By the time of evensong his party stood very well, and the king's side seemed dispirited, and as if they would avoid the fierce rushes with which Sir Launcelot's knights attacked them. Staying his horse, Sir Launcelot looked over the field and sorrowed to see how many dead there were, dead of whom many may have been slain by their own kindred. He saw how the horses of his knights were splashed with the blood that lay in pools here and there, and grief was heavy upon him. Sir Pellam, a very valiant knight, came up to him. "See, lord," he cried, "how our foes flinch from the fierce hurtling of our knights. They are dispirited by the wounding of Sir Gawaine. Sir Kay is also wounded, and Sir Torre is slain. Now, if ye will take my advice, this day should cease this war once for all. Do ye gather all your forces, lord, and I think with one great dash together ye should scatter their wavering knights, and this field would be won." "Alas," said Sir Launcelot, "I would not have it so. It cuts me to my heart to war as I do against my lord Arthur, and to trample him and his people in the mire of defeat. Nay, I should suffer remorse till my last day." "My lord," said Sir Pallam, "I think ye are unwise. Ye spare them thus to come again against ye. They will give ye no thanks, and if they could get you and yours at so great a disadvantage, wit you well they would not spare you." But Sir Launcelot would not be moved, and in pity he ordered the trumpeters to sound the retreat. King Arthur did likewise, and each party retired in the twilight from the field, where the wounded lay groaning till death or succour came, and the dead lay still and pale until the kindly earth was thrown over them. Some weeks passed in which the armies did not meet, for the host of King Arthur was not now so proud as they had been, seeing that they had lost many good knights, and Sir Launcelot would not of his own will sally out from his castle to fall upon the king. But ever Sir Gawaine tried to inflame the mind of King Arthur and his kinsmen against Sir Launcelot, and he advised them to join battle with their enemy. Moreover, from the lands of his kingdom of Lothian, of which Sir Gawaine was now king in the place of his dead father, King Lot, a great body of young knights and men-at-arms came, and the king's party began to recover their courage. Many began daily to ride to the walls of Joyous Gard, and by insult and evil names endeavoured to tempt forth the men of Sir Launcelot. Soon the young knights clamoured to King Arthur and Sir Gawaine to permit them to attack the walls, and reluctantly the king consented to call his council for next day to devise some means of breaking down the castle. Headstrong was the counsel given by the young knights at that meeting, and greatly did King Arthur sorrow to feel that, for love of his nephew Sir Gawaine, he would be compelled to yield to their wild demands for further battle. Suddenly the door of the hall where sate the council was opened, and the porter of the gate appeared and approached the king. "My lord," he said, "the holy Bishop of London and King Geraint of Devon crave audience of you." Some of the fierce young knights scowled at the names and uttered cries of disgust. The king's face brightened, and before any could advise him against his will, he said, "Bid them enter instantly." "Thou meddling priest, and the petty king that knoweth not his mind!" sneered Sir Gawaine, looking fiercely about the room. "I pray thee, uncle," he said to the king, "listen not to their womanish persuasions if thou lovest me." King Arthur did not answer, but looked towards the door impatiently. Through this there came first 3 priests and 3 armed men, and behind them stepped an old and reverend man, the hair beside his tonsure white as driven snow, and falling over his white robe edged with red, that showed his rank as bishop. Then, towering above him, a noble knightly figure, came Geraint of Devon, grown nobler still since those noble days when he had proved himself to be a strong leader indeed, while men had thought him soft and foolish. All rose to their feet in reverence to the bishop, and fondly did King Arthur welcome Geraint, for this wise knight had from the first opposed Sir Gawaine in this war, and had refused to fight against Sir Launcelot and the queen, though he abated not his service to the king. Dark was the look which Gawaine darted at Geraint, but quiet yet fearless was Geraint's answering gaze. "What have ye to say?" said Gawaine angrily. "Say it quickly and begone. If ye are still of 2 minds, there seems no need to speak, and there is no need to bring a bishop to your aid." "Gawaine," said King Geraint, and his voice was quiet, yet with a ring of menace in it, "I think grief hath made you a little mad. Let the bishop speak, I pray ye. He hath a message for the king." "My lord," said the bishop, "I come from his holiness the Pope." At these words Sir Gawaine started forward, his hand upon his sword, as if he would willingly, in his madness, slay the holy priest. "And," went on the bishop, his grave voice and his quiet look not bating for all the wrathful fire in Sir Gawaine's eyes, "I bear with me the bull of his holiness. See, here it is, by which his highness doth charge King Arthur of Britain, as he is a Christian king, to take back Queen Guinevere unto his love and worship, and to make peace with Sir Launcelot." The murmurs of the wild young knights rose in a sudden storm, while Sir Gawaine glared with looks of hatred at King Geraint and the bishop. "And if ye do not this command," rang out the voice of the bishop, and there was sorrow in its tone, and silence sank on all. "If ye do not, then will his holiness excommunicate this land. None of ye here have seen so terrible a thing as a land laid under the interdict of the Holy Church, and rarely doth she find her children so stubbornly evil as to merit it. But the Father of the Church, seeing how this land is torn and rent by this bitter war between brothers, and fearful lest, while ye tear at each other's lives, the fierce and evil pagan will gain upon ye, and beat the lives from both of ye, and possess this fair island, and drive Christ and his religion from it utterly. Seeing all this, his holiness would pronounce the doom if ye are too stiff-necked to obey him. Then will ye see this land lie as if a curse were upon it. Your churches will be shut, and the relics of the holy saints will be laid in ashes. The priests will not give prayers, nor the church its holy offices, and the dead shall lie uncoffined, for no prayers may be said over them. Say then, King Arthur of Britain, what shall be the answer to the command of his holiness, which here I lay before thee?" With these words the bishop held a parchment rolled out between his hands before the eyes of the king. Men craned forward and saw the black writing on the white skin, and the great seals, or bulls, hanging from it, whereupon those who could read saw the device of the Pope of Rome. "Say, is this thy doing?" cried Sir Gawaine fiercely, looking at King Geraint. "Didst thou send this meddling priest to Rome to get this?" "That did I," replied Geraint. "Then now I make this vow," thundered Sir Gawaine, "that though thou hast baulked me of my vengeance now, I will mark thee, thou king of two minds, and be thou sure that ere long I will avenge me of this treachery, and that upon thy body and in thy blood." "I mark thy words, Sir Gawaine," said Geraint, whose eyes flashed fiercely, though his voice was calm. "And I say again, thou art mad. I will tell thee and the king our lord and master why I did advise the holy bishop to go to Rome and get the pope's command. First, as ye all know, I did think this war a wicked one beyond all measure, and ever have I raised my voice against it. And what I foresaw has come to pass. As the good priest saith, while ye tore at each other's throats here in the furthest marches of the north, the sly, fierce pagan, learning how all the land was rent and weakened by this evil war, has crept up in his longships. He has landed at many solitary places on the coast, and has spread far and wide throughout the land, burning and slaughtering. The long files of his captives, our kinsmen, go day by day, even as ye fight here, brother with brother, down to the black ships, and ye do naught to save them or avenge them. Already have I, in my office as Count of the Saxon shore, battered them back to their ships at Lemanus, Longporth, and Rutupiae. But here in the north, for all that the old lion Uriens of Reged, worn with war and full of age, hath taken the field against them, here, behind your backs as ye battle, kin with kin, a great and a stubborn pagan, whom men call Hiring the land waster, hath entered the land and still prevails. Crafty he is and strong, for he hath made treaties with some of our weaker kin, and their women he hath taken in marriage for his leaders, and thus
In our very midst there is treachery, hand in hand with the brutal invaders. Yet still you, Gawain, are so mad, so lost to all care for your nation's weal, that you would see your people ruined, and your land possessed by the savage boors of Saxons, while ye slake your vengeance for a private wrong. If still you so would do, I call you traitor, and by the grace of God I will make good my words upon your body, when we have thrust the pagan from the land, and peace is within our borders once again." While the thunder of his noble anger still rolled through the wide hall, King Arthur arose, and men marked the resolution in his eyes. "I will that there be no more war," he said, and he looked sternly at Gawain. "Geraint hath spoken the truth, and the truth shall prevail. I repent me that I have so long forgotten the needs of my kingdom. Do thou now, good bishop, go to Sir Lancelot. Tell him that I will make peace with him, and that I will receive back my queen. And do thou, good Geraint, fare south again. I thank thee from my heart for what thou hast done. Would to heaven that all my knights were as clean-souled and as single-minded in devotion unto me as thou art. Do thou go and fulfil thy great office. Watch thou the coasts as hitherto thou hast watched them, and soon I will follow to aid thee should the foul and savage pagans strive again to break into my realm." But after all, Sir Gawain had his way in part. The bishop took the king's assurance, sealed with his great seal, whereby he promised Sir Lancelot that he should come and go safe from murder or sudden onset, and desiring him to bring the queen to the king at his hall at Carlisle. But in that parchment was no word of reconciliation with Sir Lancelot. Sir Gawain fiercely told the king that the day on which he, the king, should clasp the hand of Lancelot in friendship, he, Sir Gawain, with all his vassals and his men, would leave the kingdom. So deep and burning was the hatred which Gawain bore Sir Lancelot, that he even threatened that, if his will was not granted, he would join the pagans and fight against the king. So shamed and saddened was the king at these words that, to put an end to his nephew's rage, he consented to do as he desired. Therefore, though the bishop strove to persuade the king to make his peace with Sir Lancelot, Sir Gawain's will was done, and the bishop went sadly to Joyous Gard. He showed his writings to Sir Lancelot and the queen, and both were sorrowful in that no word of reconciliation was said. "I will do my lord's desire," said the knight, "but I see that Sir Gawain's hatred of me is in no way abated. Nevertheless, do thou ride, my lord bishop, to the king. Commend me unto his good grace, and say to him that in 5 days I will myself bring my lady, Queen Guinevere, unto him as he doth desire." On the day appointed, as the king sat in hall at Carlisle, surrounded by his knights and their ladies, with Sir Gawain standing on the high seat beside him, there came the beat of many hoofs, and into the town rode Sir Lancelot, with the queen, knights, and squires accompanying them. They reined up at the wide door of the hall, and Sir Lancelot alighted, and having helped the queen to dismount, he took her hand and led her through the ranks of knights and ladies to where sat King Arthur. Sir Lancelot kneeled upon the edge of the dais, and the queen with him, and to see so noble a knight and so beautiful a lady, sad of countenance as they were, forced many a tear to the eyes of the knights and dames who looked on. Then rising and taking up the queen, Sir Lancelot spoke. "My most redoubted lord," he said, "you shall understand that by the Pope's commandment and yours I have brought unto you my lady your queen, as right requireth. And if there be any knight here of any degree who shall say that she or I have ever thought to plot treason against your person or your crown or the peace of this realm, then do I say here and now that I, Lancelot du Lake, will make it good upon his body that he lies. And, my gracious lord, if this is all that there is between you, my king, and myself, there need be naught of ill thought between us, but only peace and goodwill. But I wist well that one that hates me will not suffer ye to do what is in your good and kingly heart."
Sternly did Sir Launcelot look at Sir Gawaine, while the tears gushed from King Arthur's eyes, and from the eyes of many that heard Sir Launcelot's sad words. Fierce and dark was the look which Sir Gawaine returned to Sir Launcelot. "The king may do as he will," he said harshly, and in a loud voice, "but wit thou well, Sir Launcelot, thou and I shall never be at peace till one of us be slain. For thou didst slay my twain brothers, though they bore no harness against thee nor any ill will, yet traitorously thou didst slay them." "Alas, my lord," said Sir Launcelot, and the tears bedewed his face, "I cannot ask you for your forgiveness for that deed, unwitting though it was done and in my madness. Would to heaven they had worn harness! Wit you well that ever will I bewail the death of my dear friend Sir Gareth. 'Twas I that made him knight, and ever did I delight to see him, to hear his manly laugh ring out, and to see the light in his brave eyes that never suffered a mean or evil action. I wot he loved me above all other knights, and there was none of my kinsmen that I loved so much as I loved him. Ever will the sorrow of the death of thy brethren lie upon my soul, and to make some small amends, I will, if my lord will suffer it, and it will please you, Sir Gawaine, I will walk in my shirt and barefoot from Lemanis even unto this town, and at every 10 miles I will found a holy house, and endow it with monks to pray for the souls of Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris. Surely, Sir Gawaine, that will do more good unto their souls than that my most noble lord and you should war on me." Every cheek was wet, and the tears of the king fell from his eyes, yet made he no effort to restrain or hide them. "Out upon such monkish deeds!" cried Sir Gawaine, and his scornful eyes surveyed the weeping knights and dames. "Know thee, once for all, that never shalt thou wipe away the treacherous murder of my brothers but by thy blood. Ye are safe now for a season, for the Pope hath given you safety, but in this land, whatever comes of it, I care not. Thou shalt not abide above 15 days, or else I shall have thy head. So make ye no more ado, but deliver the queen from thee, and get thee quickly out of this court and out of this realm." "Well," said Sir Launcelot, and laughed grimly, "if I had known I should have so short an answer to my proffers of peace, I had thought twice ere I had come hither. But now, madam," he said, turning to the weeping queen beside him, "I must say farewell to ye, for now do I depart from this noble fellowship and this dear realm for ever. Pray for me, and send me word if any lying tongues speak evil of you, and if any knight's hand may deliver you by battle, believe me, mine shall so deliver you." With these words Sir Launcelot bent and kissed the queen's hand, and so turned away and departed. There was neither king, baron, knight, nor squire of all that great company who did not weep, nor think that Sir Gawaine had been of most evil mind to refuse the noble proffers of Sir Launcelot. Heavy was King Arthur ever thereafter, and never might man see his face brighten nor hear his laugh, and the better of his knights sorrowed with him, and knew what was in his heart. "In this realm will be no more quiet," said Sir Owen of the Fountain to his fellows as they stood upon the walls of Carlisle and saw the band of Sir Launcelot riding southwards, the sunlight flashing from their helms and armour. "The pagans have gathered strength daily while we have fought with each other, and that which would have given us the strength and the union which would hurl them from our coasts is shattered and broken. By the noble fellowship of the Round Table was King Arthur and his realm borne up, and by their nobleness the king and all his realm was in quietness and in peace. And a great part," he ended, "was because of the noble nature of Sir Launcelot, whom Sir Gawaine's mad rage hath driven from the kingdom. Nor is all the evil ended yet." End of chapter 12. Recording by Tamara Schwartz, Newberg, Oregon.
Chapter 13 of King Arthur's Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King Arthur's Knights, the tales retold for boys and girls by Henry Gilbert. Chapter 13. Of the rebellion of Mordred and the death of King Arthur. When Sir Lancelot and all his men had left the realm of Britain and had betaken themselves to Brittany, where Sir Lancelot had a kingdom of his own, the Saxons began to increase in Britain, both in strength and numbers. Almost daily a long black ship, crammed with pagans, was sighted from some part of the coast, and the British, praying that the fierce pirates would not visit their homes, would watch the terrible warship till it passed, or else, caught unawares, would have to flee inland in a breathless panic when the dragon-headed prow loomed through the sea mist and the barbarous warriors swarmed over the sides and ran knee-deep in the water, their eyes gleaming with the joy of killing and their hands eager for the looting. Then King Arthur made ready a great host, and for 2 years he fought in the northern parts against the bands of pirates. Swift were the blows he struck, for the great wide Roman roads were still open, not grass-grown and deserted, and with his mounted knights and men he could ride quickly from place to place, striking fiercely and scattering the foul pagans. 10 was the number of these battles which he fought in the north, 6 against the Saxon pirates and 4 against the wild cats of Caledonia, whom men call Picts and Scots, and who had ventured south in great numbers as soon as they heard how the king warred with his lords, and the rich land was open to plunder. 2 others he fought in the south, one against an insolent band of pirates who dared even to attack his palace city of Caerleon upon Usk. But so heavy and deadly a blow did he strike at them then, that from that battle barely a dozen pagans were left to flee like fire to their ships. Not without loss of many of his brave warriors did Arthur win these battles, for the pagans were good men of their hands, and not easily were they beaten. Saddest of all was the loss of the noble Geraint, who, thrusting back the pirates once again from the harbour of Longporth, got his death there with many of his valiant men. When the fame of King Arthur's prowess and the might of his knights had gone abroad among the pagans, they were afraid and would not venture in great numbers to invade the land again, and there was peace and rest in Britain for a space. Then Sir Gawaine, remembering his hatred of Sir Lancelot, persuaded the king to make him ready another host, with which to invade the land of Brittany, where Sir Lancelot ruled his kingdom. For a long time the king would not listen to his advice, and the queen, with all her power, strove against Sir Gawaine. But that knight and his large following of knights and men-at-arms had been of great service in the recent wars against the pagans, and the king could not wholly refuse to listen to Sir Gawaine's demands. Also Sir Mordred added his words to those of his brother, and said that men who came from Brittany said that Sir Lancelot was getting him ready a large army, and training many men, although he was at peace with his neighbours in Gaul. But the rumour went, as Sir Mordred reported, that Sir Lancelot was only waiting his time, and when King Arthur should be more than usually pressed by his pagan foes, Sir Lancelot and his great host would sail swiftly across the sea and seize the kingdom of Britain, when Arthur, exhausted by war, would be unable to withstand the fresh warriors of Sir Lancelot, and would lose both his queen and his crown. For a time the king would not suffer these evil rumours to be mentioned in his presence, but many of his counsellors thought there was much truth in them. At length, so persistent was Sir Mordred and those whom he craftily persuaded to believe him, that for sheer weariness the king consented to take an army across to Brittany, and to demand that Sir Lancelot should own that the king was his overlord, and that he should do homage to King Arthur for his kingdom. The host was prepared, therefore, and at a meeting of his council King Arthur made his nephew, Sir Mordred, regent of Britain, to rule in the king's place while he should be abroad, and Queen Guinevere he placed under the governance of Sir Mordred, as well as the officers of the court. When they had passed the sea and landed in the coast of Sir Lancelot's country, Sir Gawaine ordered his knights to go through the nearer parts, burning the houses of the people and wasting their lands. This he did in order to enrage Sir Lancelot against the king, so that he would not listen quietly to any demand which the king might make of him. Word was brought to Sir Lancelot of the landing of King Arthur and the plundering and wasting of the land, but for some days he would do naught, for he was loath to take up arms against the king he loved, and who had made him a knight. At length Sir Bors came to him, and with that knight were others, as Sir Lunel of the Brake, Sir Magus of Pole, and Sir Alan of the Stones, with his 6 mighty brothers. "My lord Sir Lancelot," said Sir Bors, "it is a great shame that we suffer them to ride over our lands, burning the homes of our folk and destroying the crops in the fields. Sir Alan also, who with his brothers were 7 as noble knights as a man might seek in 7 lands ere he might find a brotherhood as valiant and withal as courteous, spoke to the like purport, saying, 'Sir Lancelot, for the love of our land, let us ride out and meet these invaders in the field, for we have never been wont to cower in castles nor in towns.' Then spoke Sir Lancelot, who was lord of them all. 'My fair lords,' he said, 'ye wit well that I am loath to raise my hand against my own dear lord, and to shed the blood of Christian men. Yet I understand how it chafes you to stand by and see your fair land ruined by those that hate me. Therefore I will send a messenger to my lord Arthur, desiring him to make treaty with me. Then when we have his reply, we will consider the matter further.' A damsel was therefore sent to the camp of King Arthur, and she bore a message from Sir Lancelot. She was brought to Sir Lucan, who was the king's butler, and she told him whence she had come and why. 'Alas,' said Sir Lucan, 'I fear ye have made a long journey in vain, fair damsel. My lord King Arthur would quickly accord with Sir Lancelot, whom he loves, but Sir Gawaine will not suffer him.' Just then Sir Gawaine happened to pass by, and he saw the maiden and knew that she was not one of their party. He turned towards her, and his fierce eyes looked at her grimly sour. 'Whence come ye?' he said harshly. 'I come hither to speak with King Arthur,' said the maiden, 'for I bear a message from my lord Sir Lancelot.' With an angry gesture Sir Gawaine seized her bridle and led her palfrey swiftly to the edge of the camp. 'Depart,' he cried harshly, 'and tell your master that it is idle for him to send to mine uncle. Tell him from me, Sir Gawaine, that by the vow of my knighthood I will never leave this land till I or he be slain. Now go.' When this message was told to Sir Lancelot, the tears stood in his eyes, and he went apart. And for that day the knights his comrades held their council, but they resolved that the next day they would prevail upon Sir Lancelot to issue forth and give battle. But in the morning, when they looked from the walls of the castle, they saw that Sir Gawaine had crept up in the dawn, and now was the place besieged. Thereupon was fierce fighting, for Sir Gawaine had caused ladders to be reared, and his knights strove to climb over the wall, but were mightily beaten back by Sir Lancelot's party. Then the attackers drew off for a space, and Sir Gawaine, well armed, came before the chief gate upon a stout steed. He shook his lance at the men over the gate and cried, 'Where art thou, false traitor, Sir Lancelot? Why dost thou hide thyself within holes and walls like a coward? Look out now, thou timid soul, for when I may get at thee I will revenge upon thy evil body the death of my brothers twain.' These shameful words were heard by Sir Lancelot and all his knights and kin that stood about him, and they said, 'Sir Lancelot, now ye must be done with thy courtesy, and go forth and beat back those evil words upon his foul mouth.' 'It is even so,' said Sir Lancelot, 'but sorry I am, and heavy of spirit thus to fight with him, who hath been my dear brother in arms so long, and whose brothers I did unwittingly slay, and much evil shall come of this.' Then he commanded his strongest horse to be saddled, and bade his armour to be dressed upon him, and when he was fully armed he stood at the top of the gate and cried upon the king. 'My lord Arthur,' he said, 'you that made me knight, wit you well that I am right heavy that ever ye do pursue me thus. But now that Sir Gawaine hath used villainous words about me, I must needs defend myself." Sir Gawaine, seated upon his horse below, laughed grimly and cried upon the other. "O Lancelot, Lancelot," he said, "what a man of his words thou art! If thou darest to battle with me, cease thy babbling, man, and come off, and let us ease our hearts with strong blows." Then Sir Lancelot issued forth with many of his knights, and a covenant was made between the hosts that there should be no fighting until Sir Gawaine and Sir Lancelot had fought together, and one was either dead or yielden. Thereupon the two knights departed some way, and then came together with all the might of their horses, and each smote the other in the midst of the shield. So strong were the knights, and stout and big the spears, that their horses could not stand the shock, and so fell to the ground. Then the knights quickly avoided their horses, and dressed their shields, and fought fiercely together with their swords. So valiantly did each give and receive blows, and so heavy and grim was their fighting, that all the knights and lords that stood thereabout marvelled thereat, and were fain to say in as many good words that never had they seen such sword play. In a little while, so shrewd and skilful were they, both were wounded, and the blood oozed from the joints of their armour, and it was great marvel to see that they could still stand, dashing their shields upon each other, and each beating upon the other with great slashes of their swords. And which was the stronger of the twain none might say. Now Sir Gawaine had a magic power, which had been endowed upon him at his birth by a great witch, who was a friend of his mother, the sorceress Queen Morgan le Fay, wife of King Lot. No one knew of this secret power except King Arthur, and often had it availed Sir Gawaine, so that in dire perils of onfall, sudden ambush, or long battle, it had given him the victory, when all about him had been slain or wounded or taken captive. The magic was that from the hour of 9 until high noon, the strength of his body increased until it was 3 times his natural strength, which itself was full great, though in that, for deep wind and breath and might of arms, Sir Lancelot was the stronger. Now while they fought together, Sir Lancelot felt that Sir Gawaine seemed not to weaken as time went on, and he marvelled greatly. Then he felt that indeed Sir Gawaine's strength was greater than it had been at the beginning, and a fear came into his heart that Sir Gawaine was possessed of a demon. But Sir Lancelot was stout of heart as well as old in warcraft, and he knew that if he could tire Sir Gawaine, he might, by one blow, get the better of him when he saw a good chance. Therefore Sir Lancelot began to husband his strength, and instead of spending it in feinting and attacking, he bore his shield ever before him, covering himself from the fierce blows of his enemy. Thus he kept up his own strength, but hard put to it was when, towards midday, Sir Gawaine seemed to have the might of a very giant, and the shield arm of Sir Lancelot was numbed by reason of the crushing blows which Sir Gawaine's sword rained upon it. Great travail indeed had Sir Lancelot to stand up and not to yield, and while men marvelled at how he could endure, none knew all he suffered. Then, as the bell of the convent in the town boomed forth the hour of noon, Sir Gawaine heaved up his sword for a final blow, but his sword descended just as the last stroke of 12 had died away, and Sir Lancelot marvelled to feel that what should have been so grievous a blow that belike he could not have stood before it, fell upon his shield with no more than the strength of the blow given by an ordinary man. When Sir Lancelot felt the might of Sir Gawaine so suddenly give way, he drew himself up to his full height and said: "Sir Gawaine, I know not by what evil power ye have fought, but now I feel that ye have done. Now, my lord Sir Gawaine, I must do my part, for none may know the great and grievous strokes I have endured this day with great pain." With that Sir Lancelot redoubled his blows, and the sword of Sir Gawaine gave before the might of Sir Lancelot, and his shield was rent. Then Sir Lancelot gave so great a buffet on the helm of the other that Sir Gawaine staggered, and with yet another blow Sir Lancelot hurled him headlong to the ground. Men held their breath, for now, after so fierce and stubborn a struggle, they felt sure that Sir Lancelot, hot and enraged against his enemy, would rip off the other's helm and strike his head off instantly. But instead, Sir Lancelot stood for a moment looking at his prostrate enemy. Then men gasped to see him thrust his sword into its scabbard with a clang, turn upon his heel, and begin to walk away. They saw the prone knight raise his head and look as if in surprise at the retreating figure of Sir Lancelot. "Why dost thou depart?" cried Sir Gawaine, rage in his mocking voice. "Turn again, false knight, and slay me. If ye leave me thus, thou shalt gain nothing from it, for when I am whole I will slay thee when I may." Men marvelled to hear a fallen foe use such shameful and hateful words, but they marvelled much more when Sir Lancelot, turning, cried, "I shall endure you, sir, if God give me grace. But wit you well, Sir Gawaine, I will never smite you to death." Many that before had hated Sir Lancelot were moved by these noble words and by the sight of his mercy, and they deemed that there was hardly another man in all Christendom that would have shown such nobility, save Sir Galahad and Sir Perceval, and they were dead. So Sir Lancelot went into the city, and Sir Gawaine was borne into King Arthur's tent, and his wounds were cleaned and salved. Thus he lay for 3 weeks, hard of mood and bitter in his hatred, and longing eagerly to get well, so that he might try again to slay Sir Lancelot. Meanwhile he prayed the king to attack Sir Lancelot's walls, to try to draw him forth, or to take the city by treachery. But the king would do naught. He was sick for sorrow because of the war that was between him and Sir Lancelot, and by reason of the wounds of his nephew, Sir Gawaine. "Alas," was ever his reply, "neither you nor I, my nephew, will win worship at these walls, for we make war for no reason, with as noble a knight as ever drew breath, and one more merciful and courteous than any that ever graced the court of any Christian king." "Nevertheless," replied Sir Gawaine, raging at the king's love for Sir Lancelot, "neither his mercy nor courtesy would avail against my good sword, once I could sink it in his treacherous heart." As soon as Sir Gawaine might walk and ride, he armed him at all points and mounted a great courser, and with a long wide spear in his hand he went spurring to the great gate of the town. "Where art thou, Lancelot?" he cried in a fierce voice. "Come thou forth, traitor knight and recreant. I am here to revenge me on thy evil body for thy treacherous slaughter of my twain brothers." All this language Sir Lancelot heard, and hearing from the tower, he thus spake: "Sir Gawaine, it sorrows me that ye will not cease your foul speaking. I know your might and all that ye may do, and well ye what ye may do me great hurt or death." "Come down then," cried Sir Gawaine, "for what my heart craves is to slay thee. Thou didst get the better of me the other day, and I come this day to get my revenge. And wit thee well, I will lay thee as low as thou didst lay me." "I will not keep ye waiting long," said Sir Lancelot, "for as ye charge me of treachery, ye shall have your hands full of me ere long, however the battle between us may end." Then happened it even as before. The knights encountered first with spears, but Sir Gawaine's broke into 100 pieces upon the shield of Sir Lancelot. Then, dismounting, the knights fought on foot with swords. Sir Gawaine put forth all his strength, hoping, with the magic power which he possessed, to dash Sir Lancelot to his knees. But Sir Lancelot was more wary than before, and under cover of his shield he husbanded his strength until the hour of noon, when, as before, he felt that Sir Gawaine's might had strangely ebbed away. When that had come to pass, Sir Lancelot said: "Now once more I have proved that ye fight not with a man's fair strength, Sir Gawaine, but with some evil power, and full grievously was I put to it to withstand many of thy sad blows. Now ye have done your great deeds, and I will do mine." Then, with one stroke, of so marvellous a force that men marvelled, Sir Lancelot beat down Sir Gawaine's guard and struck him a full heavy blow on the side of the helm, beating it in so that the old wound burst again. Sir Gawaine fell to the ground, and for some moments lay still as if he were dead or in a swoon. But he was only dazed, and soon recovering, he raved and foamed as he lay there. cursing Sir Lancelot for a traitorous coward and a base knight, and even in his madness thrusting towards him with his sword. "Wit thou well, base knight," he cried, "that I am not slain yet. Come thou near and lie here with me, and we will fight this battle until we die." "I will do no more than I have done, my lord," said Sir Lancelot, "and when thou art able to stand I will meet thee again. But to smite a wounded man that may not stand I will not." Then Sir Lancelot withdrew to the town, while Sir Gawaine still raved and abused him, and men marvelled both at the exceeding madness of the hatred of Sir Gawaine and the great restraint and nobleness of Lancelot. Many said that had Sir Gawaine said half as many shameful things to one of them, they would have instantly raised his evil head from his shoulders. For a month Sir Gawaine lay sick, but was always eager to be up and able again, and at length the leech said that in 3 days he should ride, whereat Sir Gawaine was joyful. "Again," said he to King Arthur, who sat beside him, "again shall I have to do with that base fellow, and ill attend me if I do not end the matter this time." "Ye had ended it long ago, or had been ended," said the king, "except for the nobleness of Sir Lancelot that forbore to slay you." "Ay, we all know your love of the pestilent fool, uncle," said Sir Gawaine, "but we will stay here until we have made an end of him in his kingdom, if it take us all our lives." Even as he spoke there came the clear call of a trumpet outside in the camp, and Sir Bedevere came to the door of the king's tent, his grim old face pale, his grizzled hair unkempt, and every sign of haste and travel upon his dress. The king started up. "Sir Bedevere, ye bring evil tidings from Britain," he cried. "Can it be that more ruin and wrong is to come than that I suffer now? What is your news?" "O my king, it is that Mordred, your nephew, hath rebelled," said Sir Bedevere, "and has gathered much people about him, and hath sent many letters to all the lords and knights, your vassals, promising them wealth and lands if they make him king. And Gwenevere, your queen, he hath imprisoned, saying that he will wed her when ye are slain." "Mordred, Mordred!" cried the king. "Him that I thought was a quiet, strong man, turned so base a traitor." "Ay, he was ever the traitor, though brother of mine," cried Sir Gawaine in a voice of rage. "A man that speaks in whispers, haunts dark corners, and ever sneers with his lips." "Hardly with my life I have escaped to tell you this," went on Sir Bedevere, "for he placed men to watch me after I had scorned his evil offers to myself. But now, my lord, quickly ye must betake yourself and all your army from this fruitless and wrongful war against Sir Lancelot, and hasten to beat down the poisonous viper whom ye have nourished in your bosom." Ere the day was done, the army of King Arthur had raised the siege of Sir Lancelot's town, and were quickly marching to the sea, there to take their boats across to Britain to punish the usurper and traitor, Sir Mordred. A fair wind carried them across the sea, but long ere they reached the shallows of the beach at Dover, they saw the sunlight flashing from thousands of headpieces of knights and men at arms, set to oppose the landing of their rightful lord. The king was fiercely angry, and he commanded the masters of the ships to launch their small boats, and into these the knights swarmed and were rowed towards the shore. But the rebels of Mordred also launched boats and great pinnaces filled with knights, and when the boats of the opposite parties met, then there was fierce fighting and much slaughter of many good knights and barons and other brave men. Then King Arthur and his chief knights drew forth their horses from the holds of the ships and leapt with them into the sea, and fiercely did they throw themselves upon Sir Mordred and his knights. And there was grievous fighting on horseback in the shallow water, which soon was dyed with the blood of the slain. So stubborn were the king and his fighting men that the army of Mordred was forced to retreat towards the land, and then, when the king and Gawaine had trimmed their own ranks, order was given for one concerted rush against the enemy. The other side showed little fight now, and made no stand, but fled inland. When the battle was over, King Arthur let bury his people that were dead, so far as they could be discovered in the waves, and the wounded he caused to be carried into the town of Dover to be cared for. A squire came to the king as he stood giving orders to these things. "My lord king," said the squire, "Sir Gawaine lies sore wounded in a boat, and we know not whether he be alive or dead." "Alas!" cried the king, and the knights about him were full of pity at the sudden grief that came into his voice and his looks. "Is this true? Then is all my joy of life at an end?" The squire led him to the boat in which Sir Gawaine lay, who stirred as the king approached and feebly smiled. "My uncle," said Sir Gawaine, "wit you well that now is my death day come, for I know I shall not last this bout, for I am smitten upon the wound which Sir Lancelot gave me, and I feel that now I shall die." "Alas, my sister's son!" cried the king, taking Sir Gawaine in his arms and kissing him, while the tears flowed down his cheeks. "This is the wofullest day of all my life. For if ye depart, Gawaine, how solitary am I! Gawaine, Gawaine, in Sir Lancelot and in thee had I most my love and my joy, and now I shall lose ye both, and all my earthly joy is gone from me." "Alas," said Sir Gawaine, "sorrow's on me now that I have caused you such grief, mine uncle. I see now that I have been mad with rage against that noble knight Sir Lancelot, who slew my dear brothers unwittingly, and now I repent me sorely. I would that I could live to repair the evil that I have done to you and to Sir Lancelot, but my time is come. I shall not live till evening." They wept together, and the knights that stood about them also wept for pure grief, to think how much sorrow and ruin was caused by the mad rage of Sir Gawaine, which had pushed the good king on to make war against his will. "I am the causer of this rebellion by my traitor brother," said Sir Gawaine, "and my name shall be cursed for it. Had I not wilfully driven thee, thou wouldst have accorded with Sir Lancelot, and he and his brave kinsmen would have held your cankered enemies in subjection, or else cut them utterly away. Lift me up, my lord, and let me have a scribe, for I will send a letter to Sir Lancelot ere I die." Then Sir Gawaine was set up by the king, and a priest was brought, who wrote at the dying man's dictation, and the purport of the letter was in this wise: "Unto Sir Lancelot, flower of all noble knights that ever I heard of or saw, and once my dear friend, now do I, Sir Gawaine, King Lot's son of Orkney and the Lothians, and sister's son to King Arthur, send thee greeting, and let thee know by these writings that I am this day done to death, having been wounded at the landing against rebellious traitors, and struck upon the wound which thou didst give me twice before thy city, whereby I have got my death. But I will have thee to wit that I sought my death of thee, and got that wound deservedly of thee, who could have slain me twice, but for thy high nobility and great courtesy. I, Gawaine, beseech of thee forgiveness for my madness, and crave that thou wilt remember the dear friendly days we have had together in times long past, and for all the love that was between us. Come thou over the sea, and with thy knights do thou press to the help of Arthur, our noble lord, who is beset by a traitorous villain, my brother Mordred, who hath dared to rebel against his rightful lord, and hath crowned himself king. Do thou hasten, good Sir Lancelot, when thou shalt receive this letter, and follow the king. But ere thou goest from this seashore, do thou come to my tomb, and pray some prayer more or less for my sinful soul, that in its madness did evilly entreat thee." Then was Sir Gawaine shriven, and in a little while he swooned, while all stood uncovered round about him. When the rays of the afternoon sun cast long shadows of the knights and fighting men who were hurrying up and down the shore, making ready to depart, Sir Gawaine awoke from his swoon and looked up. For a moment he did not recognise King Arthur. Then he smiled at him very sweetly and said in a low voice, "Kiss me and forgive me." The king knelt down and kissed the pallid face of Sir Gawaine, and for very sorrow he felt that the heart in his breast was nigh to bursting. So in a little while, with the beat of the surf and the cry of the seagulls upon his ears, the light of the sun in his eyes, and the free air of heaven all about him, Sir Gawaine died, and his death was as he had ever craved it to be, under the open sky, after battle, where he had given good strokes and received them. Now the letter which Sir Gawaine had written was given unto a young squire of Sir Gawaine's by the name Tudor, and he was commanded to depart forthwith back to Brittany and deliver it into the hands of Sir Lancelot. But among the knights that had stood about the dying Sir Gawaine was a traitor, who was in the service of Sir Mordred the rebel, and he knew that if Sir Lancelot should receive that letter and come to Britain with all his brave kin and their host, Sir Mordred would have much ado to conquer King Arthur. Therefore the traitor knight, whose name was Sir Fergus, did accost Tudor the squire, and with fair seeming told him that he also was bidden to go back to Brittany, to bring back certain jewels which the king in his hasty departure had left in his lodging at the town of Dol. Tudor, unsuspecting of all evil, went aboard a boat with Sir Fergus, and together they bargained with the master to take them across when the tide should rise again at dark. Together they crossed the sea that night and took the road towards Sir Lancelot's town, and in a dark wood Sir Fergus set upon the squire, who fought bravely, but was slain at last, and the letter of Sir Gawaine was taken by the traitor. Then, returning to the seashore, the wretch went aboard another boat, and chaffered with the merchant to take him across the sea to the town of Longporth, whence he thought to get quickly to Mordred, to receive from him the reward of his treachery and murder. But at night, as they sailed over the dark sea, a 50-oared longship, filled with Saxon pirates, crept upon them. The pagans poured over the sides, slew men almost in their sleep, and flung their bodies overboard. And though Fergus fought well, his head was almost struck from his body by a great shearing axe blow. When the pirates had taken all the goods they desired from the merchant vessel, they stove a hole in its side, and it sank to the bottom of the sea, so that no man ever again saw the letter which was meant for Sir Lancelot. For some weeks Sir Lancelot lay quiet, knowing naught of the death of Sir Gawaine, or of the letter desiring him to go to the help of King Arthur. Many rumours came to him through the shipfolk of the wrecked rebellion of Sir Mordred, and though Sir Lancelot longed to go across to Britain and fight for King Arthur, his kinsman would not consent, but said it would be unseemly unless the king craved his aid, and sued for pardon for making war against Sir Lancelot in his own country. Thus precious weeks went by, and much ill fortune happened in Britain, that had ended otherwise if Sir Lancelot had been by the king. 3 days after the battle upon the shore, the king's host came up with the host of Sir Mordred on Barham Down. Many folks had joined the rebels' side because they hated the king for making war upon Sir Lancelot, and the king was sorely hurt in his mind to see a banner borne by one part of the usurper's army, on which was the device of Sir Lancelot's. This the crafty Sir Mordred had commanded to be done, knowing that it would damp the spirits of King Arthur and his men. "Verily," said King Arthur, "my evil deeds have sprung up as armed men against me. I have fought unjustly with Sir Lancelot, and here are some that loved him, arrayed against me for that wicked war." "If ye would send for Sir Lancelot," said Sir Owen of the Fountain, who stood by him, "ye would learn, I verily believe, that Sir Lancelot loves and worships you as of old, and hath no mind to fight on the side of this sly fox Mordred. Send for Sir Lancelot, lord." "Nay, I will not, I may not," said the king. "If he cometh by the words which Sir Gawaine wrote to him, I shall know that he loves me and forgives me. But if he cometh not, I shall know he hates me, and I shall merit his ill favour. He owes naught to me, since I used him so evilly, and therefore I may not ask his aid." All day the battle raged upon the great green down, and many were the fierce fights which took place upon the top thereof, where, behind great earthworks freshly timbered, the main host of Sir Mordred stood, the banner of the great red dragon in their midst. But at the last, so fast and fierce did the blows of King Arthur's men fall, and so stubbornly did they press on, that Sir Mordred's host gave way. Pouring forth by the upper gate, they ran pell-mell northwards, and the knights and fighting men of Arthur kept up with them for many miles. and there was a running fight, and much wounding and slaying all through the fresh green countryside, where hedges were laden with May blossoms, and the skylarks were trilling. And that day many a wounded man crawled groaning into the thickets to die. Many a chalky cart rut ran red with blood, and many a white face with wide open sightless eyes stared up at the blue sky, where the fleecy clouds sailed in the gentle wind. For 3 weeks after this battle both sides rested, and like great wrestlers gathered all their strength for one great struggle. Knights and riders were sent by both sides to all parts with letters to lords and knights, charging them to take their sides in the war. Many people from about London came to the banner of Mordred, and the parts now called Kent, Sussex and Surrey, Essex and Suffolk, held wholly with him, but those in the west, as Wales, Devon, Cornwall, and the middle parts, thronged to the banner of the king. Few came from the north, for there the pagan pirates stalked with fire and sword through and through the land, and the British lords and chiefs that were alive had little power to stay them now. King Uriens was dead, slain by the dagger of a traitor, and so were 2 other great chieftains, so that men south of Trent sorrowfully shook their heads, and said that now the north was no longer the land of the British folk, but was given over to the savage heathen hordes. Then, to meet the many that flocked together in his favour, King Arthur drew him with his host westward beyond Sarum. There on the wide downs beside the great standing stones of the old princes, which men now call Stonehenge, a great multitude of chiefs and knights and yeomen came to his banner. But Sir Mordred avoided a battle, and instead kept aloof with his army, and began to burn and harry the country which was on the side of Arthur. He took Caliva and Cunito, and put the people to the sword, and took much gear from those wealthy cities. Then he stole through the great forest by night, and came to Paluden, which was a rich town builded upon the top of a great hill. He thought to take this unawares, but it was well watched and well armed, and he strove to break into it, and was kept about it for some days. That delay was used well by King Arthur, for he made great haste to pass through the wild country, filled with wide marshes and thick woods as it was, which separated him from his enemy. Then Mordred, hearing through the spies of the king's approach, got his host away and thought to pass into the lands of Devon, which were those of King Duer, son of the dead Geraint, and held firmly for Arthur. But in the wild wasteland beside the endless waters, King Arthur caught up with him and barred his further way, and the king remembered that this was the same land, full of gaunt standing stones and haunted by trolls and witches, where Merlin had once led him, and where he had gained the sword Excalibur. It was late in the day when the 2 armies faced each other, and both prepared to pass the night upon the field. Bitter was the wind that evening, and the skies were dun and leaden of hue, as if spring had been overcome by winter. And to shelter the king, a tent had been put up in a little dark wood of stunted firs, called the Wood of Drood. Just in the deep dark before the dawn, when the blood in men's veins was coldest, and the life in their hearts was weakest, a dreadful cry wailed out through the dark wood, and there came the sound as of leathery wings flapping heavily to and fro above where the king lay sleeping. Men started up about their ashen fires, their faces blanching at the terror that cried in the dark, and they heard a wailing twice repeated, while none dared to try see the thing that wailed. Then, while their blood chilled and their breath stayed, they heard the heavy flapping pass over their heads and die away towards the camp of Mordred, and there in the distance did the 3 cries sound again. Men's hearts sickened as they turned and crept the nearer to each other, but few dared to utter the words upon their lips. 2 knights slept in the tent with king, Sir Kay and Sir Owen, and they lay in the dark, trembling at the cries of terrible import. When they passed, the knights would not move, fearing to be the first to speak. "My lords," came the quiet voice of King Arthur out of the dark. That was the voice of the Hag of Warning. "Men say it hath foretold the deaths of many for my house, but I know not. Yet I will take the issue as God shall give it me, trusting in his mercy, and the blood of his son Jesus, and him crucified." "Amen," said the two knights, and said no more. When in a little while the sun rose, flashing his warm rays into the fearful eyes that greeted him, men's terror quickly vanished, and when fires were lit and oaten cakes were browning on the irons, or collops sputtered on their skewers, tongues were loosened and faces began to smile. But few spoke of the cries which they had heard, for all loved their king, and hoped that somehow they had dreamed an evil dream, or had but heard the cries of some foul night bird. Breakfast being ended, the captains and knights began to trim their men in army array, and talk was eager of the coming battle. Then were seen, coming from Sir Mordred's camp, 2 bishops, and these were taken at their desire to Arthur, where he stood surrounded by his knights and chieftains. "Lord," said one of the bishops, he that was head of the great choir or monastery of Amesbury, "cannot we make accord between you and your nephew? Sad it is to see so many great and valiant warriors ranged against each other. Many are sisters, sons, and all are of one speech, one kindred. If this unnatural war doth continue, how much sorrow there will be! How many noble hearts be stilled in death or broken in grief for him that shall never return! How many puissant bodies, now quick and passionate and handsome, will be meat for snarling wolves and carrion for foul birds!" "What says my rebellious nephew?" asked the king sternly. "My lord," said the other bishop, a man of soft and silky speech, and he was chief of the choir of Clovisho, "he asks but little, and if ye are willing to make treaty, he is also willing. Grant him but the earldom of Kent and the Andred, with a seat at London during your days, and do thou appoint him king after your days. For now that Sir Gawaine, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Gareth are slain, he is the only sister's son you have. If you grant these things, he will be your liege, faithful in all things, and a strong arm against your enemies." Then some of King Arthur's knights would have him agree to these terms, but others would not, and said the king should make no treaty with a traitor, but that Mordred should come and throw himself upon the mercy of his king and uncle. At the last, after much counsel had been taken, King Arthur agreed to meet Mordred with 14 of his chief men in the space betwixt their hosts, and the king should also take 14 knights with him. So the bishops went back with this message, and King Arthur called the chieftains of his host about him. "I go to see this traitor, my nephew," he said to them, "whether he means falsely or truly with this talk of a treaty. But look ye, I in no wise trust him. Hold ye your men warily, and if ye see any sword drawn amongst us where we stand, do thou sound the horns of attack, and come on fiercely, and slay that rebel and all that hold with him." In like wise did Mordred warn his men, "For," said he, knowing how greatly he had sinned against his generous and noble uncle, "I know well that King Arthur and his knights would be avenged of me if they could." The party from each army went forward over the stony hillside until they met midway between the armies, and men watched them keenly. King Arthur spoke chidingly to his nephew Mordred, who, sour and dark of face, looked craftily at the faces of his uncle and his knights. And the chiefs with Mordred, men for the most part of violent and ambitious natures, looked haughtily at King Arthur's party. Nevertheless, there was no bad blood shown, and the talk was continued, and Mordred repeated the demands which the bishops had made. "But I care not to give thee Kent and London," said the king. "I tell thee frankly, Mordred, I would not trust thee there. I fear me thou wouldst try some crafty plot with the Saxon pagans if I gave them thee, as that rebel Caros did, who for a time made himself emperor of the Romans here in this land." "Ah, done then, my father," said Gorfalt, the son of Mordred, an insolent young man. "Let us cease this. I doubt not we be big enough to get all the kingdom if we fight." The king looked sternly at the young man, and there was silence among them, as all men waited for Arthur's reply. Then it happened that a young chieftain, standing near the king, felt something bite his foot where the low leathern shoe left it naked. He looked down and saw that he was treading on a viper which had struck him and was about to strike again. With a cry, the knight stepped aside, drew his sword, and cut the reptile in two. As the blade flashed silvery bright in the sunlight, a great hoarse cry rose like thunder from the two masses of men watching them on either side. Trumpets blared, and horns squealed, and shouts of command rose sharp and keen. Instantly the men standing with Arthur and Mordred looked about them, saw where the young chieftain stood with drawn sword, and knew that now nothing could avert the battle. "The gods will have it so," sneered Mordred. Already the earth trembled and shook with the beat of 10,000 feet of the armies rushing together. A knight of Mordred's, drawing his sword, thrust it into the breast of one of Arthur's chieftains with the cry, "This for thy land, Sir Dijon, that marches with mine." Instantly others fell to fighting hand to hand, striking on targe and helm. But Sir Owen, Sir Kay and Sir Bedevere surrounded the king, and all hurried back to the army approaching them. So likewise did Sir Mordred. Then came the crash of battle, as line on line with flashing swords held high, the ranks of war closed. Blades rose again, stained red. Fierce strangled cries came from men in the death grips. Helms were cracked, shields riven, dirks sank home, and men who had once drunk and jested with laughing looks over the same mead board now met fierce eye to eye, and never parted until one or both fell in the swaths of the death harvest. All day the stubborn battle raged, and ever the king sought out the rebel Mordred, but never reached him. Many valiant deeds he did, wielding his sword Excalibur, and by his side were Owen and Kay, Lucan and Bedevere. So spent were they at the last hardly could they lift their swords, and so sick of the slaying were they that gladly would they have ceased. But ever some vicious band of Mordred's knights would come upon them, and then they quitted them like men, and ceased not till their enemies had fled or were slain. Suddenly the king came to himself, and standing still looked upon the field. In the morning it had been but a bare hillside of hungry, stunted grass, through which the stones showed grey and sallow, like ancient bones. Now in the low light of the sinking orb it was red, red with the pallid faces of the dead stained a lighter red in the rays of the sun. Here and there bands still fought together, cries of fury rose, and the groans of the dying mingled with them. "Alas!" cried the king, and looked behind him. "Where are all my noble knights?" There were but two with him now, Lucan and his brother Bedevere. "Where is Owen and Kay?" he asked. "Alas, lord," said Sir Bedevere, "Sir Owen got his death wound by the thorn where we fought those 5 nights but now, and Sir Kay suddenly fell as he walked, and when I knelt to speak to him I found him dead." "Alas," said the king, "that ever I should see this doleful day, for now is my end come. But would to heaven that I wist where is that traitor Mordred that hath caused this sorrow and ruin." Then, as he spoke, he looked towards the east, and saw where, by a tall standing stone, a man leaned as if spent with the wound, and he was aware that this was Mordred. "Now give me my spear," said the king to Sir Lucan, "for yonder is the traitor, and he shall not escape me." "Lord," said Sir Lucan in a weak voice, "let him bide, for he hath none with him, while we 3 are still alive." "Now betide me death, betide me life," said the king. "Now that I see him yonder, I will slay the serpent, lest he live to work more havoc on this my poor kingdom." "God speed you well," said Sir Bedevere, and gave the king his spear. Then the king ran towards Sir Mordred, crying, "Traitor, prepare, now is thy death day come." When Sir Mordred heard King Arthur, he raised his head, then came towards the king with his sword in his hand. And there in the shadow of the great stone, King Arthur smote Sir Mordred under the shield with so keen a stroke of his spear that it went through the body and out beyond. Sir Mordred, feeling that death was upon him, thrust himself along the spear, almost to the butt thereof, nigh where King Arthur held it, and grasping his sword in both hands, he struck his uncle on the side of the head with so keen and fierce a blow that the sword pierced the helm and the skull. With that stroke Sir Mordred fell stark and dead to the earth, and the king sank in a swoon upon his body. Then Sir Bedivere and Sir Lucan, who were both sore wounded and weakly, came up, and between them, with many rests upon the way, took the king to a little coombe beside the waters, and there they took off his helm and bathed his wound and bound it, after which the king felt easier. "We may do naught else with thee here, lord," said Sir Lucan, "and it were best that we got thee to some town." "It would be better so," said the king, "but I fear me I have my death wound." When they had rested, Sir Lucan tried to rise so as to take up the king. "I may not rise," he cried, his hands upon his head, "my brain works so." Nevertheless, the knight staggered to his feet and lifted up the feet of the king, but the effort was too much for him, and with a deathly groan he fell to the ground, and when he had twitched and struggled a little he lay dead. "Alas," said the king, "this is to me a full heavy sight, to see this noble knight so die for my sake. He would not complain, so set was he to help me, and now his heart has broken." Then Sir Bedevere went to his brother and kissed him, and closed his eyes. "Now," said the king, "come hither to me, Bedevere, for my time goeth fast, and I remember me of a promise." Therefore he bade Sir Bedevere, "Do thou take Excalibur, my good sword, and go with it beyond the coombe side, where a low thorn grows. And when thou comest there, I charge thee, throw my sword in that water, and come again and tell me what thou seest." So Sir Bedevere departed with the sword, and on the way he looked at the sword and saw how noble was the blade and how shining, and how the pommel and haft were full of precious stones. "If I throw this sword into the water," said Sir Bedevere to himself, "how great a sin 'twould be to waste so noble a weapon." Therefore he hid it in the branches of the thorn and returned to the king. "What sawest thou?" asked the king when Bedevere returned. "Sir," he said, "I saw the wind beat on the waves." "Ye have not done as I bid thee," said the king. "Now therefore do thou go again and do as I bid thee, and as thou art dear to me, spare it not, but throw it in." Then Sir Bedevere went back and took the sword in his hand, but again he could not bring himself to throw away that noble sword. So again he hid the sword and went back to the king. "What sawest thou this time?" said the king. "Lord," said Bedevere, "I saw the waters ebb and flow, and the sedges trembling." "Ah, traitor untrue," said the king, deep sorrow in his voice. "Who would have weened that thou, who hast been so true and dear to me, and who hast been named a noble knight, would betray me for the jewels on a sword? Now go ye again, I charge thee, and as thou shalt answer for thy sins at the last day, throw ye the sword far into the waters." Then in heavy mood Sir Bedevere went the third time, and took the sword from its hiding place, and looking away from the weapon lest its beauty should soften him, he bound the girdle about the hilt. Then he threw the sword with all his might far out over the water. As he looked, inwardly lamenting, he saw the jewels flash in the low light as the sword passed through the air. Then suddenly, when it neared the water, he marvelled to see a great arm and hand come up through the waves. The hand caught the weapon by the haft, shook it and brandished it thrice, then vanished with the sword under the waves. With some fear in his heart, Sir Bedevere went back to the king and told him all that he had seen. "It is well," said the king. "Now I have performed my promise. Help me hence to some village, for I am cold and would die beneath a roof if I may." Then Sir Bedevere took the king upon his back, thinking that he would find some road in a little while which would lead them to a hamlet. And as he went along he passed by the waterside, near the low thorn whence he had thrown the sword into the water. There in the sedges he marvelled to see a barge draped all in black cloth, and in it sat many fair ladies, all with black hoods on. When they saw Sir Bedevere with the king upon his back, they shrieked and wept. And one that looked a queen, so fair and stately, yet so sad was she, held out her arms towards the king, and cried unto him in a voice wondrous sweet, "Come to me, brother." "Put me into the barge," said the king to Bedevere, "for there I shall have rest." Softly did Sir Bedevere lay him in the barge, and the fair ladies wept over the king with much mourning, and one laid his head in her lap and caressed it with soft hands. Then, without sails or oars, the barge went from the shore, and fear and sorrow shook the soul of Sir Bedevere to see them go from him. "Alas, my lord Arthur," he cried, "what shall become of me if ye are leaving me lonely?" "Comfort thyself," said the king in a faint voice, "and do as well as thou mayest, for in me ye may no longer trust. For I will go into the Vale of Avalon to heal me of my grievous wound, and if thou hear never more of me, pray for my soul." Sir Bedevere stood watching till the barge went from his sight in the midst of evening, and then he wept a little, and so fared forward through the night, weeping as he thought how all the glory that was Arthur's was now past, and how he himself was very old and very lonely. When morning broke, he was aware of a little chapel and a hermitage between two hoar woods upon a knoll beside the marshes, and entering therein he got cheer of the holy hermit and rested. Now when King Arthur had gone westwards to collect his host, Sir Owen, marvelling that Sir Lancelot had sent no word in reply to the letter of Sir Gawaine, had charged a trusty squire of his to go across to Brittany and to tell Sir Lancelot of all that had passed, and how King Arthur longed for his aid and his love. Nigh mad with grief was Sir Lancelot when he had learned all, and so deep was his sorrow and so wild was his regret that hardly could he wait till the ships were ready to take him and his knights and army across to Britain. When they arrived at Dover, Sir Lancelot sought out the tomb of Sir Gawaine, and there with much weeping he prayed long and earnestly for the repose of the soul of that dead warrior, his once dear friend. And all the other knights prayed likewise for the soul of Gawaine, and Sir Lancelot gave 100 pounds for masses to be said, and the others gave according to their means. Then word was brought to him of the day-long dreadful battle in the west, and how King Arthur was gone, mortally wounded, none knew whither, and how all the knights of the Round Table were dead. Silent was Sir Lancelot at this news, but men saw how his stern face paled, and for a time he walked apart and would suffer none to speak to him. Then he came to his knights, and all could see how his looks had changed. Grief was deeply lined upon his face, and he had the air of an aged and weary man. "My fair lords," he said, "I thank you all for your coming with me, but we came too late. But now I go alone to find the body of my dear lord, and if I may, I will see my lady, Queen Guinevere. And do ye all go back to your country, for now we have no place in this." Thus Sir Lancelot fared forth, and would suffer none to go with him. First he went to Amesbury, and in the convent there he saw Queen Guinevere. Few but very sad were the words they spake. Sir Lancelot offered to give her a home in Brittany away from the trouble and the ruin of the land, but she would not. "My lord is dead," she said, weeping, "and this dear kingdom may not long stand, but while I live I will stay on its dear soil." Then Sir Lancelot fared far west through the wastelands, and came to the battlefield, and there he wept sorely to see the long lines of dead. Many were the dead knights of the Round Table who he found unburied, and these with his own hands he laid in the grave, and he procured a priest to say prayers over them. Further he went beside the shores of the endless waters, until one day he found a black barge, and stepping therein was taken without sail or oars far over the wide sea until the twilight. And then, raising his sorrowing eyes, he was aware of a fair green island with a valley between two sweet hills, and there was a chapel, and all about it were trees laden with blossoms. A little bell began to ring just as the barge lightly touched the shore, and stepping therefrom, Sir Lancelot went into the chapel and heard mass. Afterwards a bishop came unto him where he kneeled, and a hermit, and the latter seized his hand. And when he looked up, Sir Lancelot knew it for Sir Bedevere. Neither could speak for the great tears that rolled down their grim faces. But Sir Bedevere drew him forth and led him to where a great white marble slab was lying, freshly cut, in the midmost part of the chapel. Thereon Sir Lancelot saw the words, cut deep and wide in black letters: Hic jacet Arthurus Rex, quondam Rex Q futurus. Then did Sir Lancelot's heart almost burst with sorrow, and when he had finished praying and weeping, he kneeled unto the bishop and prayed him to shrive him and assoil him. Afterwards he besought him that he might live with him, and the holy man granted his request. And there ever after did Sir Lancelot, putting off all the fame and glory which he had gotten in the world, pass his days and nights, serving God with prayers and fastings and much abstinence. When within a year Queen Guinevere died in her cell at Amesbury, Sir Lancelot, having been advised in a dream of her death, braved the bands of lawless men that now ravaged the fair land of Britain, and brought her body to the Isle of Glastonbury. He laid it solemnly beside the body of her dear lord Arthur, and thereafter he endured greater penance. For, said he, by my stiff-necked pride did all this evil come. If I had gone straightway to my dear lord, and cast myself upon his love and justice, my lady the queen would not have been led to the stake, and I should not unwittingly have slain young Gareth. I am the causer of all the ruin and sorrow that hath come upon this land, and never while I live may I forgive me. Thus evermore he prayed and mourned, day and night, but sometimes he slumbered a broken sleep. He ate but little, and neither the bishop nor Sir Bedevere could make him take comfort. And if you would know the time and place where Lancelot was happiest, it was when he was lying on the tomb of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere. At last, on a sweet morn in June, they found him lying there, stark dead, but with a gentle smile upon his wasted face. And when they had made the mass of requiem, they laid him in the tomb at the feet of the king and the queen. And on the slab that covered him they caused these words to be graven: Here lieth Sir Lancelot du Lake, who was chief of all Christian knights, the most courteous man and the truest friend, the meekest doer of great deeds, and the gentlest to all ladies and weak creatures. R.I.P. End of chapter 13. Recording by Peter Keeble, Nottingham, United Kingdom. End of King Arthur's Knights. The tales retold for boys and girls by Henry Gilbert.